Hello, everyone. I'm back. How are you good folks doing? Thank you so much. Shout out to every single one of you. I hope your week was good. I hope that your weekend is going well. You know, guys, I'm still figuring out the schedule, so I can only go live when I have the time off, but I truly appreciate everyone who waits for the notification and do want to chime in just to even say hi or just stop by. So shout out to you. Shout out to you. I appreciate all of you. And I just want to say for the first people that came, hi, Michelle. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you, sis. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. And young Riaz, how are you doing, young sir? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate you. And here goes Sean. He's like, where you been? How are you, Sean? I hope everything is going well with you, Sean. Good to see you this Sunday. Yeah, so I've been away. I've been very busy. You know how I am, guys. I'm always busy all the time. And then yesterday I was planning on come live for you guys, but I ended up taking my honey bunny to the amusement park and we had a good time. And then I also had to celebrate because my mom's birthday is coming up and I have to work, right? You know, once you know how the government is, when they tell you got to go to work, you got to go to work. So there's no me getting out of this. So I wanted to make sure that I can celebrate her, you know, for the whole day. So that's what I did. So I couldn't come to you guys on Saturday. But I will say this. I'm going to try to do 4 cases with you guys today because I do want to make up that I wasn't able to come live and spend time with you guys yesterday. But I truly, truly appreciate every single last one of you. Just make sure you're hitting the like button for me as you're coming in. It helps the channel. It helps keeps me in the algorithm. And I also want you guys to know right now, not only am I streaming from YouTube, I am also streaming from Twitch. So shout out to everyone who might be coming and watching over at Twitch. I truly appreciate you. You can look and see that if you want to subscribe, you can subscribe to this channel on Twitch or you can subscribe to the YouTube channel. So I truly appreciate everyone watching, okay? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Sean. Thank you. I will let her know. I will definitely let her know. So, guys, I know that everything is crazy right now. There's a lot of stuff that's going on in the news, especially with the world, politics, and everything like that. So I just, I appreciate that I still have the privilege to pretty much get you to talk about other things and get your mind off a little other things. I know everybody has to do what they have to do to prepare themselves, make sure their family's good, make sure their individual self is good, and they're also concerned about what's going on in the world. I'm glad that I could just be a little space for, more of an educational purpose or somewhat entertaining purpose. So you don't, not everything is, just what's going on necessarily on the news and what's being thrown at us all the time. So I truly appreciate that I have that platform to do that, that privilege to still do that. And I just appreciate everyone who rocks out with me. So the first case that I have for you, ladies and gents, today is we're going to go over a old case. This, I think this is back in 2000, early 2000s. I'm not too sure. But this has to do with a girlfriend. So this girlfriend seems to unalive, I might unalive her victim. I'm thinking that the victim could have been a boyfriend or a friend, but there was another victim who ended up surviving to tell the tale. So I want to see how this plays out. So let me go ahead and pull this up in my screen and we can go ahead and get into it, can we? All right. So here we go. I hope you can see this. Let's go.
I don't know what I was so scared. To be honest, I can't believe I'm doing this, but I feel really bad for Hoyt.
Meet 28-year-old Paige Vowell, an evil girlfriend sympathizing with the men she attempted to kill. But little does she know, one of them survived, and he will tell detectives everything.
I know Paige hit me in the head. I was gonna die. That was my last breath.
And he will be why she spends the rest of her life behind bars, despite her awful acting.
Anything that happened was wrong, and it shouldn't have happened.
Just before 4 a.m. on May 9th, 2017, law enforcement in Leon County, Florida, received a panic call from 31-year-old Peter Tournay to report a murder, kidnapping, and less pressing, a car theft. Earlier that night, Peter, who was struggling with drug addiction, had gone with his childhood friend Hoyt Burge to sell a close friend his painkillers. That friend, Paige Vowell, lived at the home of her boyfriend Paige Briggs. When Hoyt and Peter arrived to sell the drugs as planned, things went horribly, horribly wrong. As soon as they followed Paige Vowell inside the home, they were brutally ambushed by a group of 4 men. We'll let Peter tell you what happened to himself as he fought for his life. Keep in mind, there are a lot of characters in this story, but we will mainly be focusing on Paige Briggs, the boyfriend of Paige Vowell, and our victim, Hoyt Burge. Any other names that you hear are part of the group that ambushed Hoyt and Peter.
Did anybody say anything when they rushed out? Remember hearing any statements being made?
Not really. It was all gibber jabber to me then. I mean, that was going on. I was still.
And when you said Paige said something, what you don't remember what Paige said to you?
The only thing he was saying to me was get the down, stay on the ground. If you move, I'll shoot you.
Did you get down on the ground?
Yeah. Yeah, big. Those were big guns. I was scared. Didn't go lie.
Did anybody attack you?
Yeah, I mean, after they basically got Hoyt, but
how did they attack Hoyt?
Just came out of the room and just started, attacking, hitting him. I mean,
what do they hit him with?
I'm not even, to be honest, I don't know, they could have hit him with their pistols, multiple things, I don't really.
Did anybody hit you?
Yes.
Who hit you?
I didn't say they did. I know Paige hit me in the head, because he was the one holding the gun over me. You got it?
What did Paige hit you with?
Mm-hmm. You see?
Uh-huh. You need an ambulance to come check you out?
No, I told him I was okay.
All right, you don't want to get checked up?
I could feel it rushing, Doug. I could feel the blood like when he said, phew. He just did one quick, phew.
What kind of gun was it?
It had this long barrel gun.
So first thing I'm going to start off with this particular case, you can definitely tell it was an ambush. And now you have to question all 8 people that's involved, right? Because who told the other people to come in and ambush them? They had to know a location. They had to know a time. They had to know who was going to be there. So now we're going to figure out who was the person who told, hey, this is about to go down. Let's go over there. Or maybe if you get there first and you come with ski masks and stuff like that, we can get the item or whatever we're trying to get from them before anybody else find out. So that's the problem when you do have people who likes to do commit crimes with each other. You always have the possibility of that person ratting you out when self-preservation kicks in, or that person is setting you up from the jump. Like, that is probably even the reason why they reached out to you to begin with, to even start this I guess this criminal activity, is because they wanted to set you up. They were eyeing you the whole entire time. So we're going to see this. Another thing, this guy, I don't know if he's on drugs. I had an understanding that they were trying to get drugs, or that's probably what the whole hit was about. It had to be drug related, but it seems like he's under some type of influence. He didn't want to take a drug test, probably because he has drugs in his system. But even the way that he's like going back and forth, he's very panicky. We do see that with people who are in high levels of stress. But what I'm getting from him is more of like a reaction of not having drugs. Like he's going through some small amount of withdrawal while he's explaining to the detectives what happened, what he knows while he was in the situation. Sean said we got premeditation. Yeah, I agree. We do have that. So let's go on. Let's see what else he has to say.
Shotgun, I'm saying, I don't know. I'm not really familiar with guns. I don't mess with guns, man. That shit's scary. What was going on? That was my last breath. I don't know how I'm alive, man. That was it. You mix those types of people.
Well, why did they stop attacking you?
They didn't find anything. He hit me a few times because my best bet was to earn their trust and get on their side. Mm-hmm. That was my best bet. Or you're going to die. Because I was the only one there besides Lloyd.
So what happened to Hoyt?
Because everybody talked out there, even afterwards. I mean, the whole reason, and they were even saying it during the reason those dudes came is Hoyt was supposed to rob them.
So this is what they were talking about?
Yes, this is what they were
Where were you when they were talking about it?
Right there in the living room.
You were sitting?
I was sitting. I was there in the living room. They were talking amongst each other.
Is that when you were did you already get hit at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Well, where was Hoyt when they were talking about this?
Talking about
when they were talking about Hoyt trying to rob him, where was Hoyt?
They were talking about he was already he was on the floor.
He was on the floor?
As soon as he basically got in there, within 30 seconds of him being in there, 20 seconds of him being in there, me being in there also, when they attacked him, and all you can hear was him screaming as they chased him around the living room.
Okay. Was Hoyt still screaming when they were talking about Hoyt trying to rob him?
Were they still talking when Hoyt?
Okay.
In the wake of the horrible incident, Peter is leaving out some details here. When he laid on the ground, he was duct taped around his eyes, only allowing him to see through a tiny slit. What he did see, however, would be enough to break even the strongest person. His childhood best friend was being bashed with the butt of guns, a hammer, and fists, all while he helplessly watched.
So what happened to Hoyt?
They attacked him.
So I want to know, why was Hoyt beaten so brutally? Why was he just tied up, right? He was just tied up. Nothing really happened to him. They put tape or something over his face that he was able to see a little bit out of it, because they didn't put it in, put it correctly. They're doing rush jobs, right? So it's not going to be perfect. So he was able to, I guess, see a little bit that his best friend is getting beat to a pulp. Why was his best friend being beat to the pulp? If this was a whole bunch of people just coming together and it was a hit to take drugs from one particular group and someone notified them, why is the best friend being beaten to death? Why is the best friend being beaten to death? Why not both of them? If that's the case, if the problem is you need them not to retaliate on you, if you need them not to, I guess, rat you out, right? Like how he's talking now to the police, then why did that not happen with everyone else? So that again leads to the fact that whoever set these people up did not want this individual to get harmed. However, they didn't care about his best friend getting harmed, viciously. Or they probably wanted the best friend to be taken out for some particular reason, right? Let's see. Sean said Hoyt had the drugs and wouldn't give them up. That could be a possibility too. That definitely could be a possibility. Or maybe Hoyt knew who probably set him up, right? Because he was also explaining that while he's sitting there, they're talking about robbing this guy. They're having a whole full conversation about who they're supposed to rob. But then now you're seeing him getting beaten up with guns and banged on and stuff like that. But you're tied up. So were you a part of it, or did they sneak attack you and your friend when you was doing this criminal activity? The problem with this situation is because it's hard to feel sad for individuals who are harmed in this, because they were already doing criminal acts. And it's, even though I still believe that everybody should have their time in court, right? Especially if they're found wrong, they got caught, everything, right? They're supposed to have their time in court. But it does make people less empathetic when they find out that you was out there committing a crime, something that was illegal, something that would eventually hurt maybe hundreds and thousands of people, right? Because if this has anything to do with drugs or, illegal drugs, then eventually, the customers who get those drugs eventually they're not going to be getting healthy, right? Then they're going to eventually get sick. They might even make them perform more crimes out there, or they might lose their life. So it's not like they were doing something righteous in the process of being assaulted, being kidnapped, right? Because they tied them up and put something over their face, and also losing your life. You wasn't doing something in the act of good when you got assaulted. So it makes people's empathy goes completely down, especially mine's too. But let's go on.
Whoever they running around, trying to do whatever you can, screaming, hollering, and they're hitting them. Falling down on the ground. I'm already down on the ground. I can look because I'm facing this way. I'm facing. I can Hoyt's a few feet away. I can see it. I can see them hitting them. And I was like, that's kind of nippy, But first, I couldn't see because my head wasn't like this the whole time as I'm laying down, so I wasn't like that. To be honest with you, I want to see as little as possible. Mm-hmm. And I grabbed the gun from Patrick.
What kind of gun did Patrick had? Was it big or small?
It wasn't a handheld. I didn't really see it, to be honest, but it was a gun.
So you grabbed Patrick's gun?
Patrick's gun, and it went off. Boom. And that's all I heard. Everybody, and when everybody heard that, they were just boom. Kind of spooked. And I thought I heard someone say, "I'm hit." I want to say it was.
Yeah.
Who said they were hit?
I want to say it was Hoyt. Or he's like, "I think I'm hit." And just kind of and that was the last I've heard of him. So that last voice I heard from Hoyt.
According to further testimony from several witnesses, the last thing that Hoyt said was, "Y'all just killed me." Not only was he fully aware of what was happening to him, but his best friend had to listen to him take his final breath, all while he was being mercilessly taunted by their attackers.
We didn't plan like Pete, you came in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That's what they told you?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Paige said that?
Paige said that. And they said, as they went out throughout the rest of the night, as they're, cleaning, doing whatever they're doing, trying to wash away whatever evidence or whatever they're trying to do. I just was like, I was just like this, wrong place, wrong time, goddamn right.
So, what were they cleaning up?
They were cleaning. I seen the girl. They were Paige's girlfriend. And Paige and them were selling her I'm sorry, I've been up for, I don't know how long I've been doing this forever. She was clean. I seen her clean the blood off the wall. I don't know if she had anything part of it, but to be honest, I mean, I would think that she would be allured. Why not? Because Hoyt's always had a weakness for women. He loves his girls, you know? And I think that she could have lured him in there. That's what I'm thinking.
Where did they bring Hoyt?
And I think that was like the bait or something. Like, you know, I was just, you know, innocent bystander type. Like, okay, well, we'll just use him. Wrong place, wrong time.
So Paige's girlfriend's cleaning blood off the wall. What did they do with Hoyt?
Her body stayed there for a while, for a little bit, and so they would just put like all kinds of things wrapped up in like either towels, you know, rugs, like a little white clear tarp, just whatever they could find. Really, he sat there for a while as they discussed, you know, what they're going to do, and they kept asking me, Pete, you're not going to say anything, are you? Pete, you're not going to say anything, are you? And helped him, bro. I said, no, I ain't gonna say nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I didn't think it didn't matter anyways. I didn't think I was gonna make it. I didn't think I was gonna live. I said, this is it, man. I'm done. And they're like, so do you know what happened? And I was like, You know, that's the key. Survival. And whatever you can do to survive, do it. And that's what I did.
And Peter did survive. The way he managed to is beyond shocking. After the group loaded his best friend's body into his car, they forced Peter to get in the passenger seat. He had no idea where he was going and no idea how he was going to escape.
They were talking about going to, Patrick was talking about, hey, I got a friend that we can go to.
So I understand what he had to do whatever he had to do to survive, right? That's just a dead giveaway right there. But my thing is that you said Paige's girlfriend was cleaning the wall of blood and stuff like that. And, you know, it's funny how he even said that he was used as the person to set him up, right? He was the trap, right? And it does seem that the reason why his best friend got brutally beaten to death is because of someone having something against him. It doesn't even seem like it has anything to do with the drugs per se. Like, that's what I'm getting. It seems more personal. And then that was his girlfriend that was there cleaning up the blood? No, because his friend name is Hoyt. The girl that was there cleaning up the blood, her boyfriend name is Paige, or is that her name? Either way, it's crazy. It seems so premeditated that they plan to do all of this, even to the point where they had him literally sit in the passenger seat of his car and put his best friend's body in the car. They were setting him up for if when the cops got ring of a person being unalive and they start looking for a missing person named Hoyt, now his DNA is all in the club, all in the car. The blood is all in the car. It's you're the best friend. You know, that was a way for them to set it up that if they was even going to come out after finding out what happened to Hoyt, he would have been set up. He would have been the one that they would have first went to, because they have an idea that when it comes down to these cases, homicides, double homicides, you name it, the first people that they go to is the immediate family member. They go to the immediate spouse or girlfriend. You know, those are the go-to people to go to ask questions and to interview what happened to the said individual. And I think that they knew that, and that's why they set it up in a way where if the cops do get involved, the first person they're going to go to is the best friend right here, not knowing that the best friend was also a victim in this situation, because he could have lost his life at any time. And this is why they kept on asking him, are you sure you're going to be quiet? You're not going to say anything? You sure you're going to be quiet? Because I don't know. It seemed like maybe someone didn't want to necessarily hurt him or kill him. But if it would have came to this to the point where they felt that, you know, he would have went immediately and racked them out instead of the police having to come and get him, they would have unalived him. Sean says, this is confusing. Why is he left there while they're cleaning and such? Yeah, I'm not understanding that either. Boyfriend and girlfriend are the name Paige. Oh, okay. Well, let's go on. Let's hear what else he has to say. I mean, I do think that he's quite stressed, right? Like seeing your childhood friend get brutally beaten that way in front of you, you can't do nothing about it. And then the potential of you losing your life at the same time, or losing your life just as horrible as he did, and then being under some form of drug usage. Yeah, he's spiraling out of control right now.
You got plenty of land, out there in the boonies. There's a Monticello. If we had to keep Monticello, I think my parents' house, because it's not too far. We kind of live on the outskirts, but my parents live about it. Mm-hmm. And that's when I was, I had told the guys earlier, I was like, man, I was like, because I was saying anything that would help me. Like, I was like, I'll give y'all money, I'll give you whatever. They had already took all my money out of my pocket. They took my phones. They took everything, my wallet, my driver's license. That's what they said. They continue to say, like, we know where you live. We know your parents. And we will kill you and your family if you say anything. That's exactly what they said. And my mom's my world.
Mm-hmm. So they stop anywhere? Do they go to Jefferson County or Monticello, or?
We got to. I ended up, I don't know if they, but Sid ended up saying, like, I told him I'd give him money. This was earlier in the night after all this stuff, so I was all frantic and shit. And he said, like, during the car ride as we're going down 90, he's like, I'll take you up on that. I was like, what? He goes, how much money are you gonna bring me? I said, so I got about $400 in there or something. I raised, And he agreed. And the whole thing in the back of my head, I was hoping they'd say, I hope they don't say, because they're going to do the body thing. And I was hoping they don't go do that first, because I'm thinking, if they're going out to the woods, they're going to kill me. They're going to kill me. That's what they're going to do. That's what I have them fearing. And I just said, park right here. Like, you go to the roundabout, because you got a house as it goes around, so they're in their back, as it gets toward the end of the street back to Walden. And I knew that there's a house right here where they couldn't, like, if they stopped right here, I knew they couldn't really see me go to my actual house. And they just parked right there. And he's like, you gonna go get that? I was like, yeah, man, I'll go get it. He said, you got 5 minutes. You better be back in 5 minutes. And so I got in the car. I walk slowly, I gotta get him for something, because the sidewalk leads to the front door. And they can't see after so long. As soon as I knew they couldn't see, I run to my house. And I know it's right next door, so I run. Mm-hmm. I'm beating on the door. Boom, 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 boom. And my mom finally, first I'm trying to knock, because I didn't know if they could hear from that. That's how scared I was. Like, I didn't know if they could hear it. And eventually I could hear my mom, like, getting through and coming to the door. And she's thinking first, and she's open. I'm just like, she'll tell you. I'm just like, get them, please. Like, I went inside, and immediately, first thing I do, I don't take a piss, I don't take a breath of air. Mom, and I'm trying to think how to say it, what to say, like, this is what happened, and I gave her the whole, I told her everything. And as I'm telling her, she's like, in the process, she's like calling 911, and she's like, yeah, call him, Buck. Yeah, I said, and then she's talking to the officer, I guess, on the phone. I said, man, this shit's serious, man. Those dudes have guns, they just, what the f***, the dude just died. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously they're not fucking off. And that was it. She called, we waited, and she wanted to keep going outside. My mom said, Mom, just get the house, man. Get the house. These people are not playing. The officer went by, I guess by herself, check things out. And she wanted to see to it. Mom, let them deal with this. That's their job. That's their job, not yours. I need you.
Fortunately, the group didn't pursue Peter or his mom, and they were able to remain safe. Because of Peter's bravery and the information he provided, very quickly, detectives located all of the parties involved for questioning. But Paige Vowell's testimony proved to be one of the most sickening of all.
Hey Paige, how you doing? Hey, I'll take these handcuffs off of you.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Are these yours?
Yeah, they're mine.
Okay. Paige, I'm Detective Rebel. This is Detective Norman. We're the violent crime unit here.
Okay.
Alright, we're going to talk to you about
That's it?
everything and why you're here.
Okay.
Alright. The first thing I need to stress to you is that Now's the time to be completely honest about everything. Okay. Have you ever been arrested before?
Yes.
What have you been arrested for?
My possession of a controlled substance. That was like almost 10 years ago.
Okay.
My most recent arrest was battery and a VIP.
Okay. Do you know what kind of investigation we're doing now?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, you realize it's a homicide investigation?
Mm-hmm.
Murder? Okay. So, by not being truthful with us, can hurt you greatly, okay? This is not a battery charge, it's not a possession charge. This is something that can affect you the rest of your life.
This is something that I never thought I would ever have to.
So, what I'm telling you is the questions we ask, you need to answer truthfully, honestly, and tell us everything you know, and not worry about hiding something for somebody else, because they're going to be talked to as well.
Right.
And so, don't tell us something that's not true, and then we go find out that what you just told us was a lie, because now that gets you involved even more than what you are. Okay, right now you need to be looking out for yourself. I don't know what kind of future you want, but if you sit here and lie to us, it's not going to be a good one. All right?
How old are you, Paige?
28.
You have kids?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And a 10-year-old.
Paige Vowell did have a 10-year-old son at the time of this interrogation. However, she hadn't had custody of him for several years. Her one-time father-in-law, Gregory Vowell, wrote a book that describes his relationship with Paige Vowell over the years. He alleges that for years, Vowell's son was bounced from house to house due to her addiction. In one case, he claims that Vowell abandoned her son at a relative's home where he was unable to brush his teeth because there were bugs crawling on his toothbrush. Needless to say, she won't be winning any Mother of the Year awards.
Well, obviously, you know.
What? Bugs on his toothbrush? That poor baby. That poor baby. Oh, I'm so glad he's in a better situation. I mean, I'm look, Bugs. I don't know what to say about that. That just kind of like just threw me for a loop. Bugs on his toothbrush. That poor baby. Like, do you know how filthy your house have to be for you to have bugs crawling on your baby's toothbrush, right? Like, that means that you don't even rinse the toothbrush after you supposedly, he brushes the teeth. You don't rinse it, you know? Did it fall on the floor? Did you not clean it? Like, I don't. Anyway, let's get behind the bugs. Let's get behind the bugs, because that's just almost made me go creepy crawler real quick. Like, creepy crawlers. I'm telling my age, but yeah. We're gonna go past that. Right now the detectives is trying to be honest with her. They want to see how much she's going to be truthful with them before she starts going into self-preservation, where she'll start telling lies or not being forthcoming and trying to, pretty much save herself in this situation. So right now they're going to say, hey, this is the time that you really need to just, look out for yourself. Just tell everything, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Trying to give her a little hint that they know more than what you think they possibly know, or they have the possibility of knowing more than what you think they know. But they don't want to tell your story. They want you to be able to tell their story. So all the people that they picked up from this situation, guess what? If y'all tell your story, they can give you the right charges, for whoever involvement in what they did. This is what they want to know. But hey, let's see. Oh no, you're not that late. You're not that late, Miss Joanne. No, we just recently got into this. This is the first one. You're not that late. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But let's see how she handles it. Let's see if she's going to be forthcoming or if she's not going to be forthcoming.
what we're going to talk to you about. So why don't you let me just let you talk and tell us from the beginning that day, like what went down.
See, okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. I know from what everyone don't want me to be completely honest, but I will be completely honest because I know for a fact that I never thought what I did could be charges against me because of the fact that I was there and I did not call. Even though I wanted to, but I was scared shitless. Scared shitless. Okay? And the guy that passed away was actually a friend of mine. So our murderer was a friend of mine. But see, I don't wanna
Let's start with Monday night. Can you remember Monday night?
What's the night he came, right?
Who came?
Yeah, I'm not believing the crying because here's the thing. This was a friend of yours, but they said, well, one of the guys who was there, he said that you was up there cleaning up the blood, helping them get rid of evidence the best way as possible. So you weren't that scared. And even after that, you didn't go to the police. You wasn't the first one that went to the police about, oh my God, I seen a murder and I was afraid that I was going to be the next one. I know where these guys are. I know their first names. I know what car they drive. You did not do anything. You did not act. You helped with covering up. You helped with the movement of the body. Like you helped with cleaning up the evidence. So the whole crying, oh my God, that was a friend of mine. I'm not really buying it. I'm not really buying it. But let's go on. Let's see what else she have to say. I think one of the questions that one of the detectives is going to ask her is, who told such and such that this was going down? Who told about the location? Who did you speak to that day? Who was you in contact with? Did they confiscate her phone and see text messages? Let's go on.
Is that the night that this happened? I don't know, my days are mixed up a little bit.
Today's Wednesday.
Okay, so yeah, it was 3 or 4 years straight, yes. Monday night. So, wait, he came by to give me, like, am I incriminating myself by saying what I'm saying?
You're a witness.
Okay,
right now, okay?
Okay, because,
listen, we're not worried about any drugs. We don't care anything about that.
Now, ladies and gents, one of the biggest things that I preach on my channel is keep your mouth closed and do not speak with the detectives. Even if you're innocent or if you're guilty, do not speak with them. Keep your mouth closed. Go get a lawyer. Anything you say is going to be used against you. We all have heard that slogan. It is true. It is factual. There are so many innocent people who thought that spilling their guts was the right thing to do. And certain ways how they phrased it was able for the detectives to bring on charges or give it to the prosecutor to give charges for you, right? It's better for you to get legal advice or legal counsel. Don't speak to them. Don't act like you know what they're looking for. Even when they tell you what they're looking for, don't even assume that they're being 100% honest to you. They're not. They have to do their job. And one thing that the detectives know is that they understand human nature. They understand that people lie or people will make up things for self-preservation or the protection of loved ones and others, right? They study humans, all right? They study psychology. So you don't necessarily know why they're asking you those questions, even if you have an idea of why they're asking that question. You don't know why they're phrasing it that way, what was the purpose behind it, and what they're going to use it. So to be on the safe side, keep your mouth closed. They're not here for you. Get a lawyer, okay? Hey, Southern, how are you doing? Happy Sunday to you, sweetheart. It's good to see you. Happy Sunday. All right, let's go on.
okay,
Yeah.
that's it. I was going to purchase some painkillers from him. He's a friend of mine. He brought someone that I don't know. I don't know this guy. I don't know who he had brought with him.
How did you arrange for him to come over to buy whatever you were going to buy from him?
I arranged it by talking to Hoyt. Hoyt was just supposed to. I didn't know if he was gonna bring what the painkillers with him, or if I was gonna go with him to go get some. I know I could.
So I'm talking about, you talked to him on a cell phone, or how did you talk to him about it?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Like via text or a phone call?
Text.
Okay.
But my phone doesn't, like, that's why I have two phones and one, they don't work. They keep getting messed up. So, anyway, so it was supposed to be simple, quick, and easy. Wait. I don't know, it's hard for me to talk about him because I was really good friends with him. He's a little bit of a scumbag, like you would say, but like, not a scumbag, but like he was way too flirty all the time, you know, but he was really sweet to me. Really sweet to me. I haven't really talked about how this happened yet.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate you.
So I know what he wanted to do was come over there because he thought he was going to get some booty from me or something, and that just wants me so sad. He's just so sweet. In that regard, he's not an innocent guy whatsoever, but I don't know, it's hard. Like, so...
We're gonna stop Vowel right there. Not only did she just call a man sweet for coming over to get some booty, as she describes it, but the mere idea of it makes her burst into tears and claim she's sad. If you remember what Peter said in his interrogation, he believed that Vowel lured Hoyt over because she knew he was attracted to her. Essentially, she was the key piece that brought him into the trap, and she proves right here that she was well aware of that. Despite the tears that she's using to try and convince detectives that it wasn't her intention.
Richard, this is about a killer girlfriend. She seemed like she set a couple of guys up, and it was drugs involved. Shout out to you. Happy Sunday.
He came back. He wasn't supposed to come. He wasn't supposed to have been back so soon. I thought he was going to be gone longer because he didn't want me to go do.
Hey, John. How are you? Happy Sunday.
He doesn't like me doing it on, and so it was kind of something that I didn't want him to be there for. He, she doesn't like that.
So Southern says, why do these criminals think crying will help them go home? It's a tactic, really. It's something that a lot of people learn as children, and some, when they get into adult age, it still works. So they use it, right? That saying goes, what's not broken, don't fix it. And for some people, it works. Some people it works. The crying, I'm hysterical. And mind you, like I said, people are going to mourn, and how they feel about things is going to show up in many different ways, right? Many different ways. But the reason why she's crying now, that is a tactic because she really doesn't want to answer the questions directly what the detectives are asking her. If she shows more, like, oh, like whatever not, is giving her time. It's giving her time to think, right? It's making her look like she's remorseful, right? She has a heart. She has a conscience. These are things that people want to present when they're in the heat of the trouble, right? So that's why that happened. Yeah, Delia, I don't see no tears either. I just see her just wiping a lot. I don't see no tears. It could be, the camera quality is not well, but I didn't see one teardrop either. So let's go on.
I do them sometimes. So, but he came back earlier than I expected, and so Anyway, I told him and his friends to just like kind of, I don't know, just let me do it. I told him because he doesn't like me doing it at all. He found out and he was a bit upset that I was gonna get him, but whatever.
So Vicky, Patrick, and was that it?
No, Vicky, Patrick, and Paige was there too. He'd come back.
Okay.
I didn't know he was gonna come back so soon.
Anybody else?
And Vicky's boyfriend, Stan.
Who?
Stan. Yeah, he'll probably don't even have a lot of the information I have because I'm sure they don't want me to tell you all what happened, but
It's us talking. It's not, you're talking.
So keep in mind, she admitted a little bit. She admitted that she lured that guy Hoyt who lost his life. She lured him there because he had an attraction to her. You know, she knew that. Mind you, she's supposed to be in a relationship. So why are you even entertaining anybody who is showing any sexual, attraction to you? So now it kind of plays out that it makes sense what the other guy stated before. Why? And then she just admitted that, a couple people, the Vicky Bobby and all this stuff like that. You naming people specifically saying, hey, we were supposed to get down and get it over it. So are you admitting now that y'all were going to have a robbery, that you was going to rob this guy, and that's why you called him or text him to come over, and he thought he was coming over to get some cookies and maybe do some drugs with you, but you was setting him up? Did she just admit that? Because that's what it looked like. She just admitted it. Name dropping. Yes, Southern.
I'm just us, okay?
but I know I shouldn't be. I feel like I'm betraying people, but at the same time, Hoyt was my
Yes,
friend, and
absolutely.
It was wrong. It was really wrong.
It was wrong, and like I said earlier, you need to look out for yourself right
I'm
now.
not trying to worry. I'm worried about it. The fact that happened was wrong, and it shouldn't have happened.
Do you know Stan's last name?
West. Please, I do not want to get in trouble by any of these people.
I understand. Is he a white male or black male?
White.
Okay.
But what I do know for a fact is that, like, maybe some wrong things were done. But I'm telling you this are wrong for a fact. I saw the whole thing happen, and when you see someone hurt someone like that, you can tell their intentions are not good. You can tell people that are just like, calm down, that are just like, okay. Like, it felt like we were at an intention, we were gonna get robbed from them. It's how it felt like, kind of, because he brought some other guy that we didn't know ahead of time. Like, it was supposed to just be Hoyt. Hoyt was the only one that was supposed to come over. He was the only one that was supposed to come alone. He never said he was going to bring people.
The claims that Paige, Briggs, and Vowell believed they were going to be robbed had some truth to them, but not a lot. There were messages exchanged between Hoyt and another man where the man expressed interest in robbing Paige. Hoyt seemed to be on board with the idea of robbing Paige, after which Paige saw the messages exchanged between the two. However, it wasn't this loose talk of robbery that seems to have triggered a violent response from Paige. It was what Hoyt said about Vowell. In the messages, Hoyt mentioned that he had hooked up with Vowell several times. Upon reading these messages, Paige allegedly became irate and formulated the plan to attack and rob Hoyt. He would get the satisfaction of hurting the man who had an affair with his woman, and she would get free pills to fuel her addiction.
How it happened should not have happened. It was kind of supposed to be a low-key thing. Like, I was just supposed to switch out with Hoyt really quick. Like, do a little transaction really quick. That's what my intentions were, was to do a little quick transaction. But anyway, I feel like everyone thought that we were gonna get robbed because he brought other people.
Was there conversation about that?
So it seems like both teams, right? Because it was a team of 4 on both sides. It seemed like they both had intentions on robbing each other, right? Because drugs were involved. However, it turned into a homicide situation because of the extra information that is coming out with her luring that Hoyt guy there, her, I guess, supposedly seeing the text messages that he was going to rob her, and she felt that in this time of need, it was, we need to take him out. We need to take him out. He needs to go, because I guess she caught wind that they might do a robbery for them. Let's see. Sean said Hoyt was a sex for drugs with Paige. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. But now I'm starting to think, like, was it her? Was she the one who gave the thumbs up? Let's just go ahead and get rid of this guy, because she thought, or she heard the messages saying that, yeah, maybe we need to snatch this from them or rob this from them. I don't know. It seems like it has to do more with the drugs, but it really doesn't seem like that to me. It seems a little bit more personal. It seems like there was an issue that she had with Hoyt specifically, and I don't know if is it because she wanted to get with him, or she couldn't get with him, or she wanted to make her boyfriend jealous, or did she use the situation for her boyfriend to take his quote unquote revenge that she was talking with somebody? It just doesn't feel like it has that much to do with the robbery per se than what they're making it lead on, because I don't even hear about any of them coming off on any form of real money. I mean, the guy who spoke before, him also having a drug problem, they were only able to get $400 off of him. Then he went back home where they drove him so he can get more money from the house. Y'all didn't come up on no thousands or hundred thousands of dollars. I just don't, I'm not really understanding this. But let's go on. Let's hear what she has to say else.
About you guys getting robbed between you guys, I guess, whoever, like, did Paige feel that way, or did he thought was
He felt that way whenever he saw other people pulling up and stuff. Like, other people pulled up. There was another car with them and stuff. Like, it's just, and then he was trying to bring people in. Like, people were starting to come in and stuff. I don't know, it was weird. It was really weird. It was unexpected, so people started thinking quickly, I guess you would say. But, so all Paige did was, the short little guy, he just took him off to the side, took him down. There were guns in the house, obviously. Paige took the one guy down, and then Hoyt went crazy and was like jumping all around the place, and they were trying to get on. I tried to get them to stop with Hoyt because I saw he was bleeding from his ear and stuff. Like, Paige was just sitting with the one dude, like laying on the ground. Like,
why did all this start then?
Because he thought that he was going to get robbed.
I mean, was there like an argument before? Or?
No, there was not really an argument. He just thought we were going to get robbed because of this, because, like, I don't know, the word on the streets, like, people are always talking about how people are going to get robbed. I don't know. So, and there's not that 100% trust between everyone,
Did Hoyt and the other guy come in the front door or a different door?
The front door.
And they came in the house?
He started coming in the house and he came back out of the house asking about these other people. So it was kind of a little bit kind of alarming, I guess you would say. And I feel like...
Hey, Bill, how are you? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday.
So Hoyt went in the house and came back out?
He started to come in the house. He goes, "Man, why y'all always gotta all sit out there? Why y'all sitting out there? Come on. Or whatever. And then, he started making his little slick comments to me, like, why am I wearing them shorts? He's gonna do something, whatever. But that's normal. Hoyt's always like that. Okay? But, and then it was just, they decided to stay in the car, and it was just the two. It was just Hoyt and the other guy.
Okay.
So you keep going.
Who was outside? Who stayed outside?
I'm not exactly sure. It's one of the little, I think it started with a P, one of the little guys.
That's the little short guy you're talking about? It starts with a P?
Yeah, I think it starts with a P.
Okay.
But He did not mean to get. I feel like he was put in a situation that he didn't even want to be there. I want to know what happened. It went really fast. But Paige held Pete to the ground. He held Pete to the ground. Yeah, that's his name. It was Pete. Pete. Yep, that was his name. He came back so quick right there. Pete was his name. Sorry, when some people ask me on point, I don't always know.
Okay. So Paige held Pete to the ground.
Yeah, and he said, Pete, everything's gonna be fine. Just keep your hands on your right.
Was this in the house?
Yeah, he said, yeah, in the house. This was after a long time. I don't know. I'm all over the place about it because this is the first time I'm going back through it.
Okay, let's start here. Hoyt came up. Y'all were gonna do an exchange.
Yeah, Hoyt came up with Pete.
Okay.
And then some other people. I think
white guys, black guys, girls.
There was no girls. There's no girls.
Okay.
There's no girls.
Okay, so he comes up with other people. You don't know who they are.
Yeah, but some of them were gonna. He was starting to invite. Hoyt tried to invite his friends to come in and stuff, and then they didn't want to, or something. And he said, "Fine, go stay in the bar or whatever."
Okay.
So okay, I don't know. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, kind of weird is a bit of an understatement here. In her classic fashion, she blames the men for what happened. In reality, the posse that came with Hoyt and Peter wanted to come inside the home, but Vowell specifically told them they weren't allowed. Because if they did come inside, beating and robbing Hoyt would be nearly impossible, and she wouldn't get the pills for free like she was planning.
I feel like at first, maybe Pat and them maybe thought that there was going to be a robbery. I felt after when they brought all the people there, I could understand why he thought that they were going to try and rob them. But then after they came in, I felt like nothing bad was going to happen, and I felt like it wasn't going to be like what he thought it was going to be. So Paige just was holding Pete down, trying to figure out what was going on, and Hoyt was just going crazy. And Stan, and because I'm being completely honest, I can't believe I'm doing this, but I feel really bad for Hoyt. And it shouldn't have happened like that. If it was, anyway, Hoyt started going crazy. Stan was grabbing them all over the place, and literally, I swear to God, I saw Hoyt's ear, like dangling or something, and I tried to get him to stop, but then Hoyt was going crazy. He was like jumping around all over the place, and then the next thing you know, I hear him gunshot. And I didn't think he hit him or anything. I didn't think that Pat hit him, but he did. And then after that, maybe I wanted to go. I wanted to go the whole time, and I was so scared. I was so scared.
Yeah, the fake crying, she's doing too much because especially the police know that you're the one who set everything up. You set everything up. You're the one who lured the guy there. You're the one who knew who had the drugs. You was planning on getting drugs free. Then all these guys come together. Now some two guys don't know each other, and then now you're thinking that y'all gonna get jumped. Y'all was both trying to play each other. It's just like, I don't know. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. I'm so my apology. Oh my God. Okay, so you said that you try to put the card in, but it won't accept it. Any idea how to get my own card to work? Let's see. Is that for super chats, Miss Joanne? I'm so sorry to hear about that, Miss Joanne. Oh man. But she said, I tried to put my card in, but it won't accept it. Any idea how to get my own card to work? I called my big two. Any ideas? So normally when you call them, they should let you have that merchant be able to purchase from that merchant, because sometimes they think that it could be somebody else or someone took your identity to do that. I don't know why they're giving you a hard time. Is it because it's because you're in Canada per se? But normally I can buy things from Canada and it doesn't Oh, he said that happened to me last week. I had to cancel all my memberships. Wow. Do you have Google Pay attached to you? Yeah, you could try Google Pay. There's other forms, but here's what I'll do. I'll put something on my community board if some people are having problems and issues with that, and we'll take it from there. But I'm so sorry. Like I said, prayers to your mom. I'm truly sorry about that, ma'am.
I can't believe that happened from me.
Where did this happen at? In the house?
In the living room.
Okay.
There's only like one room available.
Okay.
But me and Paige ended up calling someone. He doesn't want to put his name out there. He didn't do anything wrong. He just was there to pick me and Paige up because we did not want to be part of that situation at all. We did not want to be a part of it. I wanted to pretend it didn't even happen. Like it felt like it was so surreal. It felt like a dream, like the worst nightmare of my life.
Who had the gun?
Pat had a big gun. I don't know why he shot him.
He had a big ass gun?
He had a big gun. And he shot him.
I understand that, boo.
Do you know where he shot him?
Yes, because I went out there. I wanted to try and save his life. I told him we needed to call the cops.
I'm glad that she's no longer in pain, dear. I'm truly glad.
We need to call the cops. He's about to die. Like, he's about to die. And then he was dead.
Right.
And I had to go. I
don't understand that either.
I did not want to be there anymore. Like, I could not even look at him. I did not want to be there. I did not want to be there.
Where did he get shot at? I know you said his ear was dangling.
He obviously got shot in his chest. There was nothing I could do because he was already
If I gotta bear through this, Daniel, so do you.
No,
you don't. Shout out to you.
Area. Like, I couldn't even look at him like that. Like, I couldn't.
You don't know how his ear was injured?
Stan injured his ear. I watched it.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, she doesn't make any sense. You told them from the beginning, before you started doing all this crying, talking, that you saw everything. So you know who got hit, you know who started it, you know who pulled out the weapon, you know who actually shot, because you said that you saw everything. So now, while you're saying that you don't even know where he got shot at, if you didn't, how do you not know where he got shot at if you also help them clean up the spot? You help them clean up the place. And all this crying, like, you did not call 911. And when it started to escalate for them, I guess, trying to grab people and start tying people up and beating them to a pulp with weapons, you didn't call 911. You didn't run away from them. You didn't do anything. You helped them clean up the space where this all happened. You said there was one room available. I'm thinking, is that your house? So did this all happen at your house? That could be a possibility, because she's the one who lured Hoyt there, right? So did it happen at your home? It happened on your property in one bedroom that you made available, which was the living room? It's a little bit annoying for me that she's doing it, but we talk about this on this channel. You know why she's doing it. she has to protect herself. This is why it's everybody else's fault. She had no involvement. She wanted to leave as soon as it happened. At one point, she tried to stop it. No, you didn't. You didn't do any of that at all. And I tell you the truth, the text messages probably show that, because I know they had conversations after they committed this act against this person. I know they was talking amongst each other, talking about, oh, well, y'all keep y'all phones off or erase the messages. You know, we can't talk about this. Let's not link up. Let's check the news, have this hit the local news. Just that's what usually people tend to do, especially if they do crimes with each other, right? They want to figure out what's going on, who talked to somebody, did someone ask them about this person's whereabouts. You start getting worried because you don't want things to get exposed. Yes, she left the house with everyone else. She did. They literally said that she was cleaning up the walls. She was cleaning up the walls. So you was helping to hide evidence. Miss, I didn't want to get involved. I don't want to get involved, but I took that Lysol and I'm wiping off the blood off the wall and stuff like that. I'm hearing him getting beat. I'm hearing him telling you to stop. I'm hearing another guy getting tied up and tape put it over his eyes saying, you know, muffling, stop, what's going on? Let us go. But no, I didn't want to get involved. No, I didn't want to be involved. Jason Jones says she was dating my boy Brad on the side. What? You know, Jason? Oh my goodness. I thought of that, Southern Belle, but okay, so you talk about that. Daniel said, did she not get free drugs? Maybe that's why she's crying. It can't be because the guy she set up to get robbed got smoked, because she's still telling his lies about that. I you know what? I think she's truly just crying or putting on the crying mask is just for protection, because she doesn't want to be held accountable as a murderer, right? Because obviously she's premeditated, right? You're the one who lured the guy there. You're the one who told the guy, hey, you know, can you come over and come through? He would have had never came over if he didn't get the invite from you. So I'm really thinking that this is her home and this took place on her property or at her apartment. But let's go on.
Fighting.
With how? With what? What was he fighting with, though?
I think he had a gun or something. He may have had brass knuckles. I don't know what he had, but somehow, I don't know if y'all seen his body. Please tell me his ear was, where that was in my head. It felt like his ear was literally dangling and just sporting around everywhere. And when that happened, that was up against the front window, like, of the house.
Poor innocent Paige Vowell. She tried her hardest to save Hoyt's life, but he was gone too fast, and no one else was willing to call the police. Well, according to her. But if you ask anyone else in the know, including her friend Harley, it was another girl present who tried to save Hoyt's life. Meanwhile, Vowell watched as Hoyt choked and threw up a bunch of blood. Someone begged those present to call an ambulance, but Vowell didn't want to because she knew she'd go to jail. In total, Hoyt was beaten for a full 2 minutes before he was shot.
Me and Paige, honestly, didn't know what to do. Like, I know he wanted to get rid of all the guns and stuff. Like, that was really mainly, like, for...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
They
what
watching enough TV.
I didn't even know.
They like, we gonna get away with
I
this.
don't know how he could have done that. I had no clue how he could have done that.
We go for
Where
guns
was Hoyt
and brass knuckles,
whenever
the
he was
diabolical Paige. Yes, exactly, Sean.
I know you said the living room. Where was he at in the living room?
And here's another thing too. What the video essayist just said, another woman was present. So it must have been 2 or maybe 3 women. One of the women actually did try to save Hoyt's life when he's throwing up because you beating him for 2 minutes straight, pounding him out with weapons and your legs and your arms and punching him and all the stuff like that before someone who she still won't admit. Well, she did say that Pat did it, but we'll see if that's the truth. But someone decided to shoot him with one of the weapons that they were beating him with. She didn't call 911. She didn't go get him help. She didn't render any aid. Someone else rendered aid. In fact, she instructed the other girl who was trying to get this guy help, no, don't call nobody because I don't want to go to jail and I don't want to go to prison. So again, how are you so concerned and this shouldn't have happened and I didn't want to be involved, but you're the first one saying, no, don't get the police involved. No, don't call EMS to give this guy any aid because I don't want to get in trouble. That tells me that you had more involvement than what you're trying to let these detectives believe with all this crying and stuff like that. And also, why would you be worrying about you going to jail if you really didn't do anything? Oh, that's because you know that you did something. You know you set this guy up. You know you set this guy up. So that's why that was on your mind. Not Harley looks like a possessed doll. You know, apparently a lot of these individuals are using drugs. So it's bad. It's really bad. Let's go on.
By the closet, near the kitchen. Okay, was he standing? Was he on his knees? Was he laying down?
He was fighting like crazy. Like when I say someone who thinks that they're about to get hurt really bad fights like crazy, no. Usually he's laid down and you're like, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me. Hoyt did not do that. Hoyt was going all over the place. Like honestly, he was a fight. It was fighting back and forth.
Who was he fighting with?
I honestly, I don't really. All I know is Paige was with Pete, trying to hold Pete
I agree,
down.
Daniel.
Stan and David and Pat were the ones that were over there, that were trying to hold the weight down, and then all of a sudden I hear the gun go off, and I'm never gonna get out of my memory ever again. This kid, like, I cannot believe it. Like, have you ever seen someone die in front of you? Have you ever seen someone die in front of you like that? Someone that you're friends with, and you're really good friends with his girlfriend. I want to make up a lie in my head and just, like pretend something, like I didn't even see that, like I wasn't even there. Like I want to train my brain not to be able to see that anymore. Like I wish you could do that. I don't know if I'll ever be the same after that, to be honest. I can't.
Before the gun.
So you want to train yourself mentally so you can block out that someone lost their life because of your actions. Someone lost their life because you set them up. Someone lost their life because you wanted drugs and you wanted drugs free. And since you knew that they had drugs and they probably had, I guess, more than just an individual amount with them, that you brung people there to try to rob that person so you can have their whole stash that they had with them. A person is gone because of you. And now you, instead of really actually taking accountability or being responsible, you want to get that side out, that block that part out of your mind. Because what you see in his face while you're sleeping, you see in his face the person that you set up while you're sleeping. I don't even believe that. I don't think she cared at all that this man lost his life and that he lost his life brutally and that she set him up. I just clearly believe that she does not want to have a murder charge on her. She definitely don't want to go down for first-degree murder. She definitely don't want to go down for moving a body from a scene of a crime, right? The transfer of a body from a scene of a crime. She doesn't want all the many plethora of charges that can come down from her involvement. So I'm startled, I'm distraught, I'm having nightmares. I'm really going through PTSD. And she probably is. I'm not saying that she's not going through PTSD, but she's going through a trauma that you committed, that you helped facilitate for it to go down. Let's see. Round 5. Yep, here we go. Round 5. That absolutely. because this must video must have been a great in court. She's doing the prosecution job for them. Yes, absolutely. But see, that's again why she asked earlier, am I going to be held accountable, or am I going to be incriminated for the things that I said? Yes, you are. And all that crying is nothing. They can read between all the crying and the talking about yourself, talking about your well-being, your mental well-being. They can read through all that and know that, yeah, you had a lot of involvement with this lady. And again, you're not the only person that they're going to interview. There's 8 other people that they have to interview. And they knew at one point that they would have to pin each other against each other, and to get actual what really happened, what's going on, who's actually responsible for this, right? You're not the first person that they talked to. We only saw a glimpse of the main guy, who was tied up with Hoyt and was also put in kidnapped and be taken to his house to give more money to these guys, right? If he didn't give his statement and his testimony, she probably wouldn't even gotten convicted, because as of right now, it would just go on the basis, well, who had the gun? Do we have the gun? Do we actually have the murder weapon? Yes, we have the murder weapon. Whose fingerprints is on it? It's Pat's fingerprints on this weapon. Okay. Do the shells match? Yes, the shells match that was found in this individual's body. Who vehicle was used to transport the guy's body? It was his vehicle that was used. They all help. Who helped clean up the house or try to clean up the scene of the crime? Everybody involved tried to do that. This is really sad. I don't really like when people do stuff like this, but however, we know people do stuff like this every single day. Every single day. It's terrible.
That shot went off. You said there was fighting. Were there any other weapons involved?
I'm not sure. I know that there were brass knuckles in the house and stuff like that, so I don't know if those were used. I don't know how they did it. I honestly don't know. It went so quick, and I cannot. I'm sorry.
So you didn't,
I keep picturing it in my head.
You didn't see anybody use any hammers or anything?
No, I didn't see any hammers or anything. You saw all I saw was Pat shot him, and I didn't know what to do. I honestly, I didn't know what to do. I wanted to go. I wanted to leave. I agree, Boo. There's nothing that could have been done. I just wanted to leave. I was scared. I was so scared. I don't understand how all that can happen when all I wanted to do was just, I feel like it's my fault. If I hadn't wanted to get any painkillers, none of that would have ever happened. So it's my fault. It's my fault.
Vowell knows exactly how Hoyt's ear got the way it was, and no, she wasn't imagining it. In Vowell's alleged confession to her friend Harley, she stated that she told the others that they had to make Hoyt unrecognizable to cover up the crime. To do this, she grabbed a hammer and began him with it. The autopsy report shows a 1.5 inch by 1.5 inch avulsion, or skin flap, on Hoyt's skull by his ear. That doesn't exactly paint Vowell as an innocent bystander.
I guarantee you, once he messed his ear up, I think that's whenever Hoyt really.
So that makes perfect sense. Why they asked her about any hammers being used. Because you an idiot. You used the hammer and you was bashing and trying to disfigure Hoyt's body. Because, and the funny thing about it is, how are you so dumb to admit that, right? You admitted it to, I guess, one of the people was there. Like, no, hey guys, no, we have to disfigure this guy, and to make it look like he got beaten up and he wasn't shot or something like that. And you use a hammer to do that, and your dumb ass don't even clean the hammer. The detectives asked you that because obviously they found other tools in that area and they tested it, even if y'all try to clean it, and your DNA is on it. So here you are talking about somebody else did this, somebody else did that, and you supposed to be this quote unquote bystander. I didn't do nothing. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want this to happen. I tried to make them stop. I was like, what's going on? And here you are going oops upside him and also bashing his head in. It seemed like you're the one who's doing most of the bashing, right? You hitting him in his head. You're cracking his skull. Like, and for you to sit up here and cry, the way you're crying as if you didn't smash and mess up this guy's ear, the side of his temple, or anything. That's quite scary, isn't it? It's quite scary how now when evidence gets put together and you see how people or what people are capable of doing and how they can literally turn around and flip the script and just start crying, acting hysterical, get the sweats and everything like that. And the way how people can just shift that like that is really insane. Shapeshifters. Right, exactly, Sean. If they ask, they already know. Absolutely. And like I said, they're going to ask her questions that's not going to make her jump to be quiet. The way how they're going to frame the questions is that they want to be an open ear and they want to listen to her. They're not going to frame the questions in a, I guess, aggressive type of way, because aggressiveness is not going to work on an individual like this, right? It's not. She will completely shut down if she even sensed that they feel that she's guilty and she's not a victim. So that's why they have to take that tactic. They have to use that approach with her, right? Just having a conversation, let her express herself, let her get her feelings out and all that. And eventually she's going to tell herself, she's going to be vulnerable enough to tell herself without thinking that, you don't really look like a victim, even though you're trying to make it seem like you're a victim. They have to do that. She would have did it anyway else. She would have shut down. She would have stopped crying. She would have wiped all the tears. She would have stopped being flustered, and she would have been like, I want a lawyer. I don't want to speak to you guys anymore. That's what she would have done. So they had to take that route. His poor parents. Yeah, I agree. It's a horrible way to go the way that he did. Horrible. Daniel said she had PTSD. I think his co-defendants have PTSD from watching her crazy. Yes, I agree with you, Daniel. I do. I agree with you. Let's go on.
Started going crazy. I mean, I have my eardrums. I don't know what I would do. But it looked like his ear was dangling and there was just blood going everywhere. And I was just standing there saying, stop.
So, but were they fighting with just their hands, or are they?
No, there was definitely nothing with hands.
What was
there?
Fighting?
No hands. I don't know if you'll know. There's no hands. There's no possible way they could have it with hands. There was guns. There was just guns. I don't know.
Like they were hitting with guns?
Yeah, he could have got pistol whipped or something.
No, I'm asking, did you see that? Or?
I mean, I don't know. No, it's kind of like it really is kind of a blur. I've been trying to tell myself it didn't happen. I know it's not as Ronan do, but I've been trying to just try and make up things in my head that are, I can't do it though. I cannot see it in my head all the time.
So you saw Stan hitting him with something?
Yeah, I saw Stan hitting him and they're all yelling and I was just trying to get them to stop.
But you don't know what Stan was hitting with?
I had no clue what he was hitting with. All I know is he was getting hit and Stan was and all I know is in that moment I could tell each and every single one of those dudes, I could tell who was out there that had no soul at all. But I could read them like a book. Like, they didn't give a... Like, how can you do that to somebody?
What was Patrick hitting him with?
And Pat scared me the most. I thought Pat...
It's really sad that she's really like, any case that she was trying to have for herself is being completely destroyed by her own actions. You cannot say that you saw everything, you watched everything, you was trying to get them to stop, but then now you don't know. Now you have amnesia about what tools or what item they was using as a weapon against this guy. You do know, but you're strategically trying to say that you don't know what they used to hit this guy, on his body or on his head, because you hit that guy with a hammer. So you don't want to say, oh, well, a hammer was being used, because now if they go looking for hammers, they have your DNA on it, right? And then your whole, I'm just this scared bystander watching a bad situation go to a homicide, that story goes out the window. So you're not trying to lead them to any other weapons. You don't want them to go look for any other items and tools that was used to viciously attack and unalive this guy, because you're involved with it. And the bad thing about it is they know that you're involved with it, but they're, like I said, they have to play the role with you, right? They have to play the role with you to get more information, because they want you to believe that you're safe. They want you to believe that you're not considered a suspect. You're a victim. They need you to believe that so you can be comfortable to express things that will give up that you're not a victim at all. Let's see. Sean said, wait, she didn't see anything. Then she saw. Then she didn't see. Then she saw again. Am I hearing this right? You are hearing it exactly how I am hearing it, sir, unless I need to go clean out my ears again. But I'm hearing the same thing you're hearing. So I don't know. We're not in a trance. I don't think we're having a collective dream over here. So let's go on.
Like, I thought I had a really good judge of character. Like, I could tell he was a good person or not. I don't know. All of a sudden, something clicked with a lot of those people that just I had never seen before in my life. Like, you can tell who someone really is whenever something like that happens, and you see that rage, like that for no reason. Of course, like, why are they getting mad at Hoyt whenever Hoyt's not doing anything wrong but fighting back, Like.
So what did Pat hit him with?
I don't know if Pat hit him or not. All I know is Pat shot him.
When did Pat get the gun? I mean, was he had it the whole time, or?
Pat had a damn... Pat was obsessed with guns. His dad does, owns a gun thing. I don't know. He's always got, like, really good guns. So there was already guns in the house. Pat's there a lot all the time. He just actually moved into a new place, so he had his guns.
Yeah, so Pat had a big gun, right? So a long gun?
Yeah, Pat
had when during the altercation did he get that? Did he have it? Was he holding it the whole time?
Yeah, he already had it.
So he had it while he was trying to fight Hoyt?
No, I don't know if he had it while he was trying to fight Hoyt, but I know he had already had it in the house because he was in the process of moving.
She's being very, very strategic right there. You are not trying to say that possibly you or someone else went to go hand Pat this weapon. That it had to be at one point in time that the weapon was stored somewhere in this house. So I'm thinking that this must be Pat's house, right? That this all played out. That would even more make me believe why you set him up, right? Because if he doesn't even know the guy Pat, you're at Pat's house, you call the guy or text the guy, tell him to come over here for drugs, whatever not, to somebody else's house. You have 3 people. The guy comes with 3 people because he doesn't necessarily know you. He doesn't necessarily know the other people, but he know you, and he thought that he was going to smoke some weed or drugs, whatever not, and probably, get a little nookie from you, right? Because that's how you was trying to lure him over there, that he was going to get some nookie and drugs. So he went, right? Nookie and drugs. Hey, you thought that you was going to rob this guy and get free drugs. Now all of a sudden this whole big fight comes out. We see who are the ones who are the victors, and we see who are the ones who didn't win this fight. But then y'all went from a quote unquote altercation into full blown, I want to unalive this person. And then the way how you did it, it seemed so planned. Like that was the talk even before the altercation happened. Like at this point, I don't even believe that there was a real altercation. I don't believe there was a real fight. I think there was a scramble or a scrapping situation where one set of the group realized that they were being trapped and it was a setup and they were supposed to be robbed, and now they was trying to fight their way out of the house once they realized that it was going to be robbed. And what did y'all do? Y'all prevented them from leaving. Y'all tied them up. You put tape over their eyes and stuff. You beat one of the guys to a pulp. You took his money, the drugs. You took the other guy's money and drugs. You drove the other guy to his house for him to go and get more money. So it's just too premeditated for me. I don't think that it was just a altercation that went bad. I truly believe that that was their whole intentions. Because why did y'all have all that stuff out there anyway? What would be the point if it was just a fight and a guy's getting physical with you? So unless you had a pistol or something already on you in that way, I need to know the storyline, right? I need to know the storyline. At what point did he say, F the scrapping, F the towing, F the going back and forth with each other with our knuckles. I need to go get my long gun and I'm gonna just end his life. She won't tell that part of the story. Because if he did not have the weapon on him right then and there while he was fighting, that means he had to stop fighting to go get the weapon. And then she would know. So, let's just say, hey, Moa, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Now she don't see anything. Again, right. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. All right. Hi, Shelly. How you doing? Is the sound low? I just stopped it for a moment. We can go on.
Yeah, so my question is, what point did Pat grab the long gun?
I have no idea. There was so much going on. Honestly, I was watching Paige because he's my boyfriend, and so I wanted to make sure everything was okay with him.
If you recall, Peter detailed that Vowell's actions didn't end with just watching and making sure that her boyfriend was okay. Vowell helped clean up the scene of the crime and dispose of the body, which is yet another felony that will be added to her record.
Hey, Bama, how you doing? Bama boy? Yeah, I watch Snap. Women be crazy. Shout out to you.
It's really my fault. Because I wanted to get some painkillers.
I know this is tough, but we gotta, we have to get through it.
No one understood. Releasing that guy.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
My friend, I don't know, on my Facebook, he said the sweetest thing on my birthday, not even 2 weeks ago, the sweetest thing. He's always been so sweet to me, and I cannot believe that happened to him. I can't believe he did that, and I had to see it. I should not have had to see anything like that.
Excuse me for just a minute, Paige. Your dad owns the truck that you drive, right? Is it your daddy that owns it or your stepdaddy?
Yeah, my dad.
Okay. What's his name?
David Barton.
David Barton. Do you have a phone number for your dad?
Yeah.
What's his number, sweetie? No.
I'm just trying to be honest.
We appreciate that.
He deserves that. His girlfriend deserves that.
And that's why you're in here talking to us about it, right? Because it's not right what happened to him. Absolutely. And that's all. You're not. I just need.
I saw people for who they really were at that specific moment. You can tell who's not right in the head. I promise you that. I have never.
What's Dad's phone number, sweetheart?
I'm sorry. I have never, ever would ever think that I would ever be in a situation like that ever in my life. And I literally, when I tell you, you can read someone and how they really are in a situation like that, which I would not want my worst enemy to have to witness or be in a situation like that, because that is. I can't believe that happened. He was a scumbag when it comes to him trying to do stuff with me because he's a little war dog that way, but he is the sweetest guy. He has a really good freaking heart. He has the best heart ever, and it should have never happened to him.
Oh, she's getting on my nerves just a little bit. He's the sweetest guy. This shit had never happened to me. He's not perfect. He was a jerk, you know. He likes to flirt with women, and he likes going after that coochie. He probably he tapped women on the butt and stuff like that. But he's such the sweetest guy. It should have happened. If he was the sweetest guy and he was so kind and sweet to you, why would you set him up? Why did you set him up? Why did you hit him in the head numerous of times and crack his skull and even disfigured his ear if he was such the sweetest guy to you? That is her way of trying to say she could not have done anything horrible or cruel to this man because I look up to him in such a great way. He's so sweet. He's so kind. He's so polite, and this shouldn't have happened to him. That is your way of how you're trying to play with the detectives about how you really feel about this guy. Quite honestly, you don't care if this guy was sweet or not. You wanted the drugs. You lured him with sex. You lured him with sex, and you wanted the drugs, and you wanted all the drugs. You didn't want to pay for the drugs that he had, the painkillers, the prescription drugs that he had. You didn't want to pay for it. You wanted it for free, and sex wasn't good enough for it, right? Because you already used sex with him one time for probably free drugs, and he's like, all right, I mean, I already tapped it. I don't need to be spending any more money or giving her any more free drugs, for sex. I already had sex before. But you told him that he was going to have sex again and that you wanted drugs. And you told him that you had paying customers who wanted drugs too. You set that man up. You set him and his friend up. It's really sad. Alfred said, what was the drugs? Weed, meth, Xanax, Boo Pill, or just M&M? I think it was prescription drugs, Alfred. Joanne said, because she thinks he's I agree. Just take the green coolant and say, and she saw the ear flap. That was her intent. Yes, exactly. All right, we're almost done with this one. Let's hear her lie some more. And I do want to touch base on her body language. Her body language is fearful. She's lying. We know that she's not being telling the truth. She's being very strategic. The whole crying every other 3 sentences is strategic. She also is holding her wrists. At one point, she was like this, her arm crossed, and we know that's defensive, that they're not telling the truth. But then I also want to piggyback on that she was also touching her ear every single time they asked her a certain question. She would touch her ear or rub her ear. That is also a sign that she's lying, or she's trying to come up with something that seems reasonable and believable. So she has been showing signs of someone who has not been telling the truth. It's funny how it's everybody's fault. Everybody did this, everybody did that. But then when they asked you in detail who had which weapon, when did he have time to get the weapon, who hit who, you don't know. But you saw everything, but you don't know. Let's go on.
Should never happen to anybody. I didn't know what to do. I had to trust me.
Hey, Paige, before we go any further, you're not under arrest. Understand, okay? Right now you are a witness in this. But I do want you to read your rights just so you understand your rights. You're not under arrest, okay? But you need to know your rights, okay? All right.
I should speak to a lawyer. Should I speak to a lawyer? I don't know how these things work.
It's your choice if you want to speak to a lawyer or not.
Well, let Detective Norman read you these rights, and then we'll kind of just go from there.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer at this time and have a lawyer present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand the rights that I read to you?
I do. Does that mean that everything I just said does not count anymore because I just never read my rights?
But you're not under arrest.
Yeah, you're not under arrest or anything. Basically what you're going to do, if you'll just initial here that I read these to you, and you can reread them if you like, and read the statement right here.
Honestly, I'm like worn out now. That was really vivid. Oh, I have not thought about that night since it happened. I tried to pretend it did.
She's, whoa. She's slick, isn't she? So I totally believe now that she was the mastermind of everything. Now all of a sudden she's tired. And that was a lot to say. Absolutely, pretty much nothing really. I mean, you said a few things that they already had the information for, but this was more about a session about how you feel and how emotionally unstable you are, mentally unstable you are for what you witnessed, right? But everything else that they asked you, they already knew the information. They already have the DNA, the fingerprints, everything has already been sent up to forensics, right? But now she knows. Now she knows that I have to, they're telling me, here's my Miranda rights. She understands that now. Now I'm getting my Miranda rights. Now you have to understand that everything that is going to be said, it will definitely be used against you once they have decided to put a charge on you for your involvement. And she knows that. And that's why now she's like, oh, I'm tired. And y'all really want me to write this? And I don't know, that took a lot out of me. She is very hesitant to actually put her signature on anything. She knows what's going on now. She knows that the reason why they pulled out that paperwork is because there's something that she said in their interrogation that triggered them to, this is not going to be an interview anymore. This is actually going to be a interrogation on record. I mean, this is recorded and this can still be used in the court, but now she has some Miranda rights, and we know that you have to give these people their Miranda rights. You have to. If you don't, you will most likely have a mistrial in court. Okay? You will have a mistrial in court, and you do not want to go through that. I'm telling you, you don't want to go through that, especially if you are a prosecutor or a detective, right? Because all that hard work of getting evidence, interviewing witnesses, and getting surveillance cameras and all that stuff, all that is going to go to waste because you're going to have to go right back to the drawing board. So you don't want to mistrial. You don't want to mistrial. So now she knows what's going on. She definitely does. Joanne said, she said all that without a Miranda warning. I know, right, Joanne? I know, right? Oh boy. Oh, hi, Cameron. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Shout out to you. And I hope you're having a great Sunday. And thank you for the compliment. I truly appreciate it. Wait, didn't they question her already? They told her, no, you're not being arrested, because that was the first thing that they asked when they started this interview. You're not being arrested. You're not in arrest. You know, everything's fine. And she just told everything, told her whole soul. Alfred said, not arrested, just detained. In an orange garb? Well, I think she has on her regular civilian clothes. But like I said, even though she is being detained for questions, this is like the interviewing type of process. That doesn't mean that any of this information, if they do find any of her fingerprints or more involvement in what she have done in this crime, that is not going to turn into a actual interrogation where charges are going to be placed on her. Let's see. Call Johnny Crocker. Not call Johnny Crocker when the shoe don't fit. All right, let's go on. Let's go on.
Didn't. That's why me and Paige went away to his beach house, because we were both freaking out.
Read this right here.
We had no idea. We had no idea that was like.
With those rights in mind, do you want to continue to talk to us? We just need to get all sides of the story. You mentioned something about a lawyer earlier. Do you want to continue to talk to us?
What if I had a lawyer? What would that mean?
Well, that's up to you. That was one of your rights that we read to you. We're just simply trying to get every side of the story that we can, so we can really find out what happened. Because obviously we're talking to a bunch of different people.
I just told you what happened.
Right. You want to? And we probably have more questions for you. And our question is, do you want to continue to talk to us?
And I don't. Cause I feel bad, because I don't want to. Pat was supposed to be my friend.
Yes, sir.
You want to talk to us about it, or you want an attorney present with you to talk?
No, it can be used. It could be
I
used.
want an attorney present, because I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want to say the wrong thing that would. But see, there's nothing wrong to say, but I'm telling the truth. But I don't want to. Is there any way that I could go to jail just by?
So I wanted to bring this up. Then shout out to you, Fandos, if I'm saying your name correctly. He said everything she said before being read, her Miranda rights were a waste of time, can't be used in court. No, it could be used in court. However, if she gets a good lawyer, because of the situation, if she gets a good lawyer, the lawyer could say that everything that she gave under the precedence that she was not that she had nothing to worry about, that she was just only being interviewed as a witness. Now that they have given her actually put on charges on her, they will say, her defense attorney will say that it shouldn't be fair, because she could have said those things. She could have said the things or not seek legal counsel earlier, due to them manipulating or coercing her to believe that she was never going to be a suspect. That is what her defense attorney will try to fight in court if she gets a good one, right? That she would have kept her mouth closed, and she would have never spoken to you guys if she was under the understanding that charges would at a later date be placed on her. Now, that's only if she gets a smart DA. It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. And they could use it. They could pull it. They can definitely pull that information. Voot said, lawyer up, baby, but you said too much. Yes. Sean says, sounds like she slipped a pill in them. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Right. Alfred said, when you become a when you're in a homicide, would that be your first? I don't know. It's a little. I'm having a little trouble. Alfred. Education is important. I totally agree, Misty. I totally agree. Shout out to you and thank you for watching us today.
Witnessing it, that's what I feel like. I feel like I should have gone. I feel like it's my fault. I feel like it's my fault because I saw it. And I brought him there.
Hey Lakers, it's going to be first degree murder.
After seeking her father's advice, Paige Vowell decided to invoke her right to an attorney and remain silent. At trial, she continued to try and claim her innocence by stating that she was just an unwilling bystander who had only invited Hoyt over to procure drugs and had no idea that the others planned on killing him. However, the jury disagreed. Paige Vowell was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The 4 men involved in the beating were also sentenced. Patrick Borain, who fired the shot that killed Hoyt, was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Paige Briggs received a 45-year sentence, while Stanley West and David Howard received 30 years each.
So as I said, I knew she was the mastermind, so that's why she got the most time. She got life in prison with no parole because, like I said, she set that guy up. She set him to come over there. All the guys knew that he was going to get robbed. And the bad thing about it, even his own friend, Hoyt, even his own friend knew that they were going to rob him. So he's sitting up there acting like a whole fiend, talking to the detectives. You knew that your buddy was going to get robbed. Now, I don't know if they actually planned on killing him per se, like him knowing that he was going to get killed, but she definitely did. They admitted it in the beginning. That there were text messages talking about, this guy might try to rob you and rob us. We're going to have to get rid of him. People going to have to literally watch out what they do and who they be around now. Like, seriously, y'all have to really take that serious. Who you hang out with, who you even buy. If you buy drugs, I don't want you buying drugs, but if you buy drugs out there, watch out, right? You gotta be careful out here. They're allowed to lie to you. They call it rouse. Yes, exactly. Her goose is cooked. Absolutely. She had to get the clean in the pickup. In the lockup. Yeah, exactly. Another wasted life. Yes, many wasted life. I'm counting about at least 6 people. Life is gone. No, it doesn't seem he was. I don't think so. They didn't name him, but he was involved, but probably not as much as those individuals. And again, guys, thank you for coming back, young Riaz. Yeah. All right, guys. So just please make sure you're hitting the like button for me, as again, I truly appreciate it. Helps the algorithm. It keeps me, keeps this channel going. And shout out to everyone who's commenting in the chat. Y'all make this worthwhile for me to do this, right? Because I love your commentary. And shout out to my Twitch watchers. I hope y'all are enjoying it as well. I hope y'all are enjoying it. This is my first time streaming to Twitch. So let's get into the next one, all right? So the next case that I have for you good folks is a suspect. It's when a suspect of a homicide or maybe even a robbery that could have led to a homicide. I'm not too sure, but a suspect pretends that he's shocked about all the information. This happened back in 2022 of the month of July, and I wanted to review this. And it's from one of my favorite channels, Red Tree Stories. So y'all can go ahead and look them up on YouTube. I love their video essays on these type of cases. So here we go. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Joanne. I truly appreciate you. Thank you so much.
35-year-old Burzy Armstrong is about to speak with 2 detectives after the body of his girlfriend, Tashika Young, was found lying on her bedroom floor. Bursey claims to have no idea why he was asked to come in and speak with the police.
Showed up to, have you been staying with Tashika or visiting her in the 2 weeks? Like, how is y'all's relationship?
Well, she and I, we have a good relationship. Me and my parents, we have a good relationship. So I think that everybody meshes well for the most part.
So where, like, for instance, where did you sleep
last night? Southern.
Last night I stayed in Middleburg.
Okay, so you stayed in Middleburg. Is that normally where you sleep when you're in town?
Yes.
Do you ever sleep at Tashika's?
The last time I spent the night over there was probably last Friday.
Okay.
Either last Friday or Saturday.
Had you been over to her apartment since last Friday or Saturday?
No.
Okay. So last time you were at Tashika's place was last Friday or Saturday. You spent the night?
I spent the night. My mom picked me up that afternoon.
So what, in your own words, again, what is Tashika?
Absolutely. I'll put that down on my list.
Because you said family, so how, like, what do you consider Tashika?
She and I, like a future wife.
A future wife?
Yeah. She and I, we had kind of separated a little bit, but every time we separate, we get right back together.
Okay. So where are y'all at right this second?
Fixing it. We're
Okay.
fixing it. Yesterday, she said that, is this about her?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. This is about Tashika.
Yesterday, she said that, she was like, she wanted to fix the family, make the family work.
Was this in person, or are y'all talking on the phone?
We were texting.
Okay.
Tashika's cause of death appeared to be several gunshot wounds. When the police checked her phone, they found hundreds of toxic messages between her and Bursey. Several of the messages sent from Bursey were filled with threats of violence.
And then I texted her this morning, and I texted her this afternoon, and then she didn't respond to my text this afternoon. And I called her mother to see, she was around her, because sometimes, when she gets mad, she won't answer my calls or texts. Okay. So I just kind of send something to her mom and say, can you tell her, just talk to me. And then
let's see. Alfred, he says, what's your nickname? Coffee? Slight Honey? I'm not telling you my nickname. Southern said, see how they talk about these women? It's like a performance. I agree. Here's the problem with this guy right here. They know that you was the last person in contact with your significant other, right? If they got a hold of your phone, they read all the messages between you guys, right? Now, I know a lot of the public don't know this, but detectives and officers, anybody who is assigned to a case, they can pull data up to 10 years from your phones, right? And let's say you do a factory reset on your phone. So yes, all the messages actually on the phone might be gone. However, most of these internet providers for cell phones, they have a cloud system associated with it, or Google account or whatever not. And all they have to do is just subpoena to get the records from there. Even your images, the ones that you thought that you have deleted, no, they're not deleted. Everything is attached to some form of metadata out there. So this is why it's very important, very, very important what you do, what you say, and especially when it comes down to social media, any form of, internet or e-communications whatsoever, you got to be careful, because it's all can be retrieved. It's not gone, right? There is a reason why they say that the internet is forever. The internet is forever. Anything can be pulled up. So this guy, he made a horrible mistake, because he's acting like he's such a concerned person, or, oh yeah, me and we was having problems and we was working it out, and her family knew that we was working it out and stuff, but you're acting like they didn't know that they could probably have pinpointed your vehicle there. They probably have surveillance from wherever this situation happened, that you were there before they started to come and question you. But you're not thinking about that when you're sitting in front of these guys, right? You're sitting in front of these detectives trying to make yourself seem as charming and as honest and a good standing person as you possibly can when they start asking you questions. So you don't really think about everything else that these detectives had to do before they say, you know what, we might need some more details to seal the deal, or probably, you know, put a nice little bow on this case and wrap it up and hand it to the prosecutor in the state to drop these charges on you. Let's ask them a few questions and get it on actual record of things that we might not have necessarily known. Like, they might know that this guy had probably did a crime against an individual, but we don't know why did this person do the crime. And the only way you will actually know is by asking them directly, right? But then again, here we go. Let's see. Hey, how you doing, Truthful Troll? Good to see you. Happy Sunday. Hopefully this ain't as bad as last week. The crazy granddaughter. Yeah, that was crazy. Wasn't it, Truthful Troll, when we had to go through that? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. We might be lucking out this time. Shout out to you, Truth. Yes. Fidel says, why do these suspects like opening their mouths? I have no idea. Excuse me. That was funny. Being called for interrogation means they know something. Absolutely. Southern says it's still on a hard drive. Right. Sean says, I believe that was done for legal reasons. Yes, absolutely, that too. And hundreds of toxic messages. Yeah. Best thing to do is get an old school landline phone. Yes. Okay. Yes. I'm glad that you're doing good. No such thing as a perfect crime. Someone knows it. And then there is no such thing as a perfect crime, right? There's no such thing. Let's go on. Let's hear what else he has to say. Oh, and wait, hold on. I just noticed the man got his legs crossed. He got his legs crossed. That is a problem, sir. Most men don't cross their legs. Now, I'm not saying that men don't cross their legs, but most men don't cross their legs. That's usually, it's harder to detect for a man. I would say not for a man. It's harder to detect for a woman if she's lying or not when her legs are closed, because it's socially accepted for women to cross their legs. In fact, more people today wish women would cross their legs, right? But that is not it's not common anymore for men to cross their legs. And since even the way how he's crossing his legs, y'all can't necessarily see, but the way how he's crossing his legs is how a woman would cross her legs, by the ankles, right? Men who usually cross their legs, one leg would go across the other thigh, right? That's how they usually cross their legs. He's crossing his legs how women will cross their legs if they're sitting down. So yeah, he's not being truthful. He's not. He's already setting it up that he's trying to lie and make it seem like something then more, I guess, not harmful than what actually happened with him and his significant other. But we're gonna go on a little bit more. Let's hear what he has to say.
Then I showed up, and then you guys put me in handcuffs.
You said sometimes she won't respond to you when she's mad. What does she get mad at you about? Why would she get mad at you?
Sometimes she thinks that I can be insensitive. Sometimes we don't meet eye to eye.
Okay.
But I'm a guy, man. It's some things I just don't care about. As long as she's happy at the end of the day, as long as we can kind of diffuse the situation. That's normally how it is.
So the last time you physically were at Tashika's apartment was last Friday or Saturday, or that's just the last time you stayed the night there?
No, that's the last time I was there.
Okay.
When I left there, I never stayed the night again. I never returned to her apartment.
I got you.
Yeah, I was actually going to try and see if she could come and hang out with me. but she wasn't answering my calls or anything. So
not only did she have 2 young children to care for, Tashika was also pregnant with her 3rd child when her life was taken. The detective is about to talk about Tashika and her pregnancy in the past tense to see how Bursey reacts.
Do you know how far along she was in the pregnancy?
She had an appointment, and I think that she was 8 or 9 weeks.
8 or 9 weeks old?
Yeah, I was supposed to be making one of the next appointments with her in the future.
Oh no,
but
I
a
got
lot of
one
times
for
when
you.
I come in town,
I got one for you. You gotta stay tuned.
A lot of times when I come in town, I try to hurry up and get in and out because I have to make sure that I get back to work. Had something going on with my attendance and FMLA paperwork, so I had to get some things situated with my doctor.
Okay. Do you know what the status of Tashika is right now?
As far as what?
It's just, I mean, do you know why we're sitting here having this conversation? Why you're here?
No.
Okay.
I asked you guys that a million times.
Yeah. The officers on scene? Well,
I asked them and they said that they had to speak to the detectives.
Right. Well, this, like I said, it's an active investigation, okay? And you're down here at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, obviously, okay?
All right.
Tashika's passed away, okay? And I'm very sorry to have to inform you that. But that's why all this is happening, okay? And that's why I'm asking you for your help.
What happened to her?
Well, that's a good question, and that's why I'm here talking to you. I'm hoping that you can help me figure that out. That's why I asked you the question earlier. Do you know who else should I call? Mr. Armstrong, let me ask you this. When you got there earlier and you saw all the police, give me a minute. I'll give you a minute. All right. I'm going to give you a minute. I need your help, though, okay? God!
Hey, Teron, how you doing?
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
By now, I'm sure you figured out that Bursey killed his girlfriend and her unborn baby. And what you just witnessed was a man pretending to be devastated that someone he loves is dead. What Bursey doesn't realize is that a real reaction to an unexpected death would be filled with questions about how or why the person died.
Yeah.
Who did it? Who did it?
Well, that's why I'm sitting here talking to you, trying to get your help. Let me ask you this, though. When you showed up to the departments earlier and you saw police cars and crime scene tape and crime scene units and detectives.
Yeah, like, it doesn't make any sense to me because he just, before the whole outburst and the sorry, that was my best, my best way of how to, do what he did or try to, mimic what he did. But before the big outburst, he just asked him, well, did you speak to her? Yeah, I spoke to her. I was last night. Did you speak? Was you with her? Oh no, I wasn't with her. I was, but I did text her, and then I was supposed to go over to her family house and all the stuff like that. And we had problems and all the stuff, but I wanted her to come with me. You were the last person that was in contact with her. So again, this is supposedly your woman, and your woman is pregnant with your child, 3 months pregnant with your child. And you mean to tell me you don't know anything that happened to her? You really telling me that you don't know nothing? Absolutely nothing. You're the last person that she was supposed to be with. You was the last person that she was supposed to kick it with, and you don't know what happened to her? It doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense. Like, you the last one. You the last. Nobody else was with her but you. But you don't know what happened. Nothing. So when you got with her and everything, you don't know if she was supposed to link up with her. Was she going to come stay back with you at the house? Was you going to go stay with her back at the house? Right? You didn't call her to say, hey, did you get home safe? Let's say if you didn't meet up with her, you didn't call her to say, did you get home safe wherever you was at? Nothing. You just don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Truthful Troll said, is that empathy? I don't know. Hey, Elizabeth, how you doing? Happy Sunday. She said he crazy. Oh, Bama Boy said, melodramatic acting. Yes, I agree. Was it his baby? I am assuming that it was his baby. So now the plot thickens, doesn't it? Vandal says, shock makes you freeze and try to make sense of things. Absolutely. And then, like I said, even when they asked him before, when they said, hey, when he said, hey, wait a minute, is this about Takesha? And he's like, they said, yeah, this is about Takesha. Did he ask any other questions about why are we sitting in here talking about Takesha and what happened? He didn't. So like, I don't know. It's performative. It's very performative. Sean said, you're going to Hollywood, MJ. Great reenact. That was terrible. Those stories should be in the SVU TV series. I agree. He said, Alfred said they asked the same questions many times to trip you up and baffle yes and nay. Yes, they do. They do. Absolutely. They absolutely. Let's see. Could have been Mr. Mustard in the library with the pipe wrench. You know what? I get the reference, sir. I agree. Came in there with those nerdy glasses trying to look like a square. Lord, no. Oh, yeah. This story should have been on SUV TV series. No, I understood you. No, not axe. It's just my accent. Sorry, Mr. War Raider. Let's go on.
What was going through your mind? What did you think was going on?
I didn't know. Shit, I was showing up just trying to see my kids, see her real quick. Shit, I don't know.
Do you know where your kids are?
I didn't even know I got put me in. I didn't know what was going on.
Do you know where your kids are?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I called her at the scene to see what was going on, but she didn't answer the phone. That's why I showed up.
Right. Well, so that's what I'm asking you. Wait, you obviously knew that you couldn't get hold of her all day today. You said you called her several times and she wouldn't reply to you, okay? You show up at the apartment and see everything that was going on there with us. So, did you not, what was your gut telling you? Something bad?
I just didn't know. I don't know.
And again, I'm sorry, okay?
Oh, what the heck, man?
Well.
Oh, what the heck?
But I'm asking for your help.
So we're trying to come up with a timeline of when people last spoke to her. That's why we were asking about your phone.
That's my phone. Just bring it. Where is it?
We'll want to track down officer.
I can't do anything with your phone without you giving me consent, okay?
Oh my God.
So that's up to you. I'm not trying to force that on you, okay? Obviously you just got hit with a lot of information, okay, and terrible news, and I want to respect that, but at the same time, we've got to try to figure out what happened to Sheikah now, okay? For her family. Her kids, who has her, I understand. So I was just about to say, her children's father, okay? And that's why, you remember that question I asked you earlier? Did you know of anyone that she may have been talking to or anything else going on?
I know she had friends and stuff.
Right. Do you know that she had people over at the apartment? Did she go out? She's got 2 kids there, so I assume she can't. But with 2 little kids, she probably can't to leave home much, I would assume.
A lot of times her parents keep the kids.
Her parents keep the kids?
But sometimes, but I know that she always has them. So a lot of times I check in.
Right.
And she'll say, I know everything's all right.
Does she have anywhere?
That's a very good question, Sean. Sean said, I called her at the scene. How did you know it was a scene about her? Right. How did you know? And then when did you call her? Did you call her because someone let you know that there was something going on where she lives at? And you wanted to say, hey, do you know what's going on? And she didn't respond. When did you actually call to see that she was okay? And this is why they need her. This is why they need his phone records. This is why they're asking him, hey, you want to give up your phone? So we can see when you said, quote unquote, called her. We got another fake crier. Yes, we do. Absolutely. And it's kind of funny too, because now he's talking about, oh, you mean, I know she has some friends. She go hang out with her friends and stuff like that. If this is a woman who already have younger child that she has to take care of and pregnant with a 3-month-old, pregnant with 3 months, she's back and forth with you. Y'all not having a good relationship. Y'all having a toxic relationship. I'll say if she's a good mom, and I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt that she's a good mom, she does not have time like that to be hanging out with her girlfriends, right? She got to set things up for the new little one that's on the way. And if she already has little ones, she's working. So she's not hanging out like that. She's not going to be hanging out like that. But he's already leading it to, well, she got friends and she be out and about and all the stuff like that. Anything to try to kind of like remove himself from the situation. Even when earlier he tried to remove himself from the situation by saying that, they were supposed to link up. They were supposed to hang out. And I asked her, we weren't seeing eye to eye and I was trying to rekindle, whatever not. So I wanted to take her out the house. He's trying to position himself that he doesn't know anything. Them getting that phone is going to be very crucial to this case. Getting those messages is going to be very crucial. But let's go on. Let's see what else he has to say.
Where she likes to go, people she likes to hang with, things she likes to do.
Besides showing very little concern as to how or why Tashika died, Bursey also fails to ask about his 2 children and his unborn baby.
I don't know.
I know you said
I'm sorry. I don't go.
Okay. If her mom had a key, or if a good friend of hers had a key or anything like that.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. I should have been there with her.
And she never mentioned.
What happened?
Well, we don't know. That's this. I mean, when you got there, I had just pulled up not long before you got there.
There's something that happened at that apartment. Something that happened there. I saw her truck though.
Yeah.
I saw take there.
Listen, this is an active homicide investigation. That's why you're here. Okay. We want to know what happened, okay? I want to help you figure out what happened, but in order to do that, you have to help me. Like, we got to work together right now.
She had a temper.
Okay. Y'all throw each other, or like something's broken?
I found that funny.
No, she throws.
She throws stuff?
I'm a passive aggressive. I don't have time for that.
Anything physical?
No.
No, okay. Y'all put hands on each other?
I had to move her or grab her, but I've never punched her or hit her or anything.
What's the worst thing she's ever thrown at you?
Yeah, a knife. Yeah.
Police ever get called on any of that stuff? Like when you were over there arguing or whatever, police ever show up, knock at the door or anything like that?
A lot of time. One time when I stayed on Harrison, a house we lived in that I bought, she pulled a knife on me. I think that I reported that.
Okay. How long ago was that?
That was like last year. And then there was another incident recently, but I didn't report it. I didn't really I get to the point where I'm used to how she is, so I just go with it.
Okay, and you have not been over there since last week?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why maybe your son would have said that you've been there since last week?
Maybe FaceTime.
Okay, how often do y'all FaceTime?
Pretty much a couple of days or something.
Okay.
Bursey claimed that the reason his child told the police that he was present the night Tashika was murdered was because the child confused FaceTime with him being there in person. The detectives are not happy with this answer, so they ask a similar question.
Ask you a question, and then I'm going to make a statement, okay? So I'm going to ask a question, respond immediately. Think on it for a second, okay? Because I'm going to follow it up with a statement. All right. Is there any reason why your 3-year-old son, Bursey III, would say that daddy hurt mommy? And then, remember what I said? Let me make the statement. Don't follow it up. Think about it for a second, okay? Because these incidents, it's usually one or two things, okay? Good people lose control momentarily, do some things, say some things they regret, wish they hadn't done. A. Or B, there's an evil that exists within you and you're okay doing that in self-preservation mode and start lying about what happened and always think about yourself. Try to protect yourself, okay? And since I've been talking, let me give you a chance to question in a minute. Just let me finish up. And since I've been talking to you, you seem like an educated person. I mean, you are an educated person. You've got a college degree. All right, we have a normal conversation. You seem like a good dude. Okay. All right. But from what I'm gathering, based on what I know about that apartment, and my conversation with you, and the conversation that's been had with your son, it seems like something really bad happened between you. Okay. And maybe there was like a moment where things got really heated, really intense, and something happened. Okay. And that's what I'm interested in. If you don't know, that's fine. I'm not obviously asking you to say something that you don't know about or say that you did something if you didn't. But what I'm asking is, think about the.
So look how I don't know if y'all can see this, guys, but look how perplexed he is. He's already getting aggravated when they're asking him this question. He knows that he's screwed because they spoke to his son. And they asked him very simple questions, right? Especially when they're like 3-year-olds and stuff like that. They asked him like, hey, did you see something? Yeah. What happened? What did you see? Daddy and mommy was arguing. Okay. And did something else happen? Yeah, I heard mommy crying or I heard a noise and stuff like that, right? The kid has no reason to lie to officers or detectives. They don't have no reason to it. It's not. I'm never going to look at a 3-year-old as some mastermind that wants to, take down his father or take down his mom and stuff like that. The 3-year-old is going to be the one who told the truth. So that means that the 3-year-old said that daddy hurt mom. You have already explained to them that prior to this, y'all had a toxic relationship where you would put hands on her, she would put hands on you, she would throw a knife at you and stuff like that. So, this is the time where I would think that he would get a lawyer and be quiet, right? Just shush and get a lawyer. But he's not, because he tried to use the whole situation as he wasn't even there. He wasn't present. And then now to hear that your own 3-year-old ratted you out and said, no, daddy hurt mom. Daddy didn't hurt mom on FaceTime, dude. I'm sure if the 3-year-old was able to say that daddy hurt mom, that means he knows that you was there, you was present. It wasn't on FaceTime. You try to say, no, it was on FaceTime. He thought I was there because he was on FaceTime. Listen, y'all see these kids out here, okay? You got 6-year-olds and 5-year-olds with cell phones today, all right? They know how to do it better than their own parents. They could teach their parents a thing or two how to navigate these cell phones. So, no, he didn't make the mistake of you being present because he saw your face on a screen on your mother's phone. Your presence was there. He saw you there. You was interacting with him when you were there. Terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible. Let's see. Sean said, get them police reports. All right. Mm-hmm. Fando says, crying, stopping on command from the shock to the leaning back and trying to look relaxed. I agree. Yeah. From the mouth of babes. I agree, Sean. I totally agree. Bring him a couple of jolt colas and he'll talk himself into a double premeditated murder. He needs to overwork public defender. Yes, absolutely. And that's exactly what it is. Because now we have to see, that's what they're trying to figure out too. Did you unalive her because you didn't want to take on another responsibility of her kid? Right? Or did this time she say because of the fighting or maybe the physical, mental, or verbal abuse that she was having in a relationship with you, now she's like, okay, I don't want to be with you anymore. And now we're about to have 3 children. So I'm going to need support. I'm going to need child support. Is that the reason why you unalived her? This is the things that they're trying to get out of him. But I want you guys to just note that he's sitting there like, this is not someone who is deeply like shocked and in despair that the love of their life, the mother of their children is gone. And the baby that was inside her stomach is gone. Like, this is not a person who's shocked in that way. He's not acting as that. He's more like this. So what are you trying to say? What are you implying? That's what he's more concerned about. That is exactly what he's more concerned about. Oh, thank you so much, PS. I appreciate you. They're going to bring him. I hope they don't bring that baby in there. Babies don't typically lie about stuff like that. No, they don't. Absolutely not. McDonald's like the granddaughter. Oh, I remember that one, Truthful. I remember that one. I know. I'm sorry, Truthful. I know last week was very traumatizing. I am sorry. I get it. I'm going to try, not to get those type of cases anymore. Where his lawyer? Better play cool or pet shit. Cops will scammer. Yeah. I don't know what his lawyer is, but I don't think that he ever thought that he was going to be a suspect due to the fact he don't think that they was going to talk to the 3-year-old. I don't think he thought he was going to talk to the 3-year-old. 3-year-old going to snitch on God. They snitch on everybody. Everybody, they tell all your business. All parents know that. Them little kids, they will tell everybody your business. Come on now. Absolutely. Is he going to be going for the Big Mac or the quarter pounder with the cheese? I think he's going to go with the quarter pounder. Thinking of his next lie. Yeah, he is. He is thinking about his next lie. He's relieved from the stress from her and the kids. That's sad if you really think about that.
This woman, her family, and those 2 kids.
Yeah, I haven't been over there since last week. Okay. But I know that when it comes to interaction, she says that she doesn't bring any other man around my kid.
Okay.
So
you haven't been there. So if something bad happened to her last night, there's no way it could have been you.
Absolutely not.
Which leads me back to my original question. Why would your 3-year-old son maybe indicate that you had something to do with hurting her?
Most of the time, I'm the only man that's around her.
Right, and that's why I asked you earlier.
She's not supposed to have other men around my kid, but I'm not sure if that's the case. Okay. It could have been somebody in there, but
everything.
I don't know.
But if there is,
if he's used to seeing me,
if there is, there's no way. I mean, come on, we know that as men and having children, like, there's no way your son at 3 years old is going to be calling another man daddy, right?
I don't think so.
I mean,
but I know that
if it was to the point where your 3-year-old son was calling another man daddy, that would probably mean that man was around a lot, and you would probably know about it at that point, I would think, right? I mean,
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't?
I don't stay there.
Okay.
So already he's trying to imply that the 3-year-old had made a mistake and probably assumed that whoever she must be messing with, the mama must be messing with, was the person that could have possibly hurt her, right? That's funny after you just said that you don't allow no other men around your kids. And if you had a toxic relationship with this woman, you put arms and hands on her and everything, I think she understands that very clear that you wouldn't like that. Now, I'm not saying that she wouldn't make that decision on her own. Most moms know that you don't let your children, when you're dating or you're trying to date, you don't let your children just be involved or let so many random people meet your children off the bat. You don't even know if the relationship is serious. You don't know if it's going to stand the test of time. You don't know if marriage is going to be involved. So you don't necessarily always bring your kids to the forefront in your relationships, right? It's just better that way. It's healthier that way, right? And also, if you're a active father and stuff like that, if she's dating, she doesn't need a father for her children if you're an active father, right? My thing is, your child is 3 years old. They know who their father is. They know who their father is. So for him to even try to make it seem like the kid made a mistake, how is the kid going to make a mistake of who their daddy is, especially if you are an active father and you're an active parent and you're around. You try to imply that you was around by FaceTime, right? I FaceTime them. That means they know what you look like, right? They know your voice, right? They know certain things. They might not know everything about you, but they do know who you are. So I don't think that the 3-year-old will make a bad mistake like that, because then they would have pointed to someone else, right? They would have said that. But no, your own kid said that, daddy hurt mom. The day that mom lost her life, daddy hurt mom. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see. I don't know what that he's talking about. Joanne said, I agree. He was tired of them. Yeah. I meant to haven't. Oh, okay. It's probably the 3-year-old Jesus Smith. No. No, that is funny. Oh, this is a great format, discussing something interesting. You're not yelling at us. We're not hating on each other. I really appreciate this. There is too much. No, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I try to have a very friendly, calm environment. We can talk jokes, but we are respectful to everyone here because everyone is welcome. As long as you keep it cute, casual, and respectful in the chat, you are more than welcome. Outside of that, you're not welcome. So everyone is welcome. I will commit a crime against you, but it will be a crime of passion. That's crazy. Now he sounds silly. Your 3-year-old calling anyone else dead. That's what I'm saying. Like, come on now. You know what? You're right. Some women do that, box eyes. I agree. But I'm just saying, like, most know that it's not healthy for the kids to have so many people, especially, like I said, if you're out there dating and you're in the market, it's not healthy to have your kid around so many different people. So many people should not be going in and out of your children's life. So if you're going to date, right, I personally think if you're going to date, leave that aspect, and especially if you're a parent, what I'm saying, that aspect is your responsibility until that person and this goes for men and women, that responsibility, that family situation should not involve someone that you're dating until it becomes something really serious, and then they're going to be there for the long term, right? Just dating someone, that's just too much. That's too early. That's too much. Let's see. Between them, MJ doesn't seem nutty at all. She might cut up. Who knows? Who knows, Heather? Who knows? Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, P2. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go on. Let's hear what else they're gonna explain to him. And yeah, wait, hold on. Do y'all notice that how he's bracing the table? he's bracing the table like what else are they going to ask me? What else are they going to ask me? Do I have the right answer to it?
And I don't know how she would. I don't think that she would introduce a man by his name,
right,
or something like that. I don't know.
What Bursey is trying to say is that he is normally the only male that spends time with Tashika, so it's possible that his 3-year-old son saw her being attacked by another man and he assumed it was his father. Unfortunately for Bursey, he is in panic mode, so he is struggling to answer the questions.
And there's nobody or no other reason that you can think of for Tashika or for someone else to hurt Tashika. She hasn't mentioned a single thing to you about...
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
You don't think she expressed to you if she was in any kind of trouble or fear or danger?
If she had something going on with someone else, she would probably try and keep it away from me.
And last night when y'all were talking, she didn't express anything like that to you?
No.
The only problem I have right now with Mr. Armstrong is that I have a child, your child, that says that you hurt his mommy. And at 3 years old, I just find that incredibly difficult to believe that he would make that up or just say that.
The thing about my son is, when it comes to men, I'm his dad, but I do not know who he has around him. I don't know who she brings around him when I'm not around.
Oh my goodness gracious. Let's see. I gotta look at the comments before I make a statement first. It says, Sean said, not if he saw the assault, the kid. Right. Alice says, I've done, watched, and seen all these. I'm obsessed. Hi, Allison. How you doing? I hope you're having a good day this Sunday. Let's see. Wouldn't say daddy. Right. Exactly. Southern said, Naja, please. No. Okay. So now I'm going to say what I wanted to say. That I had to stop for a moment because now he's trying to say that something is wrong with his son. Is he implying that now something is wrong with his son, that he might possibly be confused that it was daddy that hurt mom because you're now trying to make his mother seem like a harlot or hoe or promiscuous or was dating somebody while you're not together? But even, like I said, even if she was dating someone that were not together, if you're an active father, your kid cannot make the mistake that it was you that harmed his mom. If some other guy harmed his mom, he would say, a man hurt my mommy. That's what a 3-year-old would say. A man hurt my mommy. I saw a man hurt my mommy. He would never say daddy. He would never say daddy. So now are you implying that this woman who was about to have, or who was pregnant with another one of your children, was going to instruct her children or your children to say another man is their daddy? Really? You really want me to believe that? I don't think she would do that, especially if she was 3 months pregnant with your kid. That means that y'all was just involved with each other. Y'all was just smashing, right? Y'all been smashing for a while. She's pregnant. You just said that you were just having arguments with her. You was trying to rekindle or whatever was going on with you. So where did this imaginary guy comes in the picture? You said that you wasn't over there. You haven't been over there within a week. So again, according to him, the last time he was over there was a week ago, right? The last time he was over there was a week ago. That means that you was having interaction with your children, and you was also having interaction with the woman. You was entertaining, or she was entertaining getting back together, right? Since y'all have a toxic type of relationship, y'all abuse each other verbally, physically, and it stretches back to like 2 years prior to this situation. She was not involved with nobody else. If she's dealing with your crazy ass and y'all crazy ass relationship, she has no time to be trying to be dating anybody when she has to deal with you, and she has to deal with the fact that she's pregnant with your child, 3 months pregnant with your new child, and have 2 other little ones by you. Like when you start to put things to play things out, especially the things that he says, it doesn't make any sense. She does not have that enough time to do that. You're not talking to a woman who doesn't have children. You're talking to a woman who had 2 children and one in her belly. She has more than enough to focus on, especially if she has to parent with you, and whether your relationship is going to survive this quote unquote hiccup, or is it going to actually end, and do she has to be a single parent? She has more on her plate. She's not worrying about no side dude. She's not worrying about side DICK dick right now. That's not what she's worrying about. So for you to try to make it, to imply that that's what she was doing, but then you were still trying to get back with her though, like, do that make any sense? You still trying to get back with her? She out here trying to be quote unquote promiscuous and all the stuff like that, but you want to get back with her? Boy. Yeah. Listen, most men are not built like that, so it doesn't work. That man or daddy, right? Let's see. Oh, Allison said you can tell by his body movements and his facial expressions. Tell it all. Kids don't lie. Right? Exactly. He is mad. He is furious that they even spoke to his son. I would have been like, if anything, I don't vouch for criminals, but I would have been like, yo, why was you talking to my son? Why wasn't I present? That's a 3-year-old. How dare you, interview a 3-year-old without any of his parents present? How did that play out? You didn't even do that. But then again, you don't even care about your kids. Did you not once ask about your children? You didn't even ask about your unborn child in the stomach. That was alarming to them. Fandel says, shut up already, sir. Now you're implying your baby mama might... Yeah, exactly. A pregnant 304. Like, that's crazy, right? That's absolutely crazy. He won't call another man daddy. He would even say grandpa or granddaddy. Exactly. He's not calling another man daddy. He's not. It's just crazy. Or uncle, right? Or uncle. You're right. Kids are smarter than we think. They are. At least 3 months ago. Right. Exactly. Allison said they know what they see and hear. They do. Absolutely. Right, y'all. He sounds foolish. He does. He absolutely sounds foolish. Oh, am I freezing? I'm sorry. Let me see if I can fix it on my side. A liar should always hire a liar, even a pro. No, I know. I'm sorry, Shelly. I'm sorry. It just had to come out. It had to come out. My apologies. It had to come out. And remember, he was at the scene. Right. He was at the scene. He said he's seen the red tape and everything. What's going on here? How you knew to pull up at the scene if you haven't been there since a week ago? And you said that you couldn't get in contact with her. How you knew to pull up at the scene? Let's see. Out of the miles of bays. Hi, William. How are you? I hope you're having a good Sunday. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Let's see exactly. Fandel said, true, MJ. If my baby mama died, first thing I would ask is where my kids at. Right. Exactly. Oh, it's not? Okay, good. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. All right, let's go on.
When he says that daddy hurt mommy, that could have been something a while back. I know that I haven't been in that apartment complex since last week. And I think that, I think that everybody kind of knew that.
Okay. I gotta just keep picking your brain a little bit though about Tashika and just like any little thing you can think of. Like, does she use Instagram Messenger, Facebook Messenger?
I don't know. Right now, I want to do something to somebody about the situation.
I understand, and that's why I have you here. I know this is the last place in the world you want to be right now, but I'm trying to take advantage of being able to get as much information from you, being probably the closest person, at least that we know of, to her. Because right now you're my only connection to her. I mean, her own mother probably still doesn't know as much about her daily life about certain things like you do.
I mean, when it comes down to it, I don't know. I didn't have passwords
my camera is off
Did
right
she ever
now.
message you on Facebook, Instagram?
I was drinking something and eating something.
So that wasn't out of the ordinary for her to communicate with Facebook Messenger, Instagram, DMs, and all that stuff?
No.
What about an app, like a messenger app? Did she use any of those?
No text now.
I mean, y'all wouldn't have a reason to do that with each other. Y'all just text each other, right?
I mean, but we would still use social media just to do it because everybody uses social media.
Yeah, he's so dumb.
What made you go over there today? I know you said sometimes y'all would go a day or so without talking.
Yeah, he's so dumb about that, Fandle. He just admitted that he can be violent, right? He says, right now, I want to harm someone. I want to hurt someone, the person who did this. And they understand it, right? Because when your loved ones get hurt, people react. As you want to hurt, I want to find out who did this. I want them to pay, that type of situation. However, he didn't show that much concern about the well-being of the mother of his child and what happened to her prior to them telling him about what happened to her. He didn't even have no clue. He said that he went over there to check what was going on. And then he said, hey guys, what's going on? And they said, oh, you're going to have to speak to the detectives about it. They could have let you know that it was a homicide. They could have let you know that we have to clear the scene because, something's going on in there and the detectives and everybody have to go in there and stuff like that. Especially if you would have told them that that's the mother of my children. Is my children okay? My children's in the house. They would have informed you. So that doesn't even make no sense to me. You mean to tell me you pull up to the crime scene and you act like a suspect, but your whole family is in that house? And you don't tell them that my children could be in there? Did something happen to my children? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Absolutely not. So if you went up to the scene, you only went up to the scene to see if did they pick up anything. You went to scope out the area. You didn't go to see what played out and or find out what happened, or does it have anything to involve your children. You went to see how many cops was involved and hear what people are saying on the street that happened. You didn't what's the word I want to say? You didn't make yourself known to the detectives and the police on scene who you are and how are you connected to the said victim or the other witnesses, the victims, the children, that this apartment that this happened to. You didn't let yourself be known. It's terrible. It's terrible. MJ eating Doritos and drinking red wine. No red wine. No red wine. I do have water. I am going to pour myself a drink, though, ma'am, later on. But yes, no, only water right now. No Doritos. I can't have Doritos. It's against my diet. Can't have it. Well, you're not hurt, so it's just crazy. And after he was told, he still didn't ask about his kids until the detective brought it up. Right, exactly, Sean. How you want to find who did it with your hands supporting your head, all relaxed and stuff, going before answering questions. Right. He won't answer any questions. You implied that your son made a mistake and he didn't see what he see and he didn't mean what he said. You implied that your rest in peace to the victim. You implied that you're pregnant mother of your children, right? Because you have numerous of children with her. You implied that she was a 3 or 4. You tried to say that she was running around in the streets 3 months pregnant. Boy, after saying that, I don't believe not one near thing come out your mouth after that. Not one thing to come out your mouth at that you really try to say that she was a pregnant 3 or 4. Like, I couldn't believe it. Like that's a low fucking blow right there. But let's go on.
And if she was mad, and it sounded like things kind of ended where she might have been a little bit mad last night. So what made you what told you to get a ride and go over there this afternoon?
I called her about 30 times, and she hasn't responded to me since. She didn't respond to me since last night. Then I texted her this morning, and she didn't respond to me this morning either. And, normally whenever I ask her something about the kids, or if I say something to her, she responds. So I asked her mom to just tell her to call me or something like that. I thought maybe she might have been upset, but normally she gets over the small stuff. And, she still didn't reach out to me. So that was kind of like, let me see what's going on.
Yeah, gotcha.
But didn't you just say that you called her earlier on to try to reconcile with her and get on good terms and get your relationship back in order? So again, what would she be upset about if y'all was supposed to have this rekindling moment that last night before I guess the morning or the afternoon that you showed up? Because you didn't even show up in the morning, you showed up in the afternoon. So what would she be mad about? I want him to talk about that a little bit more. What would she be mad about? Because now that means you're even more of a suspect than you was before, because if y'all had an argument or you did have a some type of back and forth, whether it was on phone or whether it was face to face, there was a reason why she would be angry with you last night, that you quote unquote claimed that you called to see if she was all right and everything's okay. Then you called 30 times and she didn't answer. Then you called her mama and to say, hey, well, tell your daughter that, I want to talk about the kids or whatever not, and I just want to see if she's all right. Sir, you implied that she was mad about something. So then you wanted to call and see if she was okay. And you said that she gets over the small stuff. So what would be the small stuff that she would be getting over with? This is why you need to stop talking. This is why you definitely need to stop talking, and you need to just go ahead and get a lawyer, because you're not smarter than the people that's sitting in this room who are getting paid every day to analyze and study human behavior, analyze and study psychology. You're not smarter than them. They have done this for years. Like most of these detectives that are in these cases that we see that are doing interrogations, they've been on the job for 20 plus years doing this. They have heard it all. They have seen the highs and the lows. They have seen the sociopaths. They have seen the psychopaths. They have seen the mentality and the mind of serial killers. They have seen it all. There's nothing under the sun or nothing under our social environment that they have not witnessed or have heard why they have committed some form of crime against an individual. Let's go on.
Bursey gives the detectives consent to search his phone while he waits in the interrogation room. About 30 minutes later, the detectives re-enter the room and question Bursey about all the violent and threatening messages found on his phone.
I mean, there's stuff involving guns being put to heads and all that just within the past couple weeks. What's that all about? Knives?
Oh, knives. Yeah, she was a little violent.
So what did she do?
She pulled a knife out on me while I was holding my daughter.
Okay.
One day, and I had it wasn't even a real gun. It was like a fake gun.
What kind of fake gun was it?
It was like a BB gun.
It was like a BB gun? What kind of, what did it have markings on it?
It was something that was store-bought. It was a BB gun, but she tried to make it look like it wasn't.
Did it have an orange tip?
Yeah, it had an orange. It's just a BB gun.
Yeah. Did it have like a removable, was it modeled after a gun? Or
I don't even know what kind it was, but okay. I'm not violent. Me and her,
Why would she be sending you texts saying that you pulled a gun on her?
I mean, it's a BB gun.
You positive about that?
Yeah, I am.
What'd you do with the BB gun?
What? What? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I don't know. Wait. Hold on. I gotta play something. Hold on. I gotta get in my storage. I gotta give you the bombastic side eye for this one. Like, bruh, really? What did you say? Let's play that again. One more time. Sir, you pointed a gun at the mother of your children. You said it was a BB gun. You think BB guns don't hurt? You think BB guns don't hurt? Why would, like, and you made it seem like, well, I mean, that's nothing. Like, no, you're sending threatening texts of knives and guns being pulled out on people and stuff like that. So you were having arguments with this woman in a threatening type of way where it seemed like y'all both was going to harm each other, right? Now, whether or not, depending on the detectives, is going to let us know who was initiating the threats in the text messages, but that's for them to look and dissect. But they have evidence of you sending threatening things and also doing threatening things. That's what their text messages that they're showing. They're showing one of the text messages is where she was saying that you threatened me, you put a gun to my face. Now you want to admit saying, oh, well, it was just a BB gun. Sir, you're abusive. And you're threatening to this woman. You was abusive and threatening to a woman who's pregnant with your child. You know she's pregnant, but that ain't stop you to say, I'm gonna put a gun in your face. Like, I can't. I really can't. Like, this is crazy. Really crazy at this point. Let's see. Fidel says, stupid lies in the smartphone era is stupid. These things track your every move. Shut up and lawyer up with your college-educated butt. I completely agree. Hey, Zero, how are you this Sunday? I hope you're having a good day today. Alfred said, real fake gun? Right, exactly. A real fake gun, please, right? I don't believe him. I don't believe him either. I just think that he tried to minimize it by saying it's a BB gun. Ain't no way. She had the BB gun. She had the BB gun, right? No. Sean, he's saying that she said that he would shoot her with the BB gun in the text message. That's what the detectives read. So now he was saying, oh, no, it was just a BB gun. It was just a BB gun. This man should shut up. God damn. BB gun coming out of your mouth is diabolical in this situation. I agree. Leaning forward and being nonchalant about knives and guns. Very telling. Very, very telling. That's still assault. It is. And definitely threatening, right? Still threatening to harm someone. Let's go on.
That's probably still in her apartment.
Well, I mean, when you were there, what'd you do with it?
Oh, I pulled it out, and I didn't put it to her head.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
Why pull it out?
Because I felt threatened and I didn't have a real gun on me.
Do you remember what kind of gun that you reported stolen back in January?
Yeah, it was a Glock.
Do you know what kind?
It was a 43X.
43X. Do you know what caliber that is?
Yeah, it's like a 9.
It's a 9?
Yes.
So in the picture messages that she sent you on your phone, it's not a BB gun. It doesn't have an orange tip. And on the side, you want to guess what it says?
What?
It says Glock 43X.
Yeah, but the thing about that gun, I haven't seen.
Hold on. Excuse my French, everyone. I know people don't like me cursing. I apologize in advance. You son of a bitch. You mean to tell me that you reported your gun being stolen and you sent her a picture of a gun, or the same gun that you used to point at her was the gun that you reported stolen? Can you say, I want to go to prison. I don't know. Can you say, how many times can you say I want to go to prison in how many different language? Can we get that in sign language too? If anybody know how to do the sign language of I want to go to prison for a very long time for being a fucking idiot, put it in the damn chat. Please, someone, because you're retarded. You use the same gun to threaten the woman that you fucking reported. Now, if they have to examine the body, you dumb fuck. If those are the same rounds that goes to the same fucking Glock that you have, you're a fucking idiot. You are an idiot. You are dumb. You are stupid beyond stupid. My thing is, why did you report that the gun was stolen in January? Obviously, it wasn't stolen. Or did you give it to somebody? Did you give it to somebody? Is that what happened? Did you give it to somebody to hold it? Did you use it for something else that you had to get rid of it and report it to be stolen? Oh my goodness gracious. And you did all that, just threatening a pregnant woman with a gun. You fear for your life from a pregnant woman. My head hurt.
Seen that gun since January, and the BB gun that I pulled out, I don't think that she had a picture of it. Okay. But I know that gun is probably.
Why would you even pull out a gun?
I mean, she pulled a knife out on me.
When did this happen?
That might have been like a month ago.
About a month ago? We talked earlier about stuff maybe like that. 30. You didn't mention anything like that.
Yeah, I didn't call the authorities or anything about it. I mean, she didn't want to call the authorities either because she felt like it would have been child endangerment.
Stuff's starting to not add up, man.
I understand, but I didn't do anything to her.
One of the detectives pulls out a copy of the text messages between Bursey and Tashika, and he reads them out loud.
What about a gun being put to my head twice? You took my car keys. What was that all about?
I didn't take her car keys.
Okay, she's just saying that for fun.
Yeah, I know she was trying to take the kids and stuff, but at that point.
So you put a gun to her head twice. So, okay, so what he just did is a tactic that a lot of people who are narcissists do, right? Instead of answering both parts of the question, they will only answer the part that they want to answer in that question. So he literally read what the mother of his child read in a text to him. You put a gun to my head twice and you took my keys. He's not going to answer that yes or no, whether or not if he put a gun to her head. However, he's going to only harp on the fact that he didn't take her keys. And that is a tactic that a lot of them use when they want to not answer what is really being asked of them. They'll only answer the parts that they want to answer, or they want to answer the part where they believe, oh, well, I didn't do that. Well, I didn't do that. But then you can't say on record that even though she did say that, I'm not even going to acknowledge that she even wrote that in the text that I put a gun to her head. I'm not going to. So it makes it go away. That's what they believe in their mind. It makes it go away if I don't acknowledge that she said that I put a gun to her head twice. It's so sad. Golly. It's terrible. Just terrible. Oh, man. Make me want to go get something to drink. Let me go get something to drink now.
Point once she pulled a knife out on me, by her pulling a knife out on me while I was holding my daughter, I felt like she would have did anything. And I also knew that she had a weapon. So I moved the keys, but I gave her car keys back to her. I told her, I was just like, I'm about to leave because I couldn't drive. So
is that why?
Did he just say that he gave her car keys back to her? So why did you tell the detective that you didn't take her keys? How the hell you had her keys then? She didn't give them to you. So you took her keys. This is why you got to continue to get them to talk. Continue to get them to talk, because they will sound stupid and it doesn't make any sense, because a lot of the stuff that they're saying is not true. You just said that, well, I didn't take her keys, but then now you say you had to give her back her keys. You dumb fuck. Hey, Brucey, I didn't see you come in. How are you, sir? How's your ankle? I hope your ankle's doing better. Let me play this. He just annoyed me right now.
Oh, you broke the door down?
No. We almost got into a tussle, but we didn't. That was me, like, because she was poking at me. And I was kind of trying to, like, push her away a little bit, but I didn't want to.
So how do you break a door doing that? That doesn't make much sense.
You don't really break it, but if you have a door like pre-locked and if you push it, it was like that.
Okay, well then why does she say, then I walked away, you followed me into my room and broke the door. I ran into the bathroom to hide and you put a gun to my head.
That's not true.
Okay, well you didn't say that's not true.
No, she did that.
But you didn't say that's not true here.
That's not. In a text message, I'm not going to go back and forth in a text message.
When you went in that room last night, you got on top of her and she's in that bed, you pulled out that gun.
In what room?
Her bedroom.
What are you talking about?
There's a bullet hole through her pillow. There's bullet holes in her.
How many times did she get shot?
That's your children's mother, man.
How many times did she get shot?
What I tell you earlier. There's two ways people go in this situation, right?
How many times did she get shot?
You're trying to save yourself right now, BJ.
No, I'm being honest.
You're more worried about yourself than you are.
No, I'm worried about me getting, I'm worried about
you
going
haven't
home.
Been there 24/7 for these kids. She has.
No, I provide for my children.
That's fine.
So I love how the heat is on this mofo right now. I love how the detectives is bringing on the heat, because he sounds stupid as shit, right? You thought that how are you first of all, number one, a pregnant woman, I'm not trying to say that there ain't no superhuman pregnant woman who could be threat. I mean, even if anything, I would think that a pregnant woman behind the wheel about ready to run your ass over would be a threat, right? I'm gonna keep it 100, right? I think that's a threat for your life, right? If she wants to run you over. This is not the case. This all happened inside the house. He said that she got a knife. She said that you was holding her kid, right? 1 minute you said that you didn't take her keys, but then you said that you had to give her keys back. What I'm trying to figure out is that the detective is literally reading the text messages between you and the victim. Not once in those text messages did you say to this woman, you a lying ass hoe, you a lying ass bitch, you know I ain't do none of that stuff to you, blah, blah, blah. You're not really even making a case that any of that's true. Now you're trying to say, oh, no, none of that is true. But even in the text message, you're not saying that she's lying. You're still going back with her. You're still going back and forth with her and saying threatening messages to her. And then now, for them to even drop that big bombshell that she was shot in her bedroom. She was shot in her bedroom. That means that only intimate or personal people will be in her bedroom, right? That's why they believe his 3-year-old son, who said that daddy harmed her, because daddy has access to the bedroom. Daddy was in the house. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense now. It's like, oh my God. It's like, you're right, William. I would like to slap the hell out of him. Like literally, like the back of the head, make him sting and burn. I'm sorry. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Oh, let's see what Brucey had to say. Yes, ma'am. I can walk on it now. I am old, so I don't heal like the 20-year-olds. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Brucey. I appreciate you. I'm glad that you're feeling better and you're healing well. She's telling her story from the grave. Yeah, absolutely. She was going through some real strife, man, with this individual right here. 2 bullets in the pillow. He shot her in her sleep. No, she wasn't sleeping. It seemed like he probably forced her onto the bed or something like that. He didn't want her to leave. So this is the thing. You could tell now, you can kind of think about how this whole thing played out. She wasn't, he was trying to get back with her. He was trying to advance with her. She didn't want to be back with him. He's violent. He's abusive, and she wasn't complying to what he wanted her to do. And she was probably trying to leave, and he grabbed the kids saying, you ain't going nowhere. You definitely ain't going nowhere with my kids. And if she did, even if I believe him with the knife situation, if she pulled that knife, she's like, if you don't let go of my kids, we're going to have a problem, right? But he already had a gun. He already had the gun with him. He put it to her head twice. And he took her keys from her, so she couldn't even leave the house. Then he's scuffling with her to get her in the room. He did a lot, man. He really did a lot. The cops are pissed. That's why that was someone's mom, daughter, and mother to be, again, yeah, exactly. A gaslighter. He is a gaslighter. Why does he not have a lawyer? Why is he helping the police? Daniel, a lot of people do not believe in getting lawyers. They think they're smarter than the average bear. I know, Brucey. I know. 3-0 snitch. Keeps talking. Text messages. Keeps talking. Same caliber gun. Keeps talking. Exactly, Fandels. I don't understand it. It's just ludicrous at this point. I'm going with a 2-piece cut. Yeah. You go, MJ. Great reaction. Like, it's just, man, it's so sad because he really do think that that everything that he says makes sense, and it doesn't make sense. You seem like you was the aggressor in this whole situation. You try to paint this poor woman as if she was aggressive the whole time, and this is not saying that she's a saint. This is not saying that she's a saint. However, according to your own words, you don't even live with this woman anymore because y'all was having troubles with your relationship. So you was living somewhere else. You was calling her trying to get back in her house. You wanted her to, quote unquote, go hang out with you. So you was initiating you being back together with her. Now we're hearing the rest of the story. What happened when with the text messages prior to you, quote unquote, trying to link up with her? Y'all talking about all the things that you was doing or what happened within the months. You putting guns in her face and stuff like that. You taking her kids. You taking her keys. Apparently, she's putting knives at you. This is toxic. This is beyond toxic. Shelly said if he didn't do anything to her, he would have said, you're telling lies in the text to her. He would defend himself. Exactly, Shelly. Exactly. He would have had defended himself, not being like, bitch, I'm gonna put another gun in your face. You keep on playing with me, I'm gonna put another gun in your face. You're going back and you threatening her, and she's literally writing in text messages what you did to her the last time y'all had a fight or altercation. And she probably was setting that up because she was going to use that as evidence when she had to go down to the courts to get full custody because you are dangerous, sir. You're dangerous. You're dangerous to your kids. If you can harm their mother in that way, I'm not gonna put past what the fuck you gonna do to you, what you would do to those kids. He's cooked. The gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, I tell you, man. Woo. Thank you so much, Brucey. Yes, please like and like the channel, like the stream. Truly appreciate it. If you like this channel, please subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. Or share this out to anyone who likes it. All right, let's go on. Fando says she was aggressive, toxic, and a 304. But I'm an angel. I could have hurt a fly, detective. Exactly. That's literally what he is saying the whole entire time. Thank you so much, Fando. You put that in perfect, perspective. Exactly what he's implying. Let's go on.
Monetarily, but you're not there for them day in and day out. She is.
Absolutely, I am.
She's not there anymore.
But
because of what happened between y'all last night.
I didn't do anything to her.
That's not true.
I promise
you
I
lied
did.
already to me.
I haven't even been over there.
I gave you your chance earlier to come.
I have not been over there. I have not been there.
You sat there and told me verbal altercations, verbal this, verbal
yeah,
that.
but I told you that.
And now you're admitting that she's pulled knives, you pulled out a BB gun. None of this stuff was mentioned.
No, but also in my statement, I told you, I said that most couples go through it. I said I'm not one to.
I understand that, but I gave you a chance earlier. I've been very respectful with you.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you as well. But
you hit stuff. You didn't disclose all this earlier.
My first time going to that apartment complex since last week was today when I showed up over there. I have not been over there. So regardless of what type of altercation she and I have, regardless of how it goes, I haven't seen her in a week. I haven't been there. You look at my phone, you said something about locations and stuff like that. I haven't left Middleburg at all.
Well, interesting, all your locations recently have been deleted, so we can't see your recent histories.
What do you mean they've been deleted?
They're not there. It doesn't go back until like the 14th is your last history.
The detectives decide to get aggressive with their accusations, hoping that it will get Bursey to confess. What the detectives don't know, but will soon find out, is that Tashika's pants that she was wearing when she was shot and the murder weapon are both hidden beneath the stairs at Bursey's apartment.
You understand it's not going to be he and I judging you. Right?
I understand, but
So how do you want to be judged?
See, this is why we say shut the fuck up. We say shut the fuck up over here. Excuse my language, guys. But he's getting on my nerves, and I'm very irritated for him because he took a mother away from his children. He took a child, an unborn child, away from his ability to experience life. He took that away. So I'm a little aggravated. So you're going to have to just excuse me. I apologize. I'm a little aggravated. But we tell you to stop talking. While they're there, they have a whole team of people searching your doggone wherever you live at, your residence. And now by them searching, they found not only did they find her pants or the pants that you used to unalive this woman in, they also found the murder weapon. You know, the gun that you said that you lost in January, but then you just so happened was putting that same gun to your mother, the mother of your children's head, I don't know, a month prior, and is also the same gun that was used in the unaliving of the mother of your children. Yeah, it's just like, that's just coincidence, right? That is found in your apartment on the stair, behind the stairway. You little evil son of a man. Listen, let me roll on.
As a man who got caught up in his emotions with having some sort of altercation with his girl?
I want to be judged as an honest man because I know that I didn't do anything
or as the cold-blooded killer who left his children's mother laying there in cold blood with his kids in the apartment with her and left.
I didn't
to save yourself.
I didn't do anything like that.
What time did you leave there last night?
I wasn't there last night.
Okay.
Where's the gun?
I don't even have that gun.
Do you love your kids?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Would you leave them there by themselves from 2 o'clock in the morning until 7 p.m. the next day with their dead mother laying right there?
Is that how you found my kids?
Laying on their dead mother.
They were laying on her.
BJ, you need to
shot with the same Glock that you have that you threatened her with 2 weeks ago.
Y'all didn't tell me that.
What the hell you think those kids are going to do? If you see the only person that you know since you were born who have always taken care of you, who has always loved you, clean your little dirty little butt and feed you, what do you think they're going to do? Of course they're going to lay on the body of the person who has always shown them love, support, and care and protected them. So now your sociopathic ass is realizing that you shot and unalived the mother of your children and that you thought your kids were just going to stay in the room and cry and. and not go and check and see if mommy's okay? And you left them there for hours until her body was found. But you really want people to believe that you give a fuck about your kids? The woman was pregnant with your child. You really want people to believe you give a fuck about kids that you sire? You don't. You only care about yourself. You only care about yourself. Like, how despicable can you be? Like, even if you wanted to be let's say you're still a dirtbag, a monster for unaliving this woman after it seemed like you had her in an abusive, toxic relationship for years. That's bad enough that you unalive this woman, that she had to lose her life after suffering being with your fucking raggedy ass for how many years? But you wouldn't even take your kids with you. You left them in the house for hours where they can't fend for themselves. They can't feed themselves. They can't do nothing. They could have touched something. They could have got electrocuted. They could have set the house on fire because you unalived the only adult that was in the house and you left them there by themselves. And you really want me to believe that you give a fuck about your children?
You need to tell us, man.
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. I don't even have that gun.
Where's it at?
I mean,
I wouldn't know.
you're trying to make it sound like you don't have a history of violence and all that, but you do, with other women. A man who got caught up in an emotional moment, cold-blooded killer.
I wasn't over there, and I didn't do it.
You pick which category you want to go in.
I didn't do it.
I can't do it for you. You pick it.
I didn't do it.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to have to justify in your own mind.
And I wasn't there.
How you left your 2 kids there.
What did she do? I mean, what happened last night? What did she do to
I wasn't there last night.
You know why you got snatched up when you showed up earlier? Do you know why those officers snatched you up so quick?
Why?
Because Daddy shot Mommy. Daddy killed Mommy.
I don't think that is true.
You don't think that's true?
I don't think that my son said that.
He did. We
got it on a recorded interview.
I don't think that he said
Not only that, but her entire family said.
I didn't know what happened to her until you guys told me when we came in here.
You think it's a coincidence that 2 weeks prior to this, you broke her door and you held a gun to her head?
I don't think that.
And then she's found with gunshots and a broken door. Isn't that a little bit of a coincidence?
Daddy shot Mommy.
I didn't do anything.
You don't have to do this. I love you.
I didn't do anything to her, and I didn't go back over there. Once I left there last week, on that
After you held a gun to her head and kicked her door
a BB gun.
Your phone might not have gone back over there, but you did. I don't know why. Actually, I wouldn't know because you deleted your location history after the 15th.
I don't.
That's why you were very quick to say it's been a week since I've been over there, because that's what your phone shows.
No, I just know where I've been.
I'm not fooled by you, man. You got a very violent side to you.
I didn't.
Very violent.
Yeah. You're hiding it, and you think you're good at it.
The past 4 women you've been with, you've been violent.
You snap.
You took a gun to a woman's house.
You get emotional and you snap.
Your own family trespassed you against their house.
You lose control.
I don't.
You're
My
calm, cool, you're a
like
player, you're smooth with the ladies and all that until this happens, until they say, hey.
Once the police found Tashika's pants and the murder weapon under the stairs at Bursey's home, he would be charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder, and the case would go to trial.
One final witness took the stand before both sides rested their cases. The DNA expert from FDLE showed the jury where she took blood samples off the pair of sweatpants found at Armstrong's parents' home.
Her DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the samples originated from Tashika Young than from an unrelated.
Armstrong's defense asked the expert if there would be another way for that DNA to get there.
Put my hand in my pocket, right here. I'm running off the skin cells, and that's why you look.
Yes.
So you could get somebody's skin cells along with somebody's blood from that pocket area and have that mixture. Right?
Yes.
Armstrong decided not to take the stand. During closing arguments, prosecutor Sheila Loizos reminded the jury what Tashika Young's downstairs neighbor heard the day she was found dead.
I love you.
I love you. Who else did she love other than Percy Armstrong? So even though she wasn't able to talk to you today, her last words got to you.
With the jury found the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree.
The jury decided Armstrong was guilty of both second-degree murder charges. Tashika Young's cousin shared the family's reaction to that verdict.
Bittersweet moment. It's bitter to the point that we did lose 2 lives, but it's sweet to the point that justice was served today, and we are elated that justice was served today.
Percy Armstrong was convicted of second-degree murder last month, and today our Christina Burgess was inside the courtroom when Armstrong learned his sentence.
Yeah, before Percy Armstrong was sentenced in court today, Tashika Young's mother, Olivia Young, was making a personal statement. That's when Armstrong yelled out and caused some commotion in the courtroom.
You are full of it.
I am stripped day by day.
Okay. There was no love in you.
Okay, excuse me. We're going to do this in order. I don't want to hear anything from the gallery.
To God be the glory.
There's no
you need
love in you.
God.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Armstrong, we need to be quiet. We do this in order.
Outbursts from Percy Armstrong directed to his victim's mother as she gave her impact statement after hearing from other members of the Young family.
She wasn't able to live a full life because Percy Armstrong Jr. took her away from us.
Armstrong's family pleaded with the judge to show mercy.
One mistake doesn't take away everything.
This truly is an awful, tragic, desperately sad situation. But it's not a mistake. It was an act by you and for which you must be held accountable.
The judge sentenced Armstrong to life in prison for the murder of Tashika Young and her unborn baby. He will serve his sentences consecutively.
Justice has been served because he got just what he deserved. But God has lifted me up, and I can hear my baby girl saying, "Okay, mama, you're doing good. Got them 2 babies to take care of."
What are your thoughts on this case? Please share them in the comments below.
That was really hard. Forgive me for my outlash or my crash out. I do not like hearing little babies being put in harm. I don't like hearing anything about children being harmed, unalive, put in terrible situation. It irks my nerves. But that was just really hard because he literally sat up there and tried to play and pretend as if he was some loving, I don't know. I don't even know what they even call him, but just some loving partner, and that he loves his children, and he didn't care about his children. He didn't care about how he changed their life forever. Now they have to grow up understanding that they don't have their mom anymore. And the reason why they don't have their mom anymore is because of dad. And it's already quite telling that, they already experienced some, hearing or seeing some abuse already at very young age. And then they see the family like that. That's just, it's really sad. It's really, really sad. So, but prayers to the victim, prayers to the unborn child that didn't get a chance in life. It seemed like your mother loved you dearly. The mother loved her children dearly. And prayers to the children, right? The children that is left, because they're going to have to go through a lot. And I'm glad that it seemed like they have a strong family base that's going to get them through. So that's like the silver lining to a very horrible, horrible situation. And also shout out to the judge. Shout out to the judge for getting him life in prison. And he's going to serve that consecutively, not concurrently. And he has 2 life sentences. So he ain't never getting out. Never giving out. Shout out to him for doing the right thing. Because let's think about it. Because if he can do that to the person that he's supposed to love, the people that he's supposed to protect more than anybody in the world, can you really trust him not to be a detrimental to society? I don't. He's a detrimental to his own family. All right, so we're going to go on to the next case. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I hope you're enjoying this. Please hit that like button for me. I truly appreciate you. Please share this to anyone who liked this. And also, if you have any other cases, go ahead and put it in the chat, or you can leave it in the comment section later on if you have any other cases that you will want me to review. Truly appreciate it. And shout out to any of my Twitch viewers. If you're still with me, shout out to you. Shout out to you. And let's go on. All right. So the next case I have for you individuals is shout out to Moa. I don't think Moa is here, but shout out to Moa. She told me to look up this case and we're going to review it. This is a very old case, but we're going to review it. It's in reference of a teen. It seems that a teen and this is one of those cases that I can't stand either, but a teen committed a murder, and his mom was the one who called the cops on him. So shout out to Mom Dukes for doing the right thing. We know that is something very, very hard. You know, I don't take that lightly for, you know, because we can all like bank on our biases. We can all bank on the relationships that we share with individuals or our loved ones. And we'd be like, no, we will do the wrong thing. We'll do, you know, we'll try to protect them in any way, even from their own consequences. But it takes a lot of guts, courage, and integrity for a mom to turn her in her own child once she finds out that her child committed a crime. So we're going to review this. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you guys. And shout out to Moa for this case.
My daughter's missing. I guess she never made it to school this morning. How old's your daughter? She's 10.
This is not like her. That pounded into her head since she was little enough to get into cars with strangers.
I need you to come to my house. My son wants to turn himself in.
The second I pulled her into my car, I knew she was dead. Random place, random time, random everything. I am a monster for what I've done.
A quiet Colorado community is stunned when a 10-year-old girl vanishes on her way to school. Chilling discoveries over the coming weeks turn a desperate search into a grim homicide investigation until the shocking moment a teenager confesses to police. The only problem is the critical evidence that says he had nothing to do with it.
I have proof that I did it. There is no other question. You just have to send a squad car, and I will answer all the questions that you want to ask.
The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. On the afternoon of October 5th, 2012, a desperate mother in Westminster, Colorado calls 911 to make a heartbreaking report.
My daughter's missing. I guess she never made it to school this morning. How old's your daughter? She's 10. Okay. Could she be with a father or anything like that? No, her father's in Missouri. When did you last see her? This morning when she left at 8:30. Did she walk? Yeah. And I checked her friend's house that she walked and they're not answering the doors. Okay. She doesn't have a phone or anything like that? No. Okay. Does she have a bike? Yeah, but she doesn't ride it to school. Well, have you looked? Have I worked? Looked for her. Have you looked for her anywhere? I went up to the school and my sister's walking up to the school the same way that she walked with her dog. And I went to her friend's house and kind of looked around at the park that's down the street. There's no kids there. Okay. What's your daughter's name? Jessica Ridgway.
News of 10-year-old Jessica's disappearance will soon grip the entire community, but in the early first hours, it's the family that police need to speak to, including the other two residents of the house, Jessica's aunt and her grandmother.
How are you guys holding out?
I don't know. I don't think her mother's doing well. It's kind of scary.
Yeah.
She never does things like this. She's a good kid.
Yeah.
Jessica's not really one to want to even run away. She's pretty a homebody.
She's pretty, okay, she's, I know kind of a homebody, but is she like pretty adventurous too?
I don't think so.
According to Jessica's mother, she packed her off for school that morning at 8:30, bundled up for the snow, and went to bed after working the night shift. It wasn't until approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon that she woke up to see that Witt Elementary had called with an unsettling message. Jessica never showed up to school that day.
And then I got in the car and I drove over to her house and knocked on the door and banged on the door and nobody answered. So I drove up to the school and went inside and saw that the office was closed. So I turned around and left and drove back to her house and pounded on the door again, rang the doorbell. Nobody answered. And so I drove home and then I called 911.
Does she know like the house phone number?
She knows our house phone number by heart.
Does she?
She's not real clear on our address sometimes. So she transposes the numbers.
Oh, does she? Does she know like your guys' cell phones at all, or just the house?
Just
phone?
the house phone.
What do you think?
I don't know. I have no
Jessica could be.
I don't know. This is not like her. I pounded into her head since she was little not to get into cars with strangers, so I don't think she would do that. I mean, in my mind, I think maybe she started off towards school. She missed, so she went heading on to the school too. She got to school late. Maybe the door was locked, so she decided to go back home. But I don't know how she would go back home, and obviously she didn't.
The Ridgway family insists that it would be wildly out of character for Jessica to simply take off, and the lack of answers invites darker possibilities.
I've just been so afraid.
Right. So, y'all, you sent her to school. She was supposed to go to school. She never made it to school. She never came home. She doesn't have a cell phone. It makes sense that the detectives would look for them first, like, question them first about her whereabouts. But truly, if anything, she has to be or had to be with someone that she felt comfortable with, or she didn't feel like that person is a threat if they're thinking that she's missing in that type of way. Even with the address situation, let's say if she decided to come back home, she knows how her house looks like, even if she doesn't know or necessarily know what the address is. She knows how to, most of the kids, especially around 10, if they don't even know like what their actual address is, they know how their address look, or they know how their house look when they're on the bus, right? They'll know what type of street they live on. Like, they pick up on little clues and they look around their surroundings when they're in those buses and stuff like that. So obviously, I don't even think she made any attempt to go to school. I don't think she ever even made it to the school. So again, my problem is that did you see her go on the bus, or did you not see her go on the bus? So you're saying this is something that's not a part of her personality. She's always a good kid. She always did what she needed to do. You never had to worry about her, and she had no problems of calling you if she had any need of anything, right? So I'm thinking that the only thing that happens is that she had to possibly get snatched, from the bus. Or did she not go on the bus? Did she end up getting snatched before she got on the bus? And if that is the case, that means that y'all didn't watch her get up and go on the bus. You didn't see her deliberately you didn't hand her off to the bus driver. One of the things you need to do, you have to hand your children, especially if your children is using public transportation, you're not driving them to school, you have to physically be there to see your kids get on that bus. Okay? Get to know that bus driver's name. You should at least know that bus driver's first name, just in case if anything happens from going to your house to the schoolhouse, you know who was driving your kids. Get used to understanding and knowing the number of the bus that your kids take, because usually those buses runs on routes. So whatever route your house is on, that is always going to be the bus that's going to pick up your children. That number is never going to change. So that means that the driver, unless they're sick or on vacation, is never going to change. It's going to be the same driver. You have to know these things. It is not how it was when I was growing up. It's not how it was when my mom was growing up, right? I wish it was kind of like that you didn't really have to worry that much like that, but it's not. It's not. You have to know everything. I know that parents today are tired. We are tired, okay? We are tired. We have to focus on so many different things now that our parents didn't have to deal with and their parents didn't have to deal with. You know, the whole added on of the internet and social environments and social media and friends that they're making online, friends that what their friends in school, what they're looking at, what their parents are doing. It's just a lot. It's a lot. And I know we're tired, but we got to do it. We got to do it, and we got to protect our kids as best as possible. That poor baby, she looked so cute and pretty with her little glasses and her little ponytail ribbon and stuff. Let's go on.
This is going to happen sometime, and now it did.
So why were you afraid this was going to happen?
I just always been worried that somebody would take one of my children or my grandchildren. I mean, I worried about the girls when they were little too. And they walk to school. I just worried.
So that's what you think has happened here?
I don't know. I mean, that's the worst case scenario for me. I'm hoping that she's lost or in a culvert or someplace and can't get out, and she's hurt and cold. My mother's convinced she's under some bush somewhere. I'm stymied. I mean, I'm hoping nobody abducted her. I mean, that fear's there that somebody abducted her because she just disappeared and she never does this.
God forbid if someone grabbed her or something, what do you think her reaction would be?
I think her reaction, if it's somebody she didn't know and they just grabbed her, she would start screaming.
Would she?
Okay, good.
In their determination.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Southern, it always been dangerous. It always been dangerous. You're 100% correct. You know, I mean, me being brought up in the stranger danger era, right? Conjunction, what's your function? I'm telling my age, but it's always been dangerous. But you know what's so funny? My mom generation, my generation, we're built different. These kids, they don't understand. It's a different world for them. They're not built the way how we used to be. We used to think that shit was dangerous, was fun. Look, y'all remember our playgrounds? Our playgrounds was nothing but literally listen, our playgrounds back in the day was preparing us for war. All right. We were getting our butts burnt off of metal slides in the summertime. We would scrape up our knees, break our arm, break our knees just for going to the playground. Okay. We used to swing and get concussions and get the hell back up. The merry-go-round is a whole death trap. The seesaw had you seeing Jesus if your friend jumped off at the wrong minute. We went through some shit. Okay, we didn't have fake grass and turf and shit like that. Everything for us was concrete at the playground. These kids are not us. They are not tough like us. We would literally break our arms and break our fingers and be, yeah, it's all right though. Let's get back to playing at the playground. These kids are not built like us. They really not. So we have to protect them for what they know and what they understand, because they really not like us. They really not like us no more. They really ain't. They're not. They're not like us. Bruce said, if you were so worried, why did you let her leave and go to bed and worry? Mom would have been vigilant. Yeah, I agree with that too, Brucey. Schoolhouse Rocks, you know, right? We built different. Yeah, yes, Brucey. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Assault and steel. Amen. Oh my God. Like, do you know how many times I had to like rebuild skin from them hot ass fucking slides, trying to go down on them, and those slides are like 123 degrees because they've been sitting in the sun all day. Man, listen. Sean said black tar. Yep, exactly. Yep. I grew up with Mr. Green Jeans. That's that Mr. Green Jeans. Wow, Shelly. Wow, okay. MJ, it depends on the area. Some kids still like that, especially in the country. You know what? You're right. But a lot of those playgrounds and a lot of those type of situation is going away. Most of these kids don't even want to go outside. They're online. Hi. Don't watch my channel unless you're with an adult. Let's go on. Let's go on.
To bring up anything that might be relevant. The family mentions some recent troubling incidents in the area.
One day she said there were some people standing at the park that were just like standing there by the tree, and it made her nervous, so she came home. That was like 3 weeks ago. She said they were just standing there like this by the tree.
At the beginning of the school year, or maybe it was the end of last year, they had that suspicious person up at the Kettner Lake, and we had talked about making sure never to talk to anybody you don't know, and kind of usually reinforce it about every couple weeks, every month.
What do you remember about that suspicious person?
I don't remember. It was, they sent home like a letter saying there was...
The school did?
Yeah.
In May, a woman reported being attacked by a man wielding a chemical-scented rag while jogging at the nearby lake. Though she fought him off successfully, he fled the scene and the police have yet to make an arrest.
Hey, so these are some pictures of a girl at 120th and Washington in a Circle K gas station.
Okay.
It looks similar to Jessica. I can't really tell, unfortunately. The picture isn't real clear. Do you mind just looking at these and tell me what you think here? I know those are bad pictures, but unfortunately that's kind of the best we can do.
It looks similar. And that's kind of how she keeps her hair.
What's kind of your initial reaction when you saw those?
I would say it's closer to being her than not being her.
But you didn't think that was your daughter when you first saw them?
Not right off the bat.
Unfortunately, the lack of solid information leaves Jessica's family reeling.
Oh, please God, please God, please God, please God. God, what must she be doing? Can we please find her? Can we please find her? Can we please find her?
The search for Jessica Ridgway becomes the top priority of the Westminster Police Department, but the little girl is nowhere to be found. 2 days after her disappearance, however, a man in neighboring Superior, Colorado finds a backpack on the street outside his house that matches the description her mother gave police.
It's gray with pink flowers on it.
Inside the backpack are Jessica's distinct purple glasses, school books, clothes that smell of urine, and a water bottle that says Jessica Ridgway on the side. The finding is disturbing, but it's not until October 10th, 3 days later, that several sanitation workers happen upon a far more horrifying discovery while picking up trash on the side of the road, miles away from where Jessica was last seen.
And I just seen that black bag. I said, well, that must have fell out of somebody's pickup or blew out of somebody's pickup or something. Our job's to pick up the trash. Well, I walked over, picked it up. Herman was maybe 30 feet from me, west of me. And I said, what the hell? It was 30, 40 pounds, but it's only that deep and it's a bag that's this tall. So what could be so heavy and so small?
He was like, man, I went to pick this bag up. And he was like, it didn't feel right. So we, started looking at it. And my friend Bobby, he gets like the broom handle and he starts, poking at it. He didn't touch it, but he starts poking at it. He's like, man, I think that's something.
Did it look like that bag had been out there for quite a while, or? No, because me and Herman both said, when a bag's been out there for even a couple of days, it's got dust on it, it's got dirt, it's got the dew in the morning. Them look brand new out the box in the ditch.
It was gooey on the bottom of the bag, like liquid was in there. But the sound of it, the top of the bag sounded hollow.
I opened it, and I thought, there's another identical bag, only it's rolled up tight in the bottom. And it's the same bag, but rolled up. I said, this ain't right. Something just ain't right. This isn't trash. And he asked Herman, you got a knife? I said, I don't have a knife. And Herman had a box cutter knife, with the one with the razor blade. Mm-hmm. And he took it, slid it open, and that's when we just seen it.
And then that's when we see, like, the torso. And then I seen, like, if the arm was missing, the bone that was sticking out. And then it was also split right down the middle, but all the insides were missing. So my friend Bobby was like, man, I think I'm going to call the police.
2 days later, the Westminster Police Department confirms that the remains indeed belong to Jessica Ridgway, turning
Rest in peace to that beautiful little girl. Why would someone do that to that beautiful girl like that? Why would they do that? That breaks my heart. Why would they do something like that to that poor little girl like that?
the search for the missing girl into a homicide investigation. The news shocks the community, even as the discovery leaves a lasting scar on the men who found it.
I don't want to see another black trash bag. Dude, I'm not even going to go down this street, ever. But just seeing there no head, no arms, and no legs. It had to be hard. It had to be hard for the person that even did it.
The police find something else in the bag, a cross with strange markings carved into the side of the wood. And with samples they've obtained from Jessica's remains and backpack, they develop a DNA profile of an unknown suspect. But before they can identify a match, an unexpected phone call to the FBI sends the investigation in a new direction.
Why did you initially contact the FBI?
Well, because I really felt like I knew who had done it.
Who done what?
Who had abducted Jessica Ridgway.
Okay, and why did you feel that?
I don't know. I mean, I know it sounds weird, but I think some of it was really intuition. Mm-hmm. I'm a mom, first of all. I'm kind of a paranoid type of person, I guess I would say. Well, not really paranoid, I guess. I'm just aware of my surroundings. Mm-hmm. And I believe that you can tell somebody by their eyes, you know.
The woman says she's grown suspicious about the teenage son of her neighbor, Mindy.
And Mindy had texted me in July. She says, Austin graduated today. I said earlier or something. And she said, yeah. She says he dropped out of high school, took his GED, and he's going to school in the fall to become a mortician. And I thought, what kind of kid drops out of high school to go to be a mortician? And the cross thing was a big part because that's something that he wore a lot of that kind of jewelry, like the hemp necklaces and rope necklaces and stuff with the crosses on them. Mindy had posted on her thing this picture of this project that he had done. And she said, I guess it was something that was at the Museum of Nature and Science or something like that. And she says, I've got it on my phone. What's the fastest, least messy way to dispose of a body? And she says, Austin knows.
The FBI is already canvassing the neighborhood, and when they receive the woman's tip, they quickly interview Austin and collect his DNA sample.
And then she texts me right after and said, Austin just gave his DNA to the FBI. This is getting crazy. And they told me, play stupid.
Well, that's at 19.
Uh-huh. And I said, what? And she says, at least they can rule him out now. Should be the end of it for us.
Unfortunately for the investigation, this is exactly what happens. Austin Sigg's DNA is sent to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and like the
So that's weird because it's like, why? Okay, so this is a teenager. I guess he dropped out of school and stuff like that. Why is kids who are like preteens, that's what I'm expecting, if they're like around the victim's age, why are y'all hanging out with teenagers? Like, I don't understand that. Like, and for him to say, well, Austin would know, like, why? Okay, that even in that was creepy. Like, why would Austin know how a body would dissolve and stuff like that? So I see why they went and they had to get a DNA sample from him because of that rumor going around. But it just seems quite weird that, you have 10-year-olds hanging out with teenagers or high school dropouts. Like, I just find that quite weird. Quite weird. But then why, and again, it's like, why are teenagers talking about stuff like this? And when was the last time they had a conversation about bodies or dead bodies and stuff like that? That's what's like kind of alarming to me. Let's go on.
Hundreds of other samples that have been collected. It's not a match for the evidence. It's another dead end, and the hope of catching Jessica's killer grows dimmer than ever. That is, until the evening of October 23rd, 18 days after the little girl's disappearance, when a 911 call changes everything.
Hi, I need you to come to my house. My son wants to turn himself in for the Jessica Ridgway murder.
And what's going on there? Ma'am,
Not hear me? He just confessed to killing her.
I know. I want you to tell me what's going on. Can you tell me exactly what he said?
But he did it, and he gave me details, and her remains are in my house.
Did you see them?
No.
Is he there with you?
Yes.
Is he cooperative?
Yes.
How old is your son?
17.
What is your son's name?
Austin Paige.
In a bizarre twist, the very individual that investigators just cleared is now apparently confessing to the murder, and the 911 operator strives to get more information.
Do you think that Austin would talk to me?
Will you talk to her? Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Hello?
Is this Austin?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Austin. This is Molly at the Westminster Police Department.
Hi.
Can you tell me a little bit about...
Wait, what? What? Hold on. What? Did I hear that correctly? Did I hear that correctly? Guys, please tell me. Please tell me I didn't hear that, what I heard. So the same person that they just cleared admitted that they committed the murder. Are they protecting someone? Are they protecting someone else? Because that seems weird. That seems beyond weird. That is a twist that I was not asking for at all. Yeah, they found the torso on the side of the road, but the rest is in the house. Why would you keep the rest of this poor victim's body in your house? Why are you taking her limbs? Like, was this like some blood sport? What is this? Like, what's going on? Austin is creepy. Beyond creepy. You are a calm mom to have little girl. Yeah, like I know she is very calm. I mean, but at least she called. She called, you know, because some parents wouldn't listen. A lot of parents wouldn't call. A lot of parents would be like, what the fuck? Let's go ahead and hide this shit. Let's get out the road. Let's go take a vacation for 3 months. I'm going to go get the savings and everything like that. That's what a lot of parents would do, right? But at least she called. I'll give her that. But I'm just like, I'm kind of like flabbergasted right now. So sorry if I'm not as enthusiastic as I normally am. The last case got to me too, as well. And you know how I feel about these children cases. But let's go on.
What's going on right now, or how you're feeling, or how did this come about?
I don't exactly get why you're asking these questions. I murdered Jessica Ridgway.
Okay.
I have proof that I did it. There is no other question. You just have to send a squad car something down here, and I will answer all the questions that you want to ask, or anyone wants to ask of me as soon
Noah,
as
you told me to look up this case.
down here.
Okay. Shout out
The
to you for
teenager
this
will
case,
more than
Noah.
live up to this promise as the evening unfolds, but for now, the operator has to determine what kind of situation the police will be walking into.
Do you have any weapons in your house?
I do, but I plan to use absolutely none of them. I will be sitting in my front room when the police officer arrives. Or I'll be right next to my mother. I have knives in my room, and we own a few guns, but I'm giving myself up completely. There will be no resistance whatsoever.
All right, Austin. Well, like I said,
the police.
Why he have all those guns in his... Why he have all those guns? Please tell me that's his father's guns, right? Like, I can understand that's his father's gun rack and all that stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We in America, we love our guns. It is what it is, right? But what is a 17-year-old doing with a whole gun rack full of guns and weapons and shit? And not once did I hear that those are my father's guns, or I had to retrieve these weapons from my father's gun. These are your guns. The 17-year-old's guns. Why? This keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
Like I said, I am sending you a police officer, okay? But you have to understand that you know, we take this stuff very seriously, and like I said, you did the right thing by calling.
I would have to hope that you would take this serious because this is important.
I absolutely am taking this seriously.
Can you please hurry up? I need to call his dad.
Ma'am, I understand you want to call your husband, and I'm sorry, but I would like to keep you guys on the phone just until the officers get a little bit closer.
Well, how far are they?
They're going to be there in just a few minutes. Can I get
we can stay on the line, but do you have to keep asking questions?
Okay, no, I don't. Mom, can I just get your name?
My name is Mindy.
And Austin told me he's taking like classes at community college?
Yeah.
Okay, what kind of classes?
So he's taking forensic science. Isn't that some shit? Isn't that some fucking shit that he's taking forensic science community classes courses, and they was just about to clear him for no DNA on the victim's I guess remains, the torso that they found. And now he comes clean in reference of him unaliving this poor little girl and having the other remains, like her insides and her head and her ligaments, with him in the household. And I'm going to go back to what Bruce said. You telling me that there was no smell? You didn't smell that from your kid's house, from your kid's room or in his closet or wherever he hid it? You didn't smell nothing like that? That I find that quite weird. You know, I think if I can smell, if people can smell, I'll say like this. If people can smell a dead rat or a dead mouse or a dead bird, a dead squirrel, and other dead things that sometimes just, you know, lie in your lawn, be in your driveway and things of that sort. You mean to tell me you didn't smell a god-awful smell of human remains in your child's bedroom if he hid it there, or in your house, or in the basement? You didn't smell that? I find that quite hard that you didn't smell something like that. I really do. I really do. Forensic, that's how he knows how to dispose a body. Yes, Bruce. So now it makes perfect sense for what the grandmother and the mother of the victim was talking about when they was hearing the rumors about the other kids saying that this guy knew how to get rid of a body. He was taking forensic science. So he knew how to also make sure that his DNA don't even pop up on the body. That's really, really crazy. That is really, really crazy. Yeah, you're right. That's why the other said he would know. Yeah. Lime keeps the body from producing smell. It does. It absolutely does. Where did he even do this crime and have time to direct and dismember her? It had to be somewhere in the woods, Jamie. It had to be somewhere in some form of woods or something. And mind you, he dropped out of high school, right? And I'm telling you, she never made it to school. She never made it to school. I don't even believe that she even made it on the bus. So this is why when they said that they saw her off to go to the bus, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. They would have seen her get on the bus if the bus came and picked her up in front of her house or even a block away from her house. That's why you're supposed to go down there and make sure your kids get on the fucking bus. I don't think that they were there. They didn't go down there to see her actually get on the bus. She probably never got on the fucking bus, man. That is something. That's really something right there. Sadly, parents ignore all the signs of how their son is a psycho. Yeah. Spinach left in my daughter's lunchbox from the end of camp stunk the worst smell. You see, exactly, right? Let's go on. This is terrible.
What is he taking?
To be a mortician.
He wants to be a mortician? Okay.
The operator tries to keep Austin's mom, Mindy, calm as police make their way to the address.
Mindy, take a couple deep breaths for me, okay? Yep. Is Austin still there with you?
Yeah, I'm hugging him.
Okay, you guys are hugging? Okay, you definitely did the right thing. You tell me when the officers get there. They're coming to your front door.
I know.
Are you with the officers or what?
No, they're not here.
Okay. Is Austin still calm? How is his demeanor right now?
Hurry up.
I'm trying to get them to hurry, okay? Like I said, we're getting officers there as quickly as we can. Is Austin okay with you right now?
Yeah, he's just getting really anxious, and so am I.
Okay.
She was used as
they're coming up.
Police arrive at the SIG residence and immediately take the 17-year-old into custody.
Hey, Austin. I'm Oscar Stetson. Come out. Go step out. Anybody else in the house? Hey, Austin. My name is AC, okay? Right now, I'm just going to put you in cuffs, okay? Do you have any weapons on you? Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think that this will anyway bring any comfort to the Ridgway family whatsoever by seeing me brought to justice at all?
Well, I don't know the family, but I would say in my experience, people like some closure.
Well, this is all I can give, so I hope it'll do.
If Austin is to be believed, the Westminster police finally have their suspect. The only issue is whether or not they should believe him at all.
So in your experience, how long does it usually take to get the DNA test back?
I would expect somewhere between 9 and 36 hours, somewhat.
Wow. They came Friday night, the FBI, and took swab.
Okay.
DNA swab.
Well, keep in mind, they're not open on the weekends.
Gotta love it, right?
Or the government.
That just seems wrong, because, I mean, when you're hunting down someone like me, you would want those results back as quickly as possible and then close on the weekend. It's a relatively automated process.
At the police station, detectives first speak to Austin's mother, Mindy, who seems scarcely able to believe the nightmare unfolding before her eyes.
I was still in a towel, and I don't remember why I sat on the bed. I'm sure I was telling him something unrelated, and he said, Mom, I gotta tell you something.
This is while he's still in the bed? Mm-hmm. And you're sitting there beside him? Mm-hmm. Can you tell me what he told you?
I don't know.
It's really hard to...
I'm going to tell you something, guys. I don't think he did it by himself. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I don't think he did it by himself. According to what the victim mom and what the victim's grandmother said about the victim, she had a close-knit family, and she also had close-knit friends. She doesn't seem like the type of girl who was necessarily the social butterfly, right? And they also said that they was preparing her way before about don't walk with strangers, don't talk to strangers, you don't really know a person, don't go anywhere with them. If you feel like you're in danger, contact a teacher, come contact an adult. She knew their phone numbers to get in contact with them if she was even lost. So a lot of the things that they said about that girl, I don't see this girl going anywhere with this 17-year-old boy. I mean, look at the 17-year-old boy's face. You can look at his eye. His eyes is dead. His eyes is dead. He looked like he has problems. He looked like he has issues. He's suffering from whatever he's suffering from, sociopath, psychopath, you name it, right? But you could tell he has anti-social behaviors about him just by looking at his photo. I do not see that little girl willingly going with this individual. Somebody had to be around him or had to be a part of it to make her comfortable to walk off and leave off with them. I really do believe that he had an accomplice. He had someone who was willing to help that little girl lower her walls and be vulnerable for her to come and walk with him. I don't see her walking with him or going just randomly. And if he was actually really going to snatch her, you got to remember, right? This is early in the morning. Kids go to school and get on the bus by 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, right? And if they're in a neighborhood that's like that, a neighborhood with other neighbors who kids get on the bus and all the stuff like that, some parents are out there. Some parents, if they're not out there, they're looking out the window. They'll look out the window because, you know, us parents, we want to give our kids responsibility. We want to start trusting our kids, especially when they get into the age of, you know, to be trustworthy, you know, build that up. You know what I'm saying? So I could trust you that you're going to do your homework. I'm going to trust you that you're going to come home. I'm going to trust you that you're going to have strange people in my house, right? We start giving them testing them to see if they can handle certain responsibility, right? That's what we do. That's just a natural, normal thing that we do. I do not see it. I don't see it with this little girl. With this little girl, she had to be vulnerable. She had to have her walls down. And I think somebody else is involved who she knew. Someone else that she really knew, had conversation with, cool with, probably at her school, probably rode the bus with. It had to be somebody else that made that girl feel comfortable to go with this man. She didn't do it by herself. He didn't do it by herself. He didn't do it by himself. Somebody else is involved. That's just me stating. I could be wrong, right? It's not like I have not been wrong before, but that's what I'm getting from it. I do not see this girl walking off with this man, this young man. Southern said now she doesn't know. Right, like exactly. Now she doesn't know everything that her son told her while he was sitting there having a conversation. Right, sure. What does she mean she doesn't know? Exactly, right, exactly. Right, he got a buddy. Yeah, I agree. He does. Looks like he has no soul. He does. It doesn't. Yeah, he looks soulless. He looked like he is completely tapped out. Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking maybe Austin was trying to cover up a sex crime. Just my thinking. That could be a possibility. That could be a possibility. I just really, something is telling me, and like I said, my feelings can be wrong. It's not like they have not been wrong before. I think he had an accomplice. I don't think that he was able to get in access to this girl without someone knowing her and making her believe that she was in safe hands. But let's go on.
Hard to just to deal with this whole thing right now. I understand this whole concept of this is pretty hard.
I want to help. I can remember he had that look, that horrible look. I think the first thing he said was, I'm a monster.
If the detectives are going to get to the truth of this confession, though, the details will have to come from Austin himself.
Can we start with just the bottom line is what did you tell your mom?
That I murdered Jessica Ridgway, and that I was responsible for her abduction and her death.
Can you talk to me now a little bit about what happened in this whole situation? Can we go ahead and start back on October 5th, which was a Friday morning?
I just remember I wound up finding a place over in her neighborhood where I could park where a car really wouldn't be noticed by anyone, just somewhere where all the fences were. Because, while I was driving, I was just kind of looking. And I saw her and I found the place to park and I parked and I waited. When she walked by, I grabbed her.
Were you standing by your car when you did that?
I was inside my car in the back seat because I had parked
I had hopped into the back seat and I grabbed her and I pulled her in.
Okay. Do you remember where that was at?
Not exactly. It was random place, random time, random everything.
Well, when you went out that morning, Friday morning, which was early in the morning, and you drove over to Jessica's neighborhood, what were you planning on doing that day?
I had the intent of picking up so any female that came across where I was. That it didn't matter what time, where, it just anything.
So you were out, for a better word, hunting?
Yeah, that's the only word I can think of.
So when you initially took Jessica, you were actually in the back seat of your car.
Yes, and then I zip tied her hands and her feet.
Did she come close enough to the car that you didn't have to get out?
Yeah, basically. I mean, I had to take one step, and that was it.
What was she doing when you did that? What was her emotional state?
She wasn't paying attention. She was messing with a snowball in her hands, and she actually still had the snowball in her hands when I was driving around. And
well, what was her emotional state once you actually got her into the car and zip tied your arms?
Terrified.
What was she saying?
She was scared. She wanted to know if she was going to see her mom again. She wanted to know who I was, where we were going. And I mean, I wouldn't answer all of her questions, but I would answer some of them, like if she'd see her mom again, and I would lie to her and I would tell her that she would. And I would tell her that she'd be okay. And one of her concerns was getting back to school on time because her mom and her teacher would be angry at her, and I told her not to worry about it, that I'd handle them.
Austin is describing an abduction that has been front page news in Colorado for the better part of a month. Detectives sit down with his girlfriend Anna to see if the subject ever came up between them.
We're here about Jessica. Well, tell me what you saw on the news about Jessica.
I just saw that she heard about her getting kidnapped and then finding the body, and that's about where I left off.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Austin?
Last week, Wednesday.
Last week, Wednesday. And have you and Austin talked about Jessica at all?
Not really.
What have you mentioned? You said not really. What have you mentioned about?
We were talking about how we couldn't think about anybody could do that to somebody. That's pretty much it.
But Anna doesn't yet know that her boyfriend has admitted to his involvement in this horrific crime, and she certainly doesn't know the chilling story he's sharing with the detectives.
So after so long of driving around, I found a place to park where I checked her backpack and...
I'm sorry, I'm not really believing most of his story. I'm not believing the beginning of it. And like I said, I could be wrong, but he said that she wasn't paying attention. He said he parked his car in an area that, around the fence. And he said he was looking for any particular girl that would pass by. She was supposed to be at the bus stop, getting ready to go to school. So did you catch her while she was walking to the bus stop? Because that's the only thing that would make sense. How would you be able to grab her or slide yourself into the back seat to grab her from the back seat unless she was walking to the bus stop? So if she was walking to the bus stop, then that means her grandmother and her mother lied about them sending her on the bus. They lied about them actually seeing her go on the bus. That's I don't think that that's happened. I don't think that's happened. I don't think that she was just playing with a snowball in her hand and she wasn't paying attention and you were just able to just like grab her like that. Not if she's walking to the bus, and I'm sure that there's other people, other kids who has to walk to the bus. Somebody should have saw you grabbed her. Somebody should have saw a distinct ugly ass brown color fucking truck or van or whatever the fuck that is, SUV, someone opening up the passenger seat and grabbing her. She had distinct things on her. Her book bag was very distinct. It was very unique for a reason, because that's what our parents do, right? We make our children book bags very unique so if they lose it, we can spot it out if it's caught in the lost and found, if someone else take it. That's the reason why we pick out these Landers as book bags, just in case if our kids lose it, right, or lost it. It'll be easier to to retrieve. I just do not see 9 o'clock in the morning, all the kids in the block is heading down to the bus stop. And while she's walking with a snowball in her hand, you was able to grab her. So you telling me there's no other children on the block who has to take the bus stop? You telling me there was no parents? Not one parent could see there's somebody in an ugly ass fucking truck or Jeep put somebody in there? You really telling me that? I don't believe that whatsoever. That part of his story I don't believe. I think that he's leaving a accomplished out. I stand on what I say. I could be wrong. It is what it is, but I'm standing on what I said 10 toes down. No. I don't believe that part. I believe that somebody helped you get her comfortable to go ahead and go along with you or get in the car with you. Somebody else said, hey, what's the name? So-and-so is going to take us to the school. Hop in. And she was like, okay, you're going to drive us to the school? Okay. And I know the boy, I know the guy, I know the boy who I go to school with, or the little girl I go to school with. If they say that this guy is okay, then I'm going to go with them. That's what I think that happened. I don't really think what he said happened at all. Not that part. But let's go on.
She had no cell phone or anything. And after that, I hopped back in the front of my car and I drove back to my house. And I hopped out of the car and I opened the garage door and I drove in and I shut the garage door behind me. Let her out of the back of my car. I undid the zip ties. And I took her up to my room. And I sat her in my room and I played Netflix on the TV for her. It was either like Family Guy or something. I don't remember. It was some cartoon. I just kind of sat there.
Austin tells the police that he left the room at this point to get Jessica a Coke and a microwave pizza to eat.
You actually went to the kitchen and got that for her?
Yes.
Would you leave her there?
Yeah.
Could she have gotten out? I mean, would you have seen her leave or heard her leave?
If she would have went by the window, then no. But any other way, then probably.
So this is on the second floor, right?
Yeah.
It's got a 2-story home.
No, and she didn't put up any fight at all.
Austin's grim confession takes place against the backdrop of the conflicting DNA evidence, and his grandmother appears to think something else may be going on here.
Do you know why you're here?
Because there has my grandson seems to believe that he committed a murder.
Okay, and your grandson?
That's what I understand. This is horrible. This is the most horrible.
Grandma, what you talking about, Grandma? Grandma, what are you talking about? That your grandson has believed that he has committed a murder. What are you talking about? He admitted to committing a murder. He admitted that he had her remains in the house. The police done went there and retrieved the remains and your grandson. What do you mean he believes? No, Grandma. No, that's not how you start this, Grandma. Grandma, that's not how you start this. Absolutely not. Don't try to paint the picture of your grandson being delusional or under drugs or something like that he think that he committed something that he didn't do. No. Say it the way that it is. My grandson admitted to unaliving a little girl. That's not how we start this. Like, come on. No, grandma. No, I understand. Like, I understand it. But grandma, you're doing too much. Nah, grandma. Come on, man. Don't do that, grandma. Don't do it.
Whole thing, there's got to be something wrong. He's not this person. Well, maybe he made it up. You know, like I've heard, I was talking about watching the cop shows and stuff, the cold cases, and I've heard about people, false confessions to be, just to get to be famous.
Sure.
Oh, maybe he did that. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
But despite the DNA dead end and testimonials from those who know him,
Grandma, I understand. There is a lot of, more than ever before, I should say. I wouldn't say a lot, right? But more than ever, we have children, young adults who watch CSI TV and series. They have gotten really interested in forensic science and criminal, psychology, and also understanding criminal law. We have our youth interested in it, and that's not a bad thing, right? That's not a bad thing. But the ones that you're talking about, the ones who wants to be copycat serial killers, right? The ones who heard of the Ted Bundys of the world and the Son of Sams of the world and stuff like that. And we do have a lot of copycat killers, the alphabet killer, right? We have these copycat killers, and we do have young people trying to mimic these copycat killers so they can be known and famous in the world, or try to put their name out there, right? In the Guinness Book of World Records or something like that. But here's the thing. Those children or those young adults who commit those crimes, they actually did those crimes, right? That's the biggest part. This is not a pretend. This is not a pretend. He's pretending he has unalived someone. No, a little girl has been unalived, and her remains was found at your grandson's house. He has admitted it, right? So it's not about him believing or faking it just to be famous or anything of that sort. No, someone actually lost their life. This is not a make-believe situation that someone lost their life and I committed a crime against someone. This is not a make-believe person. This is actually a little girl who, quite frankly, don't live that far away from the said suspect who has admitted to her killing. However, what I would do as a grandmother, I would be a little bit more smart about it, that he probably did not pull this off by himself. That doesn't excuse his involvement with it, what you're trying to do. You're trying to excuse his involvement with it, and he's taking it on and just saying, yeah, I did it, but he really didn't have anything to do with it. I would only believe that if he didn't have the remains in her body, right? I went over a case 3 months ago. Y'all remember it. It was a couple months ago. I remember when we ran over a case where this guy, he was admitting that he committed this quote unquote serial killer. He was a serial killer, and he admitted that he killed these 2 women, but come to find out he didn't he didn't kill these 2 women. He just wanted the fame. He wanted the fame, and he didn't care. He just wanted the fame of being known as some serial killer. Right? I went over a case that's in that way. But it wasn't true. He wasn't even nowhere to be found. He wasn't even nowhere near. There was no DNA. There was nothing that even put him at the place of the scene of the crime. But he was the one who went out and wanted his 15 minutes of fame to make himself believe that, he was the person that did it. This is not it. There was actual remains of this poor little baby girl, this beautiful baby girl's body at your grandson's house. The kids in the neighborhood said that your grandson would know how to dispose of a body or know how to get rid of a body or know how to hide a body, and come to find out your grandson was sitting up there taking forensic science courses. Like we don't want to do that. We this is not the time for that. We don't want to do that. You're gonna have to let yourself. And I know it's the ego death is real, but you're gonna have to also let that go, right? You're gonna have to go through that death of what you believe or how you believe who your grandson really is. It's hard. It's hard when a parent has to go through this. It's gonna be hard when a grandparent has to go through this. It's gonna be hard for a family, a community, society, when they already pegged this person up to be a certain thing by their interactions with this particular person. It's hard to let go the person that you thought that you knew. It's hard. Nobody's telling you that it's not going to be hard. I didn't raise them that way, baby girl. Most people don't raise their kids to do things like this. I'm telling you, it's the truth. Most people wouldn't raise their children to do things like this. But once we realize that our children and our youth do shit like this, you got to put your thinking cap on and lead with logic instead of just emotional based about how you feel about your relationship with that person. But let's go on. Let's go on.
Austin paints a vivid picture of Jessica's final moments that feels terrifyingly real.
After sitting there for probably an hour, maybe, I don't exactly remember, time kind of started feeling weird then. After that, I asked her to change into a pair of a shirt and shorts that I had, and I let her go into the bathroom to do that, and she came back, told her to put all her clothes in her backpack and get her backpack ready and everything to go back. And then after she was done with that, I walked up behind her, and I initially tried to use zip ties to strangle her, but those cut into my skin and didn't really work and weren't doing a job that weren't doing it. So I immediately, just without even removing the zip ties or anything, I immediately switched over to just strangling her with my hands.
How did you use the zip ties?
They weren't quite long enough, so I daisy chained two of them together and I wrapped them around her neck and I pulled it tight, but it inevitably tore through my hand and wound up breaking.
You actually have a mark on one of your fingers.
So Alfred said, with over 330 million, how many wannabe killers mingling among you all? The numbers can be quite high, right? I'll tell you this, from our adult population, Alfred, in the United States, 20% of our adult, listen to me clearly, 20% of our adult population are full-blown narcissists. Full-blown narcissists. 20% of our adult population. So once I get the stats on our young adult, or I would say teen population or young teen population, of what's the percentage of that, I will let you know. But 20% of our adult population in the United States is narcissists. And that is not accounting the ones who have never went and got diagnosed for having a narcissistic personality disorder. Okay? So let's see. Southern is right. Video games have made kids not respect weapons. They get shot, they respawn to play again. Yeah, there's some truth to that. Absolutely. Hi, Chief. Chief said, I hope you're having a good Sunday. He said, have you seen the Nana Boo Boo technique? No, I don't. Tell me about it. Let's go on.
Fingers, is that from the zip tie?
Both. Yes, on both ends. There's one.
On both of the index fingers right here, you have a little mark where those were from pulling on the zip ties.
Yes. When I choked her, I closed my eyes and I just said, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. And then after she was dead, after she was, what I hope was dead, I put her into my bathtub face down, and I made sure to fill it up with water to make sure that she was definitely dead. And then I cut off the clothes and threw them in a trash bag, and then I sat and I cried.
According to Austin, that was only the beginning of an unspeakably dark morning.
Why did you feel like you had to take her arms and legs and her head off?
Because I felt like it was the only way that I could conceivably hide the body, is if it was in more manageable pieces, I guess.
I think it's a good question, but why are you trying to hide the body?
As soon as I had realized I was past the point of no return, it's either get away with it or go to jail forever, possibly be executed, possibly anything. I didn't know. I don't know what my future's gonna be.
So you're fully understanding the consequences of what you've done, and that's why you're dismembering the body?
No, that's not why. That's why I turned myself in. It's because I understand the consequences of what I'm doing. The dismemberment was from that forensic science class. We had learned about serial killers, stuff like that, and the successful ones always seemed to be the ones who were able to make the body disappear completely. My main goal initially was to make it so that there was no trace, no nothing, where it was just disappear off the face of the planet.
Is that something you thought about before?
So that really doesn't make any sense to me, right? Because if you went through all that trouble to make sure that you would get away with it, why would you so willingly give yourself up? They had no clue that it was you. In fact, you was able to trick them initially, where they was going down a different route to find out what happened to this poor young girl, because they didn't have no DNA found on the victim that had you on it. So again, if the whole point of you dismembering this poor, beautiful young girl, which I think they need to throw the book at your raggedy ass, I'm just saying. But if the whole point you did it was because you need to follow in the footsteps of the past serial killers who dismember their victims to get away with it or scatter evidence other places, then why would you willingly give yourself up the way that you did? You literally just, your mom called for you and you came on and you admitted it and you gave yourself up. You didn't have to give yourself up. You was just cleared. You was just cleared of the murder. So what was the point? What was the point? Sean said, are there any successful serial killers? Yeah, the ones who weren't found. The ones who are still living their best life and we don't even know that they have committed crimes and committed murders. You know, all those cold cases that's out there that still is, haven't been solved, the unsolved mysteries and stuff. Those are the successful serial killers. I have to tell you, the ones who we talk about and the ones that you learn in forensic school and psychological classes and courses, the Ted Bundys and the Son of Sam, those individuals that we actually could put a name to it, they're not successful serial killers. You know that, right? I don't think he knows that, but they're not successful serial killers. To be a successful one is to never be caught. And then some would say, oh, there's some that wanted to be caught, right? Because they just cared about their fame. They want their name to tremble and people to fear them for days and years and decades to come, right? Like the Jack the Rippers of the world. If y'all want to consider that successful, I don't consider that successful. I don't consider that successful. And maybe, just maybe if we was a society that would not make these people believe that it's any form of fame that they're going to get from the things that they did, and that we will later on continue to talk about them. Like we supposed to talk about these individuals. We supposed to know the crimes that they have committed, but we have to find a way where they don't get that fame that they're looking for. They don't get that legacy that they're looking for by committing harm against so many different people, and the brutality behind how they commit these crimes against people, because they want to be known and they want to be feared. They want their name to be feared in history. We have to find a way how we can remove that. We have to find a way where we can remove that. Because I don't think they should get any fucking spotlight outside of just letting everybody know or informing everybody that this is what this type of person is. This is the crime that this type of person commit. And that's what, and make people aware of some of the tactics that they have used to harm their victims and how they got their victims, right? So we can be proactive. That's the only reason why I would speak about these individuals. I would never speak about these individuals as if they were successful. Y'all ain't successful. People know who you are. You're lost. Y'all done lost your life, or you're spending the rest of your life in prison. You ain't successful to me. You ain't successful for me. Bruce said, I'm sure there are many who are still out there who haven't gotten caught. They are. There absolutely are. And those are the ones who are successful. I was already into true crime stories. Now you have me more intrigued and more. Oh, thanks, Bama. I appreciate you. Bama says, Bruce says, Bama boy, MJ is addictive. Oh, Brucey, you so cute. Let's see. Yeah, true that. Oh, Sean. Aw. Well, we don't know then. Can't answer that yet, right? Let's see. Bama boy said, I just want MJ to know how much I appreciate her because she makes me think more, I guess. Oh, you so sweet, Bama boy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's go on. I appreciate you too, Brucey. Thank you so much.
Or you think about doing that to someone?
Yes, with a hunted conscience. Yeah, absolutely. Hold on, it's buffering.
I figured with just the utility knife, because I know that you can go around the human skeleton fits together kind of like a jigsaw puzzle. You get the right spot, they come apart.
He tells the detectives that he dismembered Jessica's body using the utility knife and an electric saw from the garage before stuffing her parts into several garbage bags and hiding them in a backyard pool shed. A couple of days later, in an effort to direct the search for Jessica to a different area, he left her backpack in a distant neighborhood.
I felt like that didn't work, and so I decided the day the torso part was found, I decided to take that specifically out of the pool house, and I brought it back up and I re-cleaned it and double bagged it and tried to make sure that I used gloves and everything. And I went and I just drove until I found a good spot where I could park for a minute or two, hop out, pull, just dump it off the side of the road and keep going. Because I felt like that was the biggest piece that I had to get rid of, because it was, I don't know, the worst.
But there was also a wooden cross found in that bag, an item Austin says he included as part of his devious ploy.
I was just walking throughout, and I walked into my room, and I happened to see it just sitting there, so I cut it off of its rope, and I just made some random engravings on it with the blade, just to, in case somebody...
What markings did you make on it?
Well, initially I was going to go for something cryptic like 666 or something that would be very clear that it was religious and demonic or something to get them on that.
Did you think that would distract them from you?
Right. If they're looking for a religious fanatic, I'm not one.
Okay.
And I mean, that's what I was trying to do, is make it so I didn't fit the bill.
Okay. Do you remember what the markings looked like that you did put on it?
I put the 3 little etchings on the front, and then on the back, I think I scribbled a Z or an S. I think it was like an S, or just kind of back and forth.
And what did you use to carve it with?
The same utility blade
that you'd used when you'd with the body?
Yeah.
Okay.
Austin says that he spent the week since the murder racked with anxiety, though it appears that his girlfriend didn't notice.
What about his attitude? How has he been in the last month? Is there anything different about him?
Not at all.
Okay. Does he have any injuries on him? You haven't seen any injuries? What about, has he seemed happier than usual or sadder than usual or anything like that? Have you noticed anything different about him?
It seems that even those closest to Austin noticed nothing out of the ordinary, but then again, perhaps the young suspect was practiced in maintaining an innocent facade.
Does anything else happen before today?
One thing I had forgotten about until the media had brought it back up is the incident at Kettner Lake where the young lady was attacked. That was me as well.
Okay. When you talk about the Kettner Lake incident, do you remember what you did on that case?
I remember I made chloroform. I parked my car there, and I just kind of went and took a few laps around they have a little walking path that you can walk around, and I waited for what I felt was an opportune time, and I just walked past the lady who was just walking by herself, and then I turned around and I tried to grab her, and she knocked me to the ground, and I don't remember after that. I remember going blank again.
Austin says that despite his chloroform-soaked rag, the woman was able to fight him off, but his involvement in this earlier incident is made all the more surreal and heartbreaking by the fact that Jessica's mom mentioned it in her first sit-down with the police.
What was your purpose in grabbing this girl?
I don't.
So apparently when they was talking about someone, a creeper going around grabbing people, and they sent out the message to the school, they was talking about this individual right here. So he was the one who was trying to grab a victim prior, but he was unsuccessful. That victim was too big and was able to fight him off. So you go after you go after a young girl. No, he didn't. The first time he went after a woman, not a young girl, not a child. He went after a woman, probably a woman older than him, and he tried to grab her, and it didn't work. It didn't work. She was able to fight him off and everything like that. And I'm surprised even from that they wasn't able to outline that it was him, or they wasn't able to give a good descriptive that it was him. Maybe he was covered. Maybe he had a mask. You know, it seems like this happened during the wintertime. So I'm thinking that he was all covered up because of the exposure of the climate at that time. But he tried to go after a woman and it didn't work. So this is why his next attempt was to get a younger child, someone younger than him, that he knows that they can't fight back, or they wouldn't fight back. They'll be too scared. And that's why he went after the 10-year-old girl. Bruce says chloroform isn't instant like it is in the movie. It takes quite a while for it to knock you out. That too. Yep. Absolutely. Let's go on. Very nerve-wracking.
I don't honestly know. My intents were probably to do the same thing to her what I did Jessica.
While the police have yet to match the DNA from Jessica's remains to Austin or any other suspect, they have linked it to the Kettner Lake attack. Despite the lab results, it looks increasingly likely that the young man before them is responsible for both. And if this violence seems to have come from nowhere, a closer look reveals that there were signs along the way.
He had to go into therapy because...
Austin?
Yeah,
okay.
Austin. His mother found out that he was when he was about 13, 14, something like that. They call it addicted to pornography.
Oh.
And
at age 13 or 14, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going, isn't this kind of normal for guys? You know?
But investigators will quickly learn that there was nothing normal about the content Austin was consuming.
Describe to me what it is that you've seen.
Like bondage, like forced sex. I've seen like dismemberment. I've seen everything. Like,
what were the things that would turn you on in your fantasy?
I mean, force, probably. I mean,
you talking about beating someone?
No,
or are you talking...
being able to control what they do.
With this disturbing...
So obviously it seems that grandma is a big enabler to Austin. She doesn't deem anything that this boy do as something disturbing or alarming. She's from the boys will be boys crew. If there were signs at the age of 13 that he had an issue, he's not even watching regular pornography. You know what I'm saying? He's not just watching people have sex and or interested about how do you perform sex and stuff like that. He's watching bondage. He's watching what is it called? BDSM. He's watching torture. He's watching dismemberment of bodies. Like, that's what his mom went to go get him help for. Like, even the content that he's watching is not even regular pornography. He's watching content that people who used to watch regular porn, right, and get off on it, they can't get off on regular porn anymore. They have to go to the extreme, right? He's watching content for people who are searching for euphoria, people who's searching for that same high because they can't do it anymore, right? They can't, regular sex don't do it for them anymore. They can't even get up for regular sex anymore. So they need something else to push them to that level to get them aroused. From even hearing that, like, and for you to not even take that serious, you're not even going to take that serious, that's the type of stuff that he's looking at. You're going to really paint that as boys as just being boys? Grandma, you're an enabler. You really are. You really, really are. That's crazy. Bruce said, what? And does he have access to? Dismembering video isn't readily available thing on the normal web. Right. So that means he's definitely in the black web. He's in the black market. He's probably on other social media apps and stuff that are not regulated, like big apps like YouTube and stuff like that, right? He's on the dark web. And y'all are not paying attention to what he's absorbing as the parents that's in his life, the adult figures that's in his life. Jamie said, hard to believe his motive wasn't sexual since he watched that stuff. I agree. I think it was more so about the Jack the Ripper type of kind of thing, right? like from him watching that stuff, it was sexual, but it seemed like he didn't sexually assault this poor little girl, his victim. He didn't. This is what it says. Now later on, if they say that they was able to get DNA results from, you know, whether or not if she was penetrated, that's for them to know. But going off of what they're saying, it didn't seem like he didn't have any sexual encounter with the young girl. It seemed like he just literally kidnapped her, strangled her. So he watched the life go out of her eyes, and then he took his time to dismember her the way that he did. It seemed like he had more of a fascination of seeing someone's life force being removed from their body, and also wanted to get I guess one-on-one dealings on how to sever limbs from a body, how to look at ligaments face to face, look at veins and blood and stuff like face to face. That's what it seems like he was interested in. He was interested in actually experiencing gore at first hand, and him being the person and him being responsible for the gore that he sees. It's crazy. Ugh, so crazy. Yeah. Hi, Marcel. How you doing? I hope you're having a great Sunday. Thank you so much for your compliment. Thank you very much. He's a psychopath. I agree. He is. He probably got those traits from Granny. Granny seems dark too. Granny, I don't know. I got this bombastic side eye with Granny right now. I'm dead serious. I'm not even gonna hold you because Granny just seems too. Oh, my precious Austin wouldn't do that. Oh yeah, he watches porn, but you know, boys will be boys. Y'all remember? I mean, y'all are from the older crew, right? So I'm gonna talk to y'all. My audience is usually from the older crew. Almost every teen movie was always sexual, you know, like coming of age, teenagers dealing with sex for the first time, or sex going on in school. Y'all remember Spaceballs? Y'all remember Just One of the Guys? Y'all remember High Times with Richmond High? Y'all remember all the Meatballs, Porky's? We remember all the teen movies, the coming of age teen movies was all sex based. All Weird Science, all of it. You just see titties and ass all over the place. You would see these people pretending to be teenagers in high school, running around getting their being sexually assaulted by the guys, running around chasing them and all the stuff like that, go looking up their skirts and shit like that. Grease, the movie Grease. Like, but I don't know. I just don't know. Like grandma's kind of killing me right now. Grandma's really killing me right now. Like, come on now, grandma. Like, y'all literally, like, even in the 70s and the 80s and the 60s and all that stuff like that, y'all had those films. Those sex films was out there, right? And they were all it was all under the presence of these being teenagers. Like we wasn't even calling the shit that they was doing in Greece, lifting up girls' skirts and shit and blowing things and all that stuff. We wasn't even calling that sexual assault back then. In Porky's, when they in the shower watching the girls like, you know, take showers and shit, and they would show everything, nipples, hairy pussy, all that stuff. We wasn't even considering that sexual assault back then. That was fun. That was adult comedy. Girl, please. I can't understand this grandma. Let's go.
Obsession hanging in the background. Police are concerned that there may be more to Austin's nauseating story than he's admitted thus far.
Well, at some point, you must have been thinking about having sex with this young girl, right?
I did, but I mean, she was a 10-year-old girl. I couldn't couldn't imagine. It was probably the first time that I haven't ever had a sex drive in my life that I can remember.
Well, why did you decide at that point that you had to kill her?
Because I felt like if I didn't, there was no way I could ever get away with it.
Get away with what?
You're missing out. You don't know.
Abducting a small child. I was so. I think the second I pulled her into my car, I knew she was dead.
If other things happened with her body, would that make this worse in your mind?
I think that. Yeah.
Okay, you know Greece.
Probably,
okay.
Yeah.
It's only at this point that the detectives bring up a detail that was never released to the public. The wooden cross wasn't just left with Jessica's remains. It had been inserted into her. Austin ultimately admits to this desecration, though he denies violating her in any other way before her death.
How long have you been thinking about doing something like this to a young girl?
I would have to say. It wasn't even, had nothing to do with her age or anything. It was an easy target when she was laying there. All I could think of was, oh God, what have I done?
And what did you answer yourself?
I couldn't.
Did you know what you did was wrong?
I did, but I couldn't. I couldn't believe that I had done what I had just done.
What do you think society would think about what you did to Jessica?
I don't know about society because I've never really been that great with it, but I know that personally I am a monster for what I've done. I couldn't find a better word to describe evil than exactly what
Did you say evil?
Evil, yes.
Austin has admitted responsibility for one of the most shocking murders in Colorado history, but a piece of the puzzle remains missing. That piece is soon found when investigators realize that Austin's original DNA sample to the FBI was lost, and his name was cleared in error. When they test a fresh swab, the result is a match. But even without that match, the evidence is impossible to deny.
Let's go back to Jessica again. What you talked about the torso part.
Yeah.
What happens to the rest? What do you do with everything else?
Everything else, I moved then from out in the backyard because I felt like they had cadaver dogs or search dogs or something combing our area. And so I moved all those pieces from in the back of where the pool house was to where the detectives found them tonight.
Where was that at?
Under my house, under a crawl space.
The remaining pieces that are in your house, what do you think is still in your crawl space?
The skull, the head, the arms, and the legs.
In a statement in court the following year, the judge overseeing the case said, quote, "Evil is apparently real. It was present in our community on October 5th, 2012. On that day, its name was Austin Sigg." Austin pled guilty to 15 charges relating to the kidnapping, murder, and sexual assault of Jessica Ridgway,
Hey, Fox
the attempted
Hunter.
abduction
I
of
think
the
you talked
jogger
about
at
the
Kettner
other
Lake,
case before.
and possession of explicit material involving minors. Although being 17 at the time of the crime spared him for the death penalty, the judge sentenced him to life in prison for the charge of first-degree murder and at least another 80 consecutive years for the additional charges, ensuring that he will never be released. 1 year after her death, the Westminster community honored the young girl with the dedication of Jessica Ridgway Memorial Park, just down the street from where she lived. The dominant themes of the park are purple and green, Jessica's favorite colors.
Poor Jessica. Poor Jessica. Prayers to her and her family, truly. But it's sad. It's really sad. His eyes is empty. He is a monster. He's absolutely correct. He's a monster, and he wanted to act it on that what he was feeling inside. He has been itching for a while to act upon the things that he wanted to act upon in his life, and he was just trying to build up enough guts to go ahead and go with it, go, and do what he wanted to do. And he eventually did it. And it's sad that Jessica paid a price for that. Bad thing is, it would have been anyone. It would have been anyone. He tried with someone older. He tried with an older woman. And this is another thing about like a punk too, right? Because you wouldn't try that with a man. You wouldn't try that with a fellow male teenager. You wouldn't even try that with a little boy. But you tried it with a woman and it didn't work. And then now you went after a little girl. You wanted to make sure that you will be able to actually go completely through with the plan. So you took the most vulnerable to you, which would be a young girl who's 10 years old. And then he kind of trying to like make it seem like he's he has some morals about him, about saying why you didn't commit sexual assault to this woman, to this young girl, even though we know that you have a problem with pornography, apparently, because your mom sent you to therapy for having a problem with pornography and the things that you like to watch. And you made it seem like, oh, no, well, I couldn't see myself doing that. That was a 10-year-old girl. But then you went ahead with severing a 10-year-old girl's body, ripping her limb to limb, throwing her torso out on a highway, and keeping the rest of her remains and her insides in your house, and then her skull under your... Very, very, very nerve-wracking. I'm disturbed a little bit. Really prayers to that family and that poor little girl. May she rest in peace. No, she is no longer in pain. And prayers to her family too, and her community, because it seemed that touched the community for a while. They was feeling it. They did not understand, and they didn't even know that it was somebody that was right not too far, right in their midst. They know the family that did something like that. Terrible, very terrible. All right, good folks, I have one more for you. We've been on for 5 hours. I'm doing this because I love you guys. And I didn't go live yesterday because I, took my honey bunny to the amusement park. And, he wanted to see, he wanted to laugh at me while mommy scream and be scared shitless on roller coasters. So I had to oblige my son. It is what it is. So I took him to the amusement park, so I couldn't go live. So I am doing this for you guys. I'm doing this for you guys. We are 5 hours in. Make sure we are hitting the like button. We are commenting in the chat or commenting later after the live stream. Share this out to anyone who is interested in reviewing and going over these cases. As always, I truly appreciate you. I have one more for you good folks, and I will bid you good night, farewell, so y'all can enjoy the rest of your evening to get ready for the Monday morning. The next case that I have for you is when we have a criminal. This seems like a very old case too. We have a criminal who thinks that he's smarter than the detectives, and we're going to see how this plays out. Okay, we're going to see how this plays out. So let's go on, all right? Here we go.
People that are interrogated by the police don't understand the law or don't realize the detectives are trying to manipulate them. In today's video, we are going to take a look at the interrogation of a man who is no stranger to interacting with the police. This is Mark Denclaw, and he was the president of the Gypsy Joker Motorcycle Club.
Mark? Yep. My name's Scott Curtis with the Clark County Sheriff's Office.
Kevin Harper.
What's your name?
Kevin Harper.
Kevin?
Also with Clark County. What's going on, fellas?
Well, obviously we're not from Portland. A couple things we need to do before we chat, and then we'll explain everything. You're with a motorcycle club. You have some affiliation with one, is that right?
I don't have any answers for questions like that.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking is that a few months back, a gentleman named Jeff Sudan, you know him? He threw your name out in conjunction with kind of a repossession of a car or collection of a car. That sound familiar to you?
No, Jeff Sudan almost.
Oh, I was a hot mess on the roller coaster Southern.
No collections of a car. No, I don't know.
My baby got me. He got
Where
me
do you
good.
live? Down by Salem.
Okay, what's your address?
You answer. It's on my driver's license. It's one.
I don't have your driver's license.
You guys have my phone.
The reason Mark is being interrogated by the police is because a few months earlier, the police found the body of a man named Robert Huggins in a field. After weeks of investigation, the police would find out that Robert was an ex-member of the same club that Mark was president of. He had been banned from the club for stealing money from them to pay for his heroin addiction. Robert did not like being kicked out of the club, so he decided to break into Mark's house, tie up his girlfriend, and steal money from the home. Mark quickly found out what Robert did, and he gathered some men from his club and he took Robert's life. How did the police find all this out? A member of the club, who was also a drug addict, had been imprisoned for possession, and he said way too much during a recorded phone call with his girlfriend.
All right, so this is our good old Bikers Club. Now, here's the thing about Bikers Club. I think Bikers Clubs are cool, right? I don't think that all Bikers Club is affiliated with crimes, criminal crimes, drugs, and all that stuff like that. I don't think that. But I really do think that it's a sad thing when they are, right? Or when you find out that these biker clubs are affiliated with gangs, white supremacy, and all that stuff. I just think it's just like, it sucks, right? Because I think a bikers club is a real cool thing. Like, listen, we have a bikers club in the military, okay? Everybody that I work with has, like, I think about at least 4, 8, maybe even 10 people that I work with have bikes. They all come through making all the crazy noises and stuff with the bikes and stuff like that. And I be telling them, listen, y'all, be careful with those bikes. Be careful out on these streets and stuff with those bikes. They're dangerous and all the stuff like that. But it's like a whole bikers club. Listen, the military dudes, they got their bikers club too, right? It's just, I think that it just does a disservice when you take something that was supposed to be positive and fun, something that people can actually meet new people and go out and drive together, have events and stuff like that, and you turn it into something negative. I hate when that happens, because everything starts out with a good idea, and then you have other elements in it that makes it and turns it bad. But apparently this guy, he was a part of the bikers club, and he gave out a little bit of information. No, he didn't give out a little bit of information. He purposely gave out that information because he wanted to lower his time. He was sitting in jail. He had to do his time for that biker club, that / biker club gang. And he was like, why am I sitting up here doing a bid while everybody else is living their life, getting money, and their family is being taken care of and mine is not? I'm going to use this time to and spill information so I can get a lesser time. That's the reason why he spilled it. Other than that, he would have never said anything. He knows the rules. He knows what happened to him if he was to get outside. He knows. He knows. Let's see. He's not falling for their questions. Oh, no, absolutely not. He knows what's going on. It's not a game with this guy. He's well prepared, and we're about to see how well prepared he is. So they're riding bike and getting high. Some of them do, yeah. Some of them do. Some of the biker clubs do. But MJ, most are military or not. They're just getting stoned. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like the big biker brawl in Las Vegas. Yeah, I remember that one, Sean. Yes, I do. I remember that one. I remember hearing that one. Let's go on.
Girlfriend.
Okay. And you're living with a gal down there, is that right?
No, I kicked her out.
Oh,
she comes and stays. She stays, but she can only stay for 3 days at a time. She's kind of transient.
Huh. Okay.
I took her off the lease, and the people that I rent the house from said she can only stay for 3 days at a time. So
Okay.
if somebody looks in the house, they'll see all her stuff in the bags and stuff all piled there on the floor.
When did you kick her out?
Which time?
Leave me alone, Southern.
Yeah, she just calls me and she's with no place to go and stuff.
I'm
and
trying to
it
be
tugs on the
politically
heartstrings
correct,
and pick her up.
Southern.
Let her stay for a little while again. It's a love-hate thing.
Okay. So how long did she stay there before the in and out started?
She was there from the time I moved in until.
Brucey, that's a big boy.
Well, I mean,
That's
not
a
steady.
big
She's
boy
never
right
been steady
there.
there. She's
You don't
always
want him to put
gets
his
kicked
arm
out
around
and
you.
moves out and
That
goes and stays with
bear hug
somebody
is gonna
else
be
for a while. Just kind of transients around.
And what's her name?
Nicole.
Okay, so this last time, how long has she
So
been?
there's my background. That's it on Nicole. What else you want to know?
Okay.
Is Nicole the problem here? I mean, I know that she's had the cops over a few times.
Okay.
And she's had problems with the hospital and her.
Tell me about the hospital.
Well, if you don't know about it, then that's not what you're talking to me
Okay.
about. You'd already. Do you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
I
Is
know
that
what
what
you
this
mean.
is about?
No.
Is it about the other night?
It does involve Nicole. So
Okay.
I don't know what the hospital thing is, so if that's not part of Nicole's issues, then,
Okay.
so. Nicole had let me back up a little bit. How long have you been in a relationship?
I'm not going to answer any more questions about Nicole. I don't have any more answers for you until I find out what you're talking about.
Okay, well,
you guys brought me in. I didn't bring you in. I want to hear what you got talking about.
Well, I'm trying to get to that, but part of that's going to involve how long you've known Nicole.
Well, you're gonna if you don't want to tell me what the heck I'm doing here, say so. Because I'm not going to sit here and give you a bunch of my background so you can play whatever kind of game you're playing. This is kind of stupid, man. I just got picked up and treated pretty roughly. You can still see the marks on my hands. This one was completely asleep all the way here and thrown in a complete silent room there. I want to know what the heck's going on, man.
Okay. Did you know Nicole back in October?
October of this year?
Last year. 2015.
Well, yeah.
Okay. You guys were living together off and on.
I told you I'm not going to answer any more questions about Nicole until I find out what this is about. Is this a domestic thing? And if so, what am I doing in Portland?
Well, it's kind of a domestic.
Brucey, leave Southern alone, all right? She feel the power in this man, all right? She sense the alpha-ness in this man. So she like, ooh, his strong sense of, listen, this is how everything's gonna go down, is attracted. Leave her alone, let her live. Let her breathe, okay? She like, look, I don't care. He a little round. It's all right, but I feel that power, right? I feel it. He got that power. Like, yo, like, this is how it's gonna go down. That's attracted to her. Leave her alone, Brucey. Let her live. Let her live. Dang, Brucey, let her live. Southern said, Bruce, don't get carried away. I just said he was cute. A cute. Oh my God. That biker persona got the science. Yes, it does, doesn't it? She like, She like, look, I don't know. That look kind of attractive. What's going on with you? How you doing? How you doing? She like, how you doing? She said, nah, MJ. Let her have her little moment. She said the man was attractive. She didn't say she want to marry him anytime soon. She know he a murderer, but she said, he a little attractive. Listen, I tell men all the time, stop listening about that 666. Not all women want or like the same things, all right? Some women like the men who is a little big, you know what I'm saying? The little teddy bears. They all sweet. You can cuddle them. They got a little cushion. They're so cute. They're so cute. Got a little tissue. Some women love the cuddle buddies, the teddy bears. It is what it is. Not everybody wants the same type of man. I'm telling y'all got to get that 666 out your head. That's just talking points on internet. In real life, the short dude, the little dick dude, the fat dude, the broke dude, the rich dude, the middle-aged dude, the old motherfucker, the YN, they all getting women. That's real life. That's what they don't teach you or preach you on these these platforms, they're all getting women because women are not a monolith. All right, I'm gonna keep you 100. All right, you have a good personality. You know what I'm saying? You make her laugh. You cute. You got some cute cubby cheeks or whatever not. You know, got big butt. Shit. You might get you a girl who feeds you and everything. I want to keep him nice and big because he's just my nice little butterball, and I just want to hold him and feed him, or I just like the way he eats. You know, there's women that like that too. They just like how a man eats, and a man is so happy to eat her food. It makes her so fucking happy. She's like, look at him, look at him, look how he eat that rib. He just so fucking cute eating that rib. Look at him, look at him. It happens. It happens. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Southern fangirl, and she wants to be. No, you did not say that, Brucey. Brucey, don't say that. Yes, we have to cut up for some time. You know what I'm saying, Sean? Especially when we be having these very, very touchy trigger warning type of cases. I have to bring that other element into it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's all right. But I'm telling you, don't be listening. Don't listen to what they say online. Oh, women only want these guys with 6 packs and they have to have a full head. Listen, do you know how many women love a man with a bald head and a full goatee? Okay? All right? Like, y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop listening to these raggedy ass dudes online who can't get girls telling you that whatever you got going on, a woman ain't gonna want you. That's a lie. Women who want men love men, and they can come in all shapes, size, colors, whatever going on. They don't give a damn if they really poor. They don't give a damn if they really rich. They don't give a damn if they really average. They don't give a damn if they have a regular ass penis. They don't care. If whatever they got, whatever they love about that man, they gonna go to that man and they will treat that man like he is her fucking superstar. Fuck what anybody else say. That's my superstar. Look at him. Look at his little sexy wobbling self. He bow-legged and everything, but he's so cute. I'm telling you. Mark my words. I'm telling you. Don't listen to these people online. These people online lying to y'all asses. They're lying to you because they want y'all to stay fucking single. Let's go on.
Domestic thing. Nicole took off in a car that she may have had purchased with assets that belonged to you or something like that. And then Jeff Sudan and a couple other guys kind of returned that car to you. Does that make sense to you? Is that
or attempted to?
Or attempted to?
Hell
Okay.
no.
Okay.
You guys are
So why would they throw?
Well, I'm not going to answer your questions, but without a lawyer anyway. But just because I don't like the reaction. But you guys are way off, man.
Okay.
You guys don't know. I don't know who's telling you these stories, and I'm not sure who Jeff Sudan is. But I can tell you right now, nobody's ever returned a car to me from anybody ever in my life.
So if we got the story wrong, can you help us out with that?
Well, I'm not going to straighten your story out. No, I'm not. Not until I find out why I'm sitting here.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Just a little bit.
This is about Nicole stealing a car and somebody.
No, not stealing necessarily.
But why are you playing games? Tell me what you're talking about.
I'm not trying to play games, but
Okay.
I'm trying to get at the root of what caused this whole thing. Like I said, this gentleman's.
They tell Mark that the reason he was handcuffed and brought in for interrogation was because a woman he lives with named Donna stole a car from him and that she was found. Mark realizes that this doesn't make sense, because if it was true, then that would mean he was the victim, and why would they arrest a victim? If possible, police will question a suspect about other crimes, so they will believe that they have gotten away with the initial crime. This will make the suspect feel more comfortable, and they are more likely to answer questions without asking for a lawyer.
I'm looking for the crime is what I'm looking for. What fucking car are you talking about, man?
Yeah,
I think it was an Acura.
Okay, well.
He came in there ready. Y'all don't see this? Y'all don't peep this? He came in there ready. He knew what it was. He knew that they were going to start bringing him in. They were going to find out about this guy robbing him or robbing his old lady, right? Because that's usually what they call them when they're in the biker gang, his old lady. He knew what to do. What he's doing is finding out how much do the detectives know about what happened or what went on. He wants the detectives to tell him what they know about this case that they're trying to investigate. He's very smart. I told you guys that in the interrogation room, tactics are being thrown across the board, right? What we tend to see is people trying to manipulate the way how they manipulate regular people in their life who's not looking for them to manipulate them. And we see them fail miserably when they try to use those tactics with detectives. However, in this case, we are now experiencing the battle of the wits between the detective and an actual criminal, a professional criminal who's probably did this rodeo how many times before, and he knows exactly how to play the game in the interrogation room. This is what we are witnessing, guys. So I want you guys to please pay attention. Pay attention to what he's saying. Pay attention to his mannerism. Pay attention to his hand movements. Pay attention to his tone when he is speaking. This is all tactic, guys. And I want to inform the masses about all the tactics that is going on and playing on in these interrogations, even sometimes when I go over certain trials, right? Which I think I need to go over the Karen Reed one since she was found not guilty for second-degree murder. So let's go on. Let's go on. Hey, Terry, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Sunday. Yeah, he knows the game. Yes, he does. He is the ringleader of this gang. Yes, he is. That's why you found him attractive, Southern, because you seen power. You felt power. You was like, oh, snap. That's attractive. Let's go.
Well, what about it?
Okay. She took off in an Acura.
No.
No?
Oh, 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I don't know how I lost the screen so you guys can see, but I'm about to pull it back up. It just disappeared on me. Very weird. Okay. Can y'all see it now? I think you can see it now. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's get back to it.
Returned any car, and she never took any car from anywhere, so you got the story completely wrong first.
Okay.
So before you come talk to me about those kind of stories, you should get them right.
Okay.
Get them straight, man.
How would I get them right without chatting with you?
Well, because I'm not here to give you information. That's not what I'm about. I'm not a cop. I'm not going to sit here and feed you information. I don't know. I'm here for some reason. I don't know what your deal is. But you haven't explained that to me yet. Until then, I got no more answers for you about Nicole or
Thank you, dear
cars or
Terry.
anything
I appreciate
else.
You.
I don't even know what the hell. Why wouldn't if it's had to do with if this has to do with that car? Why in the heck am I not the one pressing the charges? I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, well, I see your point.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty good point. Yeah.
Okay. How far back do you want to?
Let's go back. So you don't know Jeff? You said you don't know Jeff?
Don't know Jeff Sudan, no.
Would you maybe recognize a picture of him?
Well, but you know what? Anybody that you're going to show me, you'd have a lot better chance showing me a picture than giving me, because I do not know people's names.
Okay. That look familiar to you, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What do you know that guy by?
I'm not going to answer your questions. I told you. I'll listen to what you have to say, and I'll pick what I want to answer, but I'm not going to tell you information about people I know. Okay. I'm not a cop.
Okay. Well, that's a picture of Jeff Sudan.
Oh, okay. I did not know that was that guy's name.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Now I'm starting to put it together. Okay. Now I kind of know.
Would you tell me how do you know that man? Or
no, I'm not going to give you that information. But I kind of know what we're talking about here. But I thought that those charges were dropped on him and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, he was with another gentleman too, right?
When this thing happened, that's what I heard. I wasn't there.
No, I know you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
But you know some of the background.
Well, I might know some of the background, but like I said, I'm not here to try to answer your questions. You're going to have to get the answers. Why can't you? All these answers you should be able to get from that guy. I don't know him very well, by the way.
I'm going to keep it 100 with you. The detectives are using the wrong tactic with this individual. They try to come to this individual with, the spill your guts moment. Oh, you want to spill your guts? You want to let us know what you know and everything like that. And he's in a biker gang. He is not going to give you any detail or any info on anybody in his biker gang. Pretty much the biker gang is so connected and close, they're almost as blood relatives, right? When you're really in it, you don't say nothing. They know not to say anything, not even little bit of information or even a little story about something that happened way back. No, you don't tell nothing in a biker gang, right? But what he is doing, he's positioning his question for them to lay their cards out for him so he can understand how much information they know, so he can refer back to any other of the members of the biker gang to let them know how much they know about the situation. That is what he's doing. He's trying to figure out what they know. He wants them to put their cards on the line. The approach that they used with him was not the right approach. He is a tough guy. He's I don't give a fuck. He's the I don't give a fuck type of guy. You're not scaring me by doing jail time. My family's still going to be paid. They're still going to be taken care of. It is what it is type of person. What he was supposed to do, they were supposed to lead a little bit more aggressive and not this approach. This is the wrong approach because now he sensed their weakness and that maybe they don't know as much as they're trying to let on that they do know about the situation. So they need him to spill his guts. That's what he's picking up from it. That's why he threw his hands up like, oh, okay. Now I'm getting at it. Yeah, you want me to tell you about so-and-so. I'm not telling you a damn thing about so-and-so. I'm not telling you nothing about our relations and how I'm affiliated with him and why I have connections with him and what I know about him. That's not what we're here for today. This guy is really good. He's really, really good. They used the wrong approach, and let's see whether or not, even if them using the wrong approach, they're still going to get their conviction. That's what I want to know. Are they still going to get their conviction? Because he knows the game. He knows what they're playing. He knows the manipulation tactics that they're using. Will the evidence come back in time for them to confirm where they don't need a confession from him? That is the story. That is the real question. Because at this point, dealing with this individual, you're not getting no confession from him. So you can only bank your conviction on pure evidence. I hope everything comes back from the forensic lab. Let's go on.
But I don't know very well, but I know exactly who he is, and but I don't have the answers for you as far as that stuff goes.
Okay. Well, a few months before this car thing happened, Nicole was at your house, and somebody busted in the house and roughed her up a little bit, tied her up. You remember that?
I can't really answer to that. You're going to have to get that story from her.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to answer to that but I can tell you once again, and you're going to find out that you are completely wrong.
Okay.
So that didn't happen?
What's that? I'm not going to go there. I'm going to let
you're saying we're wrong.
You got the story all wrong.
Okay.
You got the story all wrong.
Okay.
And if you ask around about Nicole, you're probably going to find that you got a whole bunch of stories wrong, man.
Okay.
But I'm not going to sit here and slam on Nicole, and I'm not going to sit here and tell stories about her or anybody else.
Would you tell me what we got wrong about that
never happened. That's not what happened. I'll tell you that. I'll say that is not what happened.
Okay.
Nobody actually came to the house.
Okay.
All right.
What did happen?
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
I'm not going to let her tell you. I'm not Mr. Rat who's going to sit here and tell Nicole's life story to anybody.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If she wants to tell you that what happened, she will. And anything about what you took the car and the whole thing you're talking about, ask her.
Yep.
Ask her. It's not my
Very
story. It's
smart.
hers. Okay.
The detectives are trying to establish motive for the murder of Robert Huggins. They are now telling Mark that he is not being questioned just because of the stolen car, but also because of the robbery that took place at his home. Mark realizes that just like the car theft, he is a victim of the robbery at his home. So why was he handcuffed and brought in for interrogation?
Who did you tell about what did happen then?
Oh, God. Tons of people, man.
Okay. Can you give me some examples?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to sit here and name names for you, man. If you think I am, you're just barking up the wrong tree.
Okay.
You really are. But I'll tell you what I don't really understand why this stuff that you're talking about with this dude and the car stuff, why would that get handcuffs put on me?
Well,
why would those handcuffs go on me? What did I do that was illegal in any of that stuff? What did I even have to do with it? I wasn't even there for any of it. None of it. Okay. Not anything that you've talked about so far. I was a long way away from it. So why would I get handcuffs put around my fucking wrist for it?
Well, where were you when that happened?
What, man, I know where you're talking about. I wasn't there involved in anything that happened if there was a story made up about this theft thing or whatever. If that's the story that you're talking about, and the car thing about the whole fucking car deal, I wasn't there. I wasn't involved in it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I'm not going to tell you the story about it. You can get that from other people who like to tell stories.
Some of it we have.
I'm not going to.
So back in the middle of June, do you recall getting called by a FedEx guy from your house?
Yes, I know about the FedEx guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
sure.
tell me about that.
Man, I shouldn't even fucking... I'm not trying to... I'm not going to try to do anything that's going to get Nicole in any kind of trouble, man, because I'm not here to try to get her in trouble, all right? If that's what this is all about. And I don't really understand, but I'll tell you one thing. You know what? If you want to hear this story from me, you get Nicole here too. Both of us in the same room.
It doesn't work that way.
Well, that's the only way.
That's not going to happen.
Because I'm not going to tell behind her back what this... I'd love to tell you the truth, but I don't want to do it behind her back. It's against my personal rules. I'm not going to sit here and talk to cops about anybody behind their back. But I would like to have her here so me and her could... So we can...
I'm a little bit confused too.
Look, Nicole, tell them this and tell them that. I would do that in front of her to try to get this straightened out because I don't... You guys are just got the story is so fucked up. And if you really knew what the deal was, well, like I said, if you really knew what the deal was, you might. I don't know if you'd arrest Nicole or not, but I'm not going to get her arrested. I'm not pressing no charges on her for anything that happened then. If that's what the deal is.
I guess I'm a little bit confused because when Nicole, you're saying it's a story. When Nicole says that basically there's a robbery at your house and there's an incident, the FedEx guy calls you, lets you know this story, why would she be in trouble? You're saying you don't want to get her in trouble. Why would she be in trouble for that? That's what I'm missing.
Because okay, all right, man. I wish Nicole was here. I feel like a piece of shit for even talking shit behind her back. Nicole set that whole fucking thing up. That was her and her friend. They fucking zip tied her. They knew the fucking guy was coming. That was a setup. She robbed me. She even brought the stuff that was robbed. She brought a bunch of it back. Man, that's her and her friends. If you want to know the fucking truth, I've been robbed by the girl so many fucking times you couldn't even count it.
Really?
And that whole robbery right there, that stuff, everything she stole from me then that she brought back everything she couldn't sell on offer up, her and her fucking junkie friends. And that's what fucking happened there, man. It was a total lie. I know it was for a fact. She, like I said, her mom knows. She told her mom what all fucking kind of stuff was stolen in this big robbery, and then her mom comes over when I was throwing her out, and her mom starts looking at all the stuff and goes, "Oh shit, here's something, this was stolen." Well, half the stuff she told her, anything her and her friends couldn't sell on the fucking offer up, she brought back after she wanted to be back with me and stuff.
What items did she take or try?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and lay out a big old thing for you. Ask her if you can get the truth out of her. Ask her. You know what I mean? But
Mark is one step ahead of the detectives. Their initial goal was to get Mark to tell them that he knew that Robert had broken into his home, which would have given them motive. Mark knows this, so he tells them that it was Nicole who broke in, and that she even brought back some of the stolen items. It's a risky move because it requires that Nicole tell the police the same thing, which would mean she is admitting to theft. After telling the detectives that he knows it was Nicole, Mark still wants to know why he's being interrogated.
So yeah, it is a risky move, but it's a very smart move. Because one of the things that you learn when you become an old lady, for someone who's in the bikers game, is that any information that happens with that association or that club, if you start ratting or speaking about it, you're in danger, right? So it's a smart move for him to say, well, yeah, y'all need to go ahead and ask her about this and that. And also even implying that she's the one who stole from him, because she's, number one, she's never going to talk to them because she's never going to admit that she was the one who set him up. Number two, she knows that her life will consistently or probably be in danger if she was to even say that, yeah, they're the ones who beat him up or unalived him or anything like that. And then she's not even with him anymore, right? So she doesn't have the protection of the club. So for her to go against the club, that's literally signing your own death certificate if they move in the way that I think that they move in. So he knows that he can pin it on her because she's never going to open her mouth. In fact, I don't even think that she's in town. I don't even think that she's available for questioning. I don't think that at all. Like I said, it's a risky move to throw everything on her, but he's throwing everything on her because he knows that she knows that you're going to have hell at your doorstep if you start speaking and open up your mouth and being a little fucking canary. He knows that. They don't know that, but she knows that. She knows that. Bruce said, I wasn't there, and anything you're saying here says because I don't know. Southern said, that's some thug nasty stuff. Girlfriend getting hemmed up by another thug. Sean said, he's not a snitch. Plain and simple. He's not a snitch. Definitely not for his bikers. Bruce says, bikers are loyal. Ride or die. I agree. Southern said, well, he just snitched on Karen. He sure did. But I told you why. Why he snitched on her. This is where he should have shut up. Yeah. Alfonsia, hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. Let's see. Bruce used to be a thug, nasty. Now he's a reformed. I know Brucey said that. Brucey did say that. Brucey, you did say that, right? And then she throws everything back on him. There's a reasonable doubt. Yeah, I agree. But it's a risk what he did. But I think that he did it for a reason. Let's see if he's successful with it, though.
I'm not going to be your storyteller. All I can tell you is you're barking up the wrong tree, and I don't even know what the fuck it has to do with you guys when if I'm not mad about the shit. If I forgave her for everything that you're talking about, I know about the car. You got the car story completely fucking wrong too. Okay. You know what I mean? But she was an asshole in that story, and I can't say I forgave her for it, but I sure as hell didn't go press no charges on her, and I was told to at the time. I was told by a lawyer to press charges on her. And I told the lawyer, I said, man, all my life I've been telling people, don't use the cops to handle your business. So is this my price? Is this where I go against my judgment and go have her fucking arrested or something like that to get my shit back? In any case, it's my own personal problems. I chose to live with them. I lost a lot because of the girl, you know what I mean? But I'm not pressing the charges, so I don't see why you guys care.
Okay. Who's her junkie friends that were helping her?
I'm not going to tell you names of people. You didn't hear me the first time? I'm not sitting here naming people for you. All I'm doing is telling you you got your stories really screwed up. And I don't even know why you care. Because I sure as hell ain't going to press no charges on her. I'm telling you that. So, if it's about Nicole, and why would I get handcuffed up and brought in like that if you guys are mad because Nicole went and bought a fucking car with my money or whatever the fuck might happen?
For the first time since the interrogation started, the detectives mention Robert Huggins, also known as Bagger Bob.
Okay. Is Bagger Bob part of that? Part of her junkie friends?
Bagger Bob?
Yeah. That ring a bell?
Fuck, you're talking? Yeah, I know who that is. He's fucking the guy that got killed about a fucking year and a half ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was he one of the ones who set this up with Nicole?
Man, you're gonna have to, if you're trying to like tie that into this or something like that, you're gonna have to talk to Nicole about that.
Okay. Well, I was asking you because you said it was her junkie friends, and I assumed that meant you knew who
No, not the kind of junkie that I heard he was. She's not that kind of a junkie.
Okay. Can you help? What kind of junkie is he?
I don't know. I'm sure you probably know better than I do.
So when you say her junkie friends...
Yeah, I'm not talking about any of our ex-fucking club brothers or anything like that. No.
Okay. All right.
I'm talking about her friends, not my friends.
Got it. Okay. So was Bagger Bob one of your friends, not hers?
Well, like I said, actually, if now that fucking you're starting to bring his name into it, and he got killed, now I don't think I have any other questions to answer for you. Now I think having a lawyer here might be a good idea.
Okay. Sorry.
I think that'd be a good idea if you're starting to ask questions about a dead guy.
Mark says that he thinks he may need a lawyer because they are asking questions about Robert. The problem is, most people will continue to talk to the police for many reasons. First, they are curious about how much information the police actually have against them, and they don't realize that a lawyer will get a discovery for them, which will have every piece of evidence the police have. The second reason is, they believe they can convince the police that they had nothing to do with the crime, so they answer questions in a way to make them appear innocent. And lastly, people believe that asking for a lawyer will make them look guilty.
Okay. Well, let me clarify something with you.
Okay.
Do you want us to keep chatting, or do you want to talk to a lawyer? I need to know that.
Well,
we can keep chatting,
if you want to tell me what I'm doing here and what reason, I may try to help you out with that. But if you're going to keep me in the dark, well, then I got nothing else to say either.
Okay. So I still need to clarify with you that one point, because you mentioned a lawyer, and I need to know if you want a lawyer now or if we can keep chatting. This is what I need to know.
Keep chat. I'll keep listening a little longer before I call in a lawyer. Yeah.
Okay. When the FedEx guy called you, you came down to the house with a friend.
Yeah.
Oh, you went to your house by yourself? Or?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
What did the FedEx guy tell you?
He said fucking, I'm not going to get into the story. I'm not going to get into the story. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to talk about it. That's Nicole. Nicole's going to have to tell you that story if you want to hear something from her. If you got her all involved in this.
Well, Mark, let me say this. We have you're saying their stories, so whether they're true or not, that's what we're trying to find out. Okay. Right. That's our job.
Okay.
You realize that, right?
Sure.
And as cops, so if there's incidents happen, we got to figure out what's true and what's not.
Okay.
And we do that by talking with people.
Okay.
Obviously, that happened a while ago, so we've been working on this for a while, months.
Okay.
That story starts a much larger story that we have. Right, starts with at your house with a theft happening that includes Nicole being there, okay? And there's a FedEx guy calls you, right? So this is where everything's...
He's smart. The guy is smart. He understands what's going on, but that was his opportunity to save himself. He missed his opportunity. He was playing it very well and very good in the beginning, but because he didn't call the lawyer, even though he brung it up to scare the detective that the interview or the interrogation was going to stop. That was the reason why he did it. But since he's inquisitive and he wants to know more about what they know, but since he found out that this is a murder case that they're looking at and not a robbery case that he tried to lead up the situation being about, he came in thinking that they wanted to speak about the robbery that happened at his home and who could have been involved in it. And that's why he threw it out there that, oh, the girl that I was with, who I'm no longer with, she set me up to be robbed. She had the people come in and rob me and all the stuff like that and act like she didn't do it. But now that they're talking about a homicide, he brings up, oh, you know what? If you're talking about death now, I need to get a lawyer. You should have took that avenue to get a lawyer. But now you made yourself look very suspicious that 1 minute you wanted a lawyer if they was talking about a homicide, but then you're like, hey, well, unless y'all let me know everything that y'all do know, I mean, I'm not going to tell you anything, but I can entertain it a little bit, you know? So he's trying to play with the dice that he's having, but he kind of messed it up for himself. He went a little bit too far. He did not take the opportunity to shut shit down and go ahead and get a lawyer. Once you realize that they were looking at the homicide, that you were involved, you should have shut this shit down. But you thought that you did so well by leading them on in reference to the girlfriend and the robbery that took place at your house. You thought, I could play a little bit more ball. I could play a little bit more game with these guys and see what they know. That's going to be your undoing. Sorry, sir. You're smart, but that is going to be your undoing. Let's go on.
He was here,
right,
so she could straighten some of this.
So this has been going on for a while. And you keep telling us, talk to Nicole, get the story from her.
Well, you know, if she's the one that's involved in the story, you need to talk to the players. Right. I'm not telling you to talk to her.
I understand.
I'm telling you to talk to whatever players you're talking about in your story there. You talk to them, and whoever you said rode there with me or whatever, talk to them.
But you guys have got us also. So over the last several months, well over half a year, we have talked to a lot of people. Okay. And we can tell you right now, Nicole's in front of a grand jury.
Hey, Ronnie, how are you doing? Happy birthday to you, sir.
You say talk to her, we have. Well. There's a story there.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
So I'm just letting you know that. So we have a story, so we want to get your side of it.
Ah, gotcha, okay.
So we know what's true and what's not true.
All right.
Interrogations are like playing poker, where both people are trying to outplay the other. Detectives will sometimes try and bluff their suspect by telling them they already know everything, because someone else who was involved already told them. If the suspect believes them, they may feel like they have to confess to a version of the story where they will get lesser or no charges. It's a tricky situation because if the suspect catches the detectives in a lie, they will realize they have nothing and end the interview.
So are we going to tell you everything that we know? Of course not.
Okay.
I don't think you would expect that.
All right. Well, what I do expect is for you to tell me where I fit in. What is my crime in these stories that you're talking about? What's my crime? Why the fuck did I get handcuffs put on me? I mean, I can hear you guys wanting to talk about this and that, wanting to get stories straight, but why am I getting treated like this? Why didn't you call me up and ask me to come in and talk? Why did you come and have me?
Would you have come and chatted with us?
I would have came in. I definitely would have came in, but I probably would have talked to you.
Okay.
And I'm not really talking to you now. I really don't have any answers for your stories. I'm not going to straighten your stories out for you and stuff, especially unless I find out what the hell my part of it is. I'm interested in my own self, you know what I mean? And what do you mean Nicole's in front of a grand jury? What are you talking about? Like right now, she's sitting in front of a grand jury?
That's right.
Oh, wow.
So,
is my dog safe?
No, your dog is safe.
Okay, good. Excellent. That's very important to me. Okay, so now what?
Well,
am I arrested for anything?
Yes.
You're being detained at this point.
Okay, but I'm not under arrest quite yet.
That's correct.
Okay, then I don't need a lawyer quite yet.
Okay, so
Mark is of course wrong. You always need a lawyer when you're being questioned by the police.
Thank you, video essayist. Something that we preach on this channel every single day. Silencio, silence, cállate, whatever. Please shut the fuck up and get legal advice. Do not talk to the police or detectives on your own. Have a lawyer present. I do not care if they say that you are not arrested. I do not care if they say, well, we ain't going to read you your Miranda rights because we're just asking you a couple of questions. We're just interviewing you. We're not interrogating you. I don't care. Do not speak with them unless you have some legal counsel with you. We preach this, and we're going to continue to preach this on this channel. It doesn't matter if you are innocent of a crime or guilty of a crime. Shut the hell up and go get legal advice, right? I also want to point out his body, how his body mannerisms is. We went over another case, I think, last week, where an individual was sitting very calm, and he seemed like he was, he knew in detail, he knew how to answer all the questions very well, very calm, no erratic emotions, no outbursts, no crashing out, right? What did he do? He held his wrist when he would talk and have questions. This guy was doing the same game. This guy is doing the same thing. That is for him to keep his anxiety at bay, to make sure that his stress levels don't go high, so the detectives do not notice a tone change when asking certain questions, or him not looking them straight in the eye, him starting to stutter. It's to keep him calm and him having the same performance before they started asking him the hard questions. That is a tactic, that is a coping mechanism to keep yourself cool. And he is using this right now. So we know that he's not as cool as he think he is. He probably thought that they wasn't going to ever really ask him about the homicide situation or get to that. But he wants to make sure that he is not going to show any triggers to the detective that now he's starting to get bothered with the pushy type of questions. So I wanted y'all to understand that. Southern said, because he's so innocent and sweet. Southern. And Southern said, I'm hiring NJ if I get in trouble. Shit. You know what we're going to say. We don't say nothing. We're going to plead the fifth all the way. We're going to plead the fifth all the way, okay? We ain't talking about nothing and nothing and nothing. I'm not wild like I once was, but it wouldn't take much. You know what? Go in the corner, Bruce. Go in the corner, Bruce. Don't be talking about your wild child ways, Bruce.
She is indicated that certain things took place after this robbery, theft, whatever it was, the one where the FedEx guy came to the house, and I think he wanted to call the police, and she said, no, please call Mark. And I think is that right?
I'm not going to stick with us right now. But
is that your understanding?
I'm listening to your story.
Okay. And from there, the series of events unfolded involving one of your club brothers, or former club brothers. Okay.
Okay.
And that's where some of this comes about, and it's up to you to clarify for this what all took place, because there's fingers.
Man, you know what? The story that you're talking about is somebody else's story.
Okay.
You're going to have to talk to somebody else.
Who do you suggest we chat with?
I'm not throwing names. I told you. Okay. It's somebody else's story. You're the cop. Figure it out. Talk to somebody else. It's not my story. I'm not.
I think you know that we've got it pretty well figured out. The question is, you're in a bit of a hole. We're trying to offer you a ladder to get out of this hole.
Man,
okay? Because here we've got Nicole sitting in front of a grand jury right now, and she's testifying to them. Okay? We know what she's going to tell them. Okay. We presume. That's not an issue. We have other people we've talked to, and I think you know who most of those people are.
Well, you think wrong, but anyway, okay.
Okay.
There's several others, either now or shortly, are sitting in rooms like you are.
Okay. Okay. But tell me something that means something to me. None of this means much to me so far. And Nicole, man, she's got real problems, and her problem is she's sitting in front of a grand jury right now. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure her problems are going to probably unfold in front of them. So in any case, whatever, man. Talk to me about that later after she gets out of the grand jury. You'll see what I'm saying. Nicole's got some serious problems, and she's got some serious lying problems. And if all her lies blow up in her face today, well, it's about time. Maybe that'll help her out a little bit. Maybe this whole experience will help her quit making up bullshit and telling lies. So anyway, that's enough about Nicole for me. You got her in front of a grand jury. You got all the story you need from her. Now, what else would you like from me?
Mark is waiting for the police to tell him they suspect him of committing a crime so he can ask for a lawyer. Like I said before, he is afraid of appearing guilty, so he wants the detectives to give him a reason to request a lawyer. The detectives know this, which is why they have not accused him of anything, and they...
Oh, the amount of battle of the wits that's going on in this interrogation is so fascinating, right? We are literally seeing the minds go at each other, right? The detectives know what he's trying to do. He knows what the detectives is trying to do. The detectives know that if they say that, listen, the reason why we have you here is because we are under the understanding that we think that you committed a crime, they know not to say that because he's going to automatically ask for a lawyer and they will not get a conviction, or I wouldn't say a conviction, but they won't get a confession. They can still get a conviction. Like I said from the beginning, they better pray that forensic or evidence, any physical evidence that links this man back to the situation comes out. So they don't need his confession. But if they don't even have that information, the confession part is not going to do it. He is not going to confess to anything. And in fact, he already set it up that if that girl is going across the grand jury today, if she says something outside of what we allowed her to say that she needs to go ahead and do time for, her whole family is in jeopardy. Her whole family's in jeopardy. Her kids are in jeopardy if she has children. He knows that. But this is really, really good to see. I love the battle of the wits, the battle of the mind, because like the mind is, you can go so in depth with the mind, how it goes and how people read people and study people and literally are having a whole chess game. Like, what's the word? Like, what is the word? Almost telepathic. Like they're having a chessboard game without us even seeing a chessboard. It's so intriguing. So intriguing. But he ain't giving up nothing. He's gonna let y'all, he gonna make y'all do the work, right? He's gonna make y'all do all the work. Let's see, y'all got it. He wants y'all to put your cards on the table because he ain't biting. He ain't biting. Let's go.
They've been very vague in their questioning.
Well, I guess that depends on what you're willing to talk to us about. You don't want to give us names, so I'm not sure how we can talk about the folks that you think we should go talk to.
I don't think you should go talk to anybody. I don't care what you do, man. I really do not care what you do. You're not telling me, what am I doing sitting here? You haven't even told me that yet. Why am I here? Because of things that happened to me? I'm here because of stuff that happened to me.
Yes.
What happened to you? You guys are telling the stories. You're telling the stories.
We haven't said anything happened to you. What happened to you?
Well, you said I was the one that showed up with somebody else in a car or something like that. When the FedEx man called and stuff, you're telling me the story. Wouldn't that be something else to me?
I thought you meant like you committed a crime.
You are a cop to the bone. You're a cop to the bone. That's funny, man. Yeah. I'm acting like I committed a crime.
I think you misunderstood me.
Well, I think that
you said something happened to me, a crime.
Check it out. I think that you guys have your stories really screwed up, really confused, and I think that you're going to find that out. You're going to find. I believe if they got
help us help you.
If anybody's got
you with that,
Nicole, if anybody's got Nicole there, you should go maybe watch that little deal and see what you got in front of you there, and maybe you'll figure out what kind of bullshitter you've got and junkie you've got in front of you, and fucking in the end, then come tell me you got something that I did something. I don't even know what you haven't told me that I did anything wrong yet. Do you suspect me of something?
Well, help us get this unconfused.
Because if you suspect me of doing a crime, let me know so I can get a lawyer. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I don't think we've accused you of committing
No, you
a crime,
haven't, and that's why I'm still looking at these marks on my wrists and going, man, what a way to treat somebody who's not suspected of doing a crime.
Okay.
You know?
So help us get this thing unconfused. Because you're saying, go talk to people, but we don't know who to talk to.
Here you go.
Okay.
All right, man. I'm going to help you get unconfused, all right? If you think that I did something wrong, anything, okay, any kind of crime, let me get my lawyer over here, and I will tell my lawyer, you know what? Give these guys a lie detector test. Just take a lie detector test. Don't make these cops suspect the wrong people. So if you guys think I did anything wrong, hit me with a lie detector test or something. I've got nothing to fucking hide.
Now it's Mark's turn to bluff. During these
Yeah, he's definitely bluffing right now because we all know that the lie detector test is not admissible in court anymore because it's not 100% accurate. It's just it's used today as a reference, right? It's a reference point to see, hey, if this person does lie or he has the capability of lying, that he could be lying about anything that we ask or question them. But it is not used the way how it used to be used back in the day, where it was like once the lie detector said that you was lying, that automatically you did this or you committed this crime. They don't use it in that way anymore. It's just literally a reference or a guidance, and it gives an idea to the detectives to know who they're dealing with. Is this somebody who will lie completely on the site, or is this someone who will lie for their family members? Is this someone that will lie for their loved ones? Or is this someone who would just lie just for self-protection, self-preservation? And what would they lie about? That's what they use it for. He knows this. So the bluff is, yeah, go ahead and lie detect me, like lie detector test me. And, the results will come back. And he want to see if they're going to take that bait. Because if they do take that bait, I'm going to tell you, if they do take that bait and they don't have physical evidence of this guy doing that crime, they are screwed. They're not going to get this guy for unaliving this man. They're not going to get him. Because he's going to find, mind you, he's in a biker club. If this has any drug or criminality in this biker club, he's going to have the money to get a good, decent lawyer. It might not be like, the super top lawyer. It might not be a Johnny Cochran, but, he's going to get a very good lawyer who's going to advocate for him and who's going to find a way to dismiss that lie detector test because it's not even admissible in court. He's going to, the DA that he get is going to advocate for him that he was kind of coerced to do it. They had brought him in under the pretense that he was only being detained for questioning and not arrested, but yet they were asking him questions as if he was not detained, he was being arrested and charged or something. He has it all planned out. Right now, the ball is in his court. So let's see what he do with it. He's been moving, like I said, he'd been moving very well. He took a risk of saying that it was the girlfriend who set him up with the robbery situation. Let's see how it plays out now, since he's playing ball.
Interrogations, sometimes you will hear the suspect say, "Just give me a lie detector test." This is their way of bluffing the police by telling them they are so confident in their answers that they aren't scared of a device that will tell the police if they're lying or not.
I got nothing to hide, and I just got nothing to say. It's against my fucking nature to sit here and talk to cops. Now, I told you more than I probably wish I would have already, okay? I should have even told you my name. You know what I mean? You got my name. You're playing games. You didn't even know my name. You knew my name before you brought me in here. In any case, if you think I did something, and you really do, if you really think I did something wrong,
Allison,
then you guys maybe think about giving me a lie detector test and seeing
Yes, they will.
Lay it out. Lay what you think I did out on a lie detector test. I just want a lawyer there just to make sure that I'm doing the right thing or whatever.
Yes,
I'm willing to do that just so you guys don't bark up the wrong tree. But I'm not willing to sit here and tell you stories like some piece of shit rat. Okay? You got your world, I got mine. In my world, rats are pieces of shit.
Yeah,
I'm not going to sit here telling on Nicole. I'm not going to sit here telling on
if
anybody.
Not arrested. They said he wasn't arrested. They said he was detained.
Did she tell you that Bagger was one of the people who came and tied her up?
I'm not going to answer any more questions for you.
Okay. At all, or just about that incident?
I think think the truth is, I think I'll just not answer anymore at all and have you guys arrest me so I can see what the hell I'm under arrest for if you're not going to tell me. Because I want to know where I fit in. You know, I hear what you're barking at and stuff, and I don't really understand some of the stuff, why in the hell you even care about it, because I'm not going to press no charges on anybody, so I don't even know why you guys even give a shit. But I am interested in what the hell I'm going to get arrested for, so arrest me for it so we can go from there.
In a last-ditch effort, the detectives ask Mark about his interactions with Robert. They are hoping Mark will say that he did not like him or they did not get along. Even though Mark should have never answered any questions and immediately asked for a lawyer, he has done a great job not giving the detectives any more information that could be used against him.
I'm not going to tell stories about the club and this and that and why, I'm telling you, I've already told you the common stuff. This is what pretty much everybody knows. It ain't hard for you guys to find out that the fucking guy got kicked out of our motorcycle. That is not hard to find out.
What's the last time you were actually eyes on?
Oh my goodness, again. Look at Southern. Look at her. Look at her. She amazed. She says, some piece of shit. He has a way with words. I like his personality. Look at Southern. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Oh, great. Thank you so much, Allison. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, he's with the shits. He's with the shits. He's like, listen, if y'all ain't gonna tell me why y'all arrest me, because you want to arrest me to tell me what you want to charge me with. If y'all not even gonna give me no idea why I'm down here being handcuffed, why I'm being detained, and what you're trying to get me on, then we can end this and y'all can let me go. They ain't trying to let him go. They trying to get something out of him, something out of this man. They want something. He didn't give him a damn thing. This man really ain't no damn snitch. He is not a snitch at all. He is playing his role. He done set up a chick that he's not even with anymore to pay the price that she's sitting in front of a grand jury right now off of stealing from his house. But he unalived the man who stole from him at his house. That's a smooth criminal right there. Let's go on.
Was he a club member then, or was it after? Did he flip you off at some stuff?
At the same time he was going. I saw him when he was going out.
Okay.
I saw him go. He was and wasn't at the same time. Okay. The last time I saw him,
that's the last time.
He was until he told me get the fuck out of here, and then he wasn't. So I saw him. He was and wasn't that same day, and that's the last I've ever seen him.
Okay. Did he ever come by and vandalize anything of yours?
No.
Okay.
Hell no. Bagger.
Well, is he a cheap shot guy, or is he someone?
I really don't know, and like I said, I'm not going to answer questions about Bagger.
Okay, but he never did anything to you.
No.
Okay, you never went eyes on with him again after that when he was out of the club.
He respected me, I think, and he talked very nice to me anytime I ever saw him. I'll tell you that. Me and him never had a bad word. In the end, I found out he was a piece of shit junkie.
Right.
So I admit I hold that against him because I spent a lot of time with the guy and stuff and kind of gave him my heart, sort of like, and so when people just really disgrace us like that and stuff, it leaves a real bad taste in my mouth. I will admit that. Mm-hmm. But that's the end of it. When you're done with us, you're just done. So anything that happens to him after that, I have no idea. Like I said, one thing about our motorcycle club is when you're done with us, you're just done with us. We got no time for you. We got no words for you. You won't be getting any more calls. Nothing. You know what I mean? You're done. And Bagger's just one of a lot of guys that the same kind of shit happens to. It's part of the life.
Okay.
In the end, Mark and other members of the club would be arrested and charged with murder. The biker club would be raided and police would find evidence of years of crimes being committed. Nicole, among others, would work with prosecutors, and in exchange for their testimonies, they would receive lighter sentencing. Mark would receive life in prison for his role in the crime. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time here on the Red Tree Crime YouTube channel.
So that one was real interesting. I love to see the battle of the minds, I love seeing that. That's very interesting. I think like he really done messed himself up. He messed himself up by him continue to have the conversation with them to try to see how much they know. not stopping and calling for a lawyer once you found out it wasn't about the robbery. It was in reference to the homicide that you and your group did. I think that that's where he made his fatal mistake. Outside of that, he worked perfectly, but you gave him enough time for them to go get a warrant to search your biker club, to scoop people up, to look at your house. You gave them far more than enough time for them to do that. The simple fact that you were detained, you could have ended this whole interview, asked if you can go, and see if they have they been snooping around, have they been going to get people to talk about the situation. You could have did your due diligence in that way. But since you wanted to play toe-to-toe with them, they had more than enough time to get whatever evidence they need. They was already working on the woman that you kicked out of the club because you're no longer with her. And she's going to say she sung like a canary and did whatever she needed to do to get lesser time than you guys, because she know about the amount of crimes that you have committed over the years, as well as with this situation. So it is what it is, but I really think that that was a good one. It was really good to see. I really loved the back and forth with the mind, them trying to push their agendas and seeing it play and display in front of us. It was great. It was great. And I hope you guys enjoyed it too. So my dear people, my dear folks, that was the last one I had for you today. I hope you enjoyed all of the cases. I know the last two were trigger warnings, so I appreciate the ones that was able to sit down and stomach it with me. I will come back when I have another day off for you good folks. So just stay tuned, hit the notification buttons, and I will be back as soon as possible. I want to say shout out and thank you to everyone who was in the chat, who came by to say hi, who just dropped by to say hi. I really appreciate it. Shout out to everyone who liked the live stream. Please hit the like button for me, guys. It really does help this channel. It really does help keep me in the algorithm so I can give out this content for other people, review this content with other people. I truly appreciate everyone who was active and immersive in the chat. Like I said, y'all make this channel work. Wow. I really, really appreciate all of you. So again, I will be back as soon as I have another day off. I will hit the notification. Who knows? I might even be back tomorrow. I'm just saying, you don't know, but we'll find out. But I said, thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your night, and I will see you later. Talk to you soon, everyone. Bye-bye.